Monday morning. Let me just move my notes out of the way. There you go. There you go. Move that out of the way as well. That and that. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Just tidy things up. Now, I don't know if you heard, but this morning is going to be absolutely mega, because we have a very special guest joining us here in the studio. The lovely Elizabeth is going to be walking us and talking us through the wonderful precious metal that is argentium silver. Now, I think, you know, Marie's words actually, if ever you've wanted to sort of dip your toe into silversmithing, this is possibly the most foolproof, shall I say, way of actually doing it. Elizabeth's looking at me right now. Would you agree, foolproof?
I would, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a great way to start making jewellery.
There we go. So and I'm going to have a go. So if I can do it, anybody can do it. Yeah, right now Adam's like, oh no. Extra goggles for Elle. Yeah, and we have absolutely everything that you need to get started. The kits are beautiful. Carolina's worked incredibly hard to make sure that every product, you know, down to the charcoal block that you'll need for the firing, and I might be using the wrong terminology here, do bear with me. Elizabeth will correct me if I am wrong. Everything, goggles that you'd need, the burner that you actually need, etc, etc. So it's gonna be absolutely amazing. I did just see, I just had a message from one of our lovely viewers. I won't say who you are, just in case you don't want me to, but yeah, I'm excited as well. Oh, I almost said you then. I can I? Yeah, Jane, I'm excited as well. I literally got your message when I plonked my bottom on this chair. Oh, without further ado, what else do we have? I've got an amazing showcase of spinel, and I did try desperately, this is your deal of the day, I did try desperately to get hold of some of these for the weekend so that I could perhaps, just rubbing the hand cream, I could perhaps actually sort of make a few pieces ahead of today's show. They're that new that they didn't actually sort of arrive in time for that, but look at how beautiful these cuts are. Oh my goodness, genuine and natural spinel in faceted squares, hexagons, and also rounds. So I mean, the potential of what you can create, these are beautiful. The potential of what you can create out of those is simply amazing. I have chrome dioxide, I have tanzanite. Do you know, in the hive of activity and in the hype of excitement, I've lost my sheets. Oh, no. I don't think you even gave me one actually, did you? Okay, he's going to come and give me one now. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thanks, Emma. Thank you. Yes, it's all about the argentium, of course. We've got tanzanite, I think I mentioned that. We've got the gallery wire to bring you to. I've got lots of sterling silver wire on the back of your argentium. I've got zircon. In fact, this zircon strand is just beautiful. Absolutely stunningly beautiful. Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Seriously, look at that. That's a natural beauty. And when we talk about refraction, just imagine this. That's exactly what this gemstone actually offers. Oodles, bucket loads. So it's going to be mega. I've got an amazing micro-faceted spinel strand as well to go alongside maybe your dynamic black deal of the day. It's going to be awesome. And we do want a very interactive show, jewellery makers. So do text in. We are live here in the studio. We'd love to hear from you. 60777, start your text with JM Studios. Any questions that you might have for Elizabeth about argentium, then she is a font of wonderful knowledge and oodles of inspiration, so feel free to message us. If you've got any questions for me or for the team, then again, we'd love, or you just want to say hiya. We'd love to hear from you. So without further ado, I think we should welcome our fabulous crew. On cameras, we have the gorgeous Emma Perry. There she is. Oh, and that little bolt of lightning there is Amelia. She is, that's why we call her the pocket rocket, because she's like lightning. Sheridan's pocket rocket as well, but I think you're the original jewellery maker pocket rocket. Yeah, because you. No, we won't describe you as pocket rockets, boys. In the gallery, we have the gorgeous Wayne, everyone. There he is. Oh, Wayne, how excited are you for today? Epic, he says. Epic. Thumbs up and everything. And we cannot forget the gorgeous Adam, everybody. There he is. Do you have a nice weekend, Adam? Yes, thank you. We're all excited. We're all really, really excited. What a team. It's a joyous team, isn't it? A gaggle? Is that a good thing? Isn't that what they call geese? Yeah, okay. I'm happy to be geese. That's okay. I like how they walk, geese. Should we get this show going? I think we should. It's your alarm clock deal. I mean, you know a show is going to be truly amazing when you actually start with a gemstone of this caliber, of this notoriety, of this desirability. I'm talking about the beauty that is tanzanite. So from one location on this entire planet, tanzanite is formed at the foot of Mount Kilimanjaro, and what caught Tiffany & Co.'s eye back in the 1960s was this absolutely delectable blue. Look at that. The very definition of cornflower, and very rare. So it's estimated that there's approximately 30 years remaining of mining of this gemstone, which might sound like loads. It really isn't in the gemstone world. And every single year that ticks by, the higher that this gemstone goes up in terms of price per carat. Now, you can get lots of different saturations. You can get tanzanite, which is virtually colourless, and obviously that's far less desirable. What you're looking for is a really beautiful cornflower blue. You can even get elements of purple within there. It's highly what we call triachroic, highly triachroic. So you actually get different colours from different angles. So if you imagine looking at it at 45 degrees, you might get a real flash of intense pink. You get burgundies and reds, but all about that wonderful, wonderful tone of blue. Now let's start making our way towards your alarm clock deal. $69.95 is your first price tag. You're not just getting the 1 carat here, which I find so amazing. You know, I kind of make it I think it's part of my actual job, my role, to do sort of what we call market research, I suppose. So whenever I am actually out and about, if I pass, you know, luxury jewellers, I will always press my nose against the window, if you like, to look what's within. If they have tanzanite, they tend to be sort of 1 carat, if you like, and they'll always have a 3-figure price tag, would we all agree? Acting usually by diamonds and obviously set within a very high precious metal. Never at $59.95, but you don't just get the 1 carat, you're actually getting 32 of those. So the potential of what you can actually create from this entire strand is endless, really. We're not even stopping there. Let's bring your alarm clock deal. Like I said, let's get this week up and running. I know that you've had some wonderful sterling silver over the weekend. So you're going to be looking for your high-end gemstones to suspend with. Maybe I saw those lovely, those beautiful shepherd hook style earrings. Perfect. You can make your own with the argentium, don't you know? You can make your own and actually include it to the argentium silver. Hello to you, Alison. That's our lovely guest designer, Alison. Morning, Ellen team. Welcome, Elizabeth. Looking forward to an exciting morning. Woo woo! See, I told you we'd look after you.
Well, I'm looking forward to the demo.
Yes, we're going to have so much fun, Elizabeth. We are. We'll look after Elizabeth, won't we, everybody? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Loads of messages will be coming through for you, Elizabeth. Annette, hello, darling. Morning, Elle, Emma, Amelia, Wayne and Adam. Elizabeth, I'm really looking forward to today. I have arthritis in my hands. Can I still do this?
You should be able to, yes. It's you might need to take a little bit more time, but as long as you can hold a torch and use a file and emery paper, you should be fine.
There we go. There we go, Annette. Helen, good questions, by the way. And these are all the things, just we welcome all of those because it's something, I don't want you to sit at home thinking, oh, I've got this question and not ask it. Hello to you, Helen. Good morning, Elle, and fantastic crew. Welcome, Elizabeth, to the amazing JM family. Looking forward to the new medium on JM. Love you all. Love to you as well, Helen.
Thank you.
Yeah, see that we're like one big gigantic family that all looks after one another. But I think tanzanite on your argentium silver would just be perfect, wouldn't it? Okay, right. Which was up? What? Oh, let's do some statements down, shall we? Last in stock, Wayne is saying, so it's going to be quite fast and pacey, and you have still got the. This is the Breakfast Club, so you've got a curfew. got a curfew. That means that these prices will be held for 60 minutes after the original auction, from which point, if there is any stock left, which to be honest there probably isn't, there isn't going to be, because we take them to an absolute rock bottom price, then they're under lock and key for 30 days. So for these beautiful statement, very on trend. I've noticed lots of you actually talking about on social media, talking about how sort of geometric shapes and big bold statement looks. Jenny, I know she took some pictures on over the course of the weekend. Big statement looks, wasn't it? So something like this will be all over the catwalk. £16 for just shy of 300 carats of genuine black agate, and it's got to be difficult to facet a gemstone with with that core, if you like. Very striking, and I'm thinking very, very, very Chanel. Hiya, Linda. Morning to all wonderful JM family and viewers. So looking forward to today. Thank you so much. Oh, we are too, Linda. We really are very excited to welcome Elizabeth to the family. Hiya, Julia. Julia says, hi, Elizabeth. Can I use Argentium to solder sterling silver?
You can use Argentium solder, but what we're going to be demonstrating today is why you don't actually need to solder anything. We're going to be demonstrating a technique of fusing. So you don't apply additional metal, you fuse the two pieces of Argentium together.
So you don't need to.
The advantage with Argentium solder, which we aren't covering today, but we will in a later show, is that it's actually, if you solder with standard silver solder, it quite often has a very slight yellow tinge.
Okay.
Argentium solder doesn't have that. So if you solder sterling with it, you actually have a very nice, almost invisible joint.
Wow.
So you can use it on sterling or on Argentium.
There you go. These are all brilliant questions, and I'm loving. I'm loving the fact that you don't need to. You don't need to do that. So fabulous. Keep these coming through. Well done. Okie dokie. Moving on to. Oh, is this what I think it is? Boulder opal. Oh my goodness! Wonderful little planets. So a boulder opal will actually be. It'll include the host rock. I've only got 7 of these. So can you see how they almost glow from the inside? Isn't that amazing? You get these wonderful rivers of opal inside the actual host rock where it once formed over those millions upon millions of years. $39.95 for 56 carats of genuine boulder opal. It does tend to carry a much higher price tag because of the rarity and the complexity of actually sort of faceting and shaping it. $29.95, and this is Australian as well, so their national gemstone. Often, with black opal and boulder opal, the darkness of that gemstone, the body colour rather, will encourage the play of colour forward. So through the actual opal seams, for want of a better description, within the gemstone. I've only got the final few available, jewellery makers, so Breakfast Club, you have to be on it. You have to be on it. You can't. We don't ease you into your Monday morning. No, definitely don't do that. Definitely, we shake you into it almost. Okay. How about a gentle shake, of course. Come on. Here you go. How about some lovely rose quartz? The gemstone of friendship and unconditional love. All of these I am thinking alongside your Argentium silver, gemstones and silver, of course, it's a beautiful combination and so easily incorporated. I'm looking across at the kits, I think, together. And again, Elizabeth is here. If you have any questions relating to gemstones and the use of Argentium silver as well. £7.95 for faceted, totally natural Brazilian rose quartz, 240 carats you're getting. It'll also appeal to those of you that love your mala necklaces. In fact, can you imagine a mala necklace? You'd need to buy 3 to do a traditional mala. I think it's down to the quantity that you need. Your macrame, your beading, your knotting, you could knot these in between as well. £7.95. This is a genuine gemstone, jewellery makers. I've got 4 left within the vault. Who's going to have them? Well done, Jane. Good morning, Jane, lovely. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to text you back. I literally saw your message on my phone as I plonked myself down. Hiya, Margaret. Hello to you, London. Hello to you, Deborah. There's a little bit of a queue on the phone lines. Don't let that put you off just because I'm saying lower quantities. It's got to be allocated on first come, first serve. I'll always tell you if it's sold out or if it's on the verge of. It's quite close to. Wow. This with your zircon that's coming up later on. Oh my goodness, look at these. Genuine black diamonds. Oh my goodness, faceted exquisitely into these stunning briolette drops. They're not small, are they? And of course the rarity of a diamond, well, any gemstone to be truthful, will be escalated given its individual size. It's far more readily available. I don't want that to sound like it's plentiful, but it's easier to get hold of, 2 carats of diamonds made up of lots and lots and lots of little individual stones. But to get 2 carats of diamonds across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, well, that is amazing, isn't it? So that's working out at what? My maths is rubbish. What, 30 points approximately? Is that 30 points approximately per stone? 33. Oh, I surprise myself sometimes. 79.95, but we aren't even staying there. Who wants this under £60 this morning? Such is the nature of your breakfast club. Exquisitely faceted. That's £10 per stone. Oh my goodness, when you think about it, when you talk about it that way, these are black diamonds, and they're quality black diamonds as well. Do you notice how, with the quality of that cutting, but do you notice how you really get that high metallic luster across the surface of them? That's down to exceptional labradorist work, basically. Under £60. How many do we have of these then, Wayne? There's only 8 within the vault, so the final 8, hence the price tag. So it's like an ultimate clearance, basically, a breakfast club hour. Good morning, Dee. Morning and welcome, Elizabeth. Will argentium shrink like a clay does during firing? That's a really good question.
No, it won't. I'll be showing you something that we're going to do to make one of the necklaces similar to the one that Elle's wearing, where it will pull in on itself, but it doesn't shrink when we're actually using it. No.
Okay. So it kind of, it changes.
For one of the techniques we're going to use, yes, it will. It'll change shape. But for the other techniques, no, it stays the size it is as you use it. So
that's a really good question there, Dee, as well. I mean, yeah. I said to Elizabeth, is there anything you want me to wear? So we can make this.
You can, not from the kits that we have today, but some of the components that you're selling,
you can put
make
together.
Yes,
you can actually put together. Here's Jane. Morning, Elle. This morning is going to be fab. Hope we have lots of demos. Oh, it's going to be very demo heavy because it's a whole new medium. Lovely having new launches. Good luck, Team JM. Oh, you're going to love it, Jane. It is what we're going to do, and we've discussed this already. So what we'll do is at 9 o'clock, I'll make my way over to Elizabeth. We'll talk about argentium sort of at a greater depth, and Elizabeth as well, because I think it's really important that we find out more about her. And then what we'll do is offer you the kits, because there's a different variety of kits. Then Elizabeth is literally going to take the lead in sort of the demos, and we'll be bringing you all the components that you need alongside that.
And you will be joining in.
And I'll be joining in, yes. Woohoo! So yeah, everything will be brought alongside the demos. So and for as long as it takes, basically, there's no sort of deadline, if you like, on argentium. So well, yeah, we have to go at 1. That's probably the only. They'll kick us out at 1 o'clock. But I think we'll be done by then.
I think we will. I think we can manage.
I think we can manage by then. Moving on to yellow diopside. I mean, I launched this gemstone not that long ago. And I'll say it again, what I said then. I didn't even know yellow diopside actually existed. I know you can get black diopside and green diopside, but I didn't know that you could get such an intense natural yellow as what you're seeing on your screen. Isn't it beautiful? It's just, I mean, this for me is almost Easter yellow, do you think? It's got that wonderful, joyous, appearance to it that just you can't help but smile when you look at this tone of yellow. $39.95 for truly a gemstone that I didn't even know existed in this colour. I have the final 9. I can't guarantee for sure that we will get yellow diopside again. The reality is our amazing buying team, Marie heading that, she's privy to many very exciting gem launches, and often gets them on a first they're the first port of call, if you like. So I don't know if this is something that's very plentiful in the market. I should probably think not. $34.90. Oh, he's going lower again. It's the final 9. Wasn't expecting that, were you? That's definitely lower than the launch price. I remember. Was it you, Wayne, that launched it with me? Yeah. We're beating ourselves there. Yeah, I mean, that with the black diamonds. Oh my goodness. Hi to you, Jacqueline. Morning all. I am gutted I have to go to work today. Oh, this sounds like a fabulous morning. Catch up later, but probably all be sold out. Oh, Jacqueline, can you take us on the app? We won't tell anybody. It's really simple. If you've not got the app already, it's really, really simple. Go into your app store, download the JM app. It's free, I think. I'm pretty sure it's free. And then literally you can tap as we go. They won't notice. I hope you can. Hello to you, Annette. Good morning and welcome to the JM family, Elizabeth. What percentage purity is Argentium, please? Now, this is a good question.
Okay, well, Argentium hallmarks as sterling silver, so it's 925. But in reality, there are 2 grades of Argentium. We're working today with 935, but because of British hallmarking legislation, it has to be hallmarked 925.
Okay.
There isn't a grade. But in actual fact, it's 93.5% pure silver within. So it's a purer silver.
It's purer than
yes,
sterling.
Which is partly one of the reasons that it stays brighter and whiter and shinier than sterling silver.
Amazing. And sterling silver is the most lustrous of your precious metals, so you get...
It is, but if you compare sterling next to Argentium, you will see that it's actually slightly whiter, and that I will explain the technical reasons for that a little bit later.
I can't wait. There we go. These are all great questions. So there we are, Annette. Moving on. What is this? Aventurine quartz. Oh my goodness, I mean that literally looks like a starry night within a gemstone, don't you think? You get these absolutely beautiful little shimmering platelets that just... I was thinking that, Adam, too. That song popped in my head. Can anyone else guess it? It's Vincent, isn't it called Vincent? Yeah, starry, starry night, paint your palette blue and grey. It's about Vincent van Gogh. There you go, little tiny platelets. I only say that because it's one of my favourites. Beautiful little platelets that form naturally within this, aventurine platelets that are forming naturally within the actual quartz. Very rarely Mother Nature actually brings you this a beautiful, rare combination of 2 of her most treasured possessions in gemstones. $15.95. Well, I have never brought this to air. I've never seen it before. I think it's absolutely glorious. It'll be lovely alongside maybe your deal of the day, your black spinel, the diamonds, and most certainly something like your labradorite, I think. 2 phenomenal gemstones, effectively. Wow, well done. Moving on. Andamuka now. Definitely launched this one. One of the most historical locations of opal in the entire world, Andamuka. This flew out the door. I think it was the only strand that we actually had on that day, I believe, anyway. Excuse me. And if you look closely, you can look at the amount of play of colour. The darkness of the body colour really does, again, sort of accentuate the opal within. Yeah, history of Andamuka, it's one of the most historic and certainly one of the most desirable varieties. I believe, and I'm doing this from recollection, so I believe our very own Queen, Her Royal Highness, actually wears an Andamuka opal that was gifted on the anniversary of her first trip to Australia back, I think it was the 1960s, I think. $59.95. To say that you own Andamuka opal really is amazing. So I would definitely be getting my certificate of authenticity because it will say that most important word, Andamuka. And it comes from this sort of location, and if you're wondering what it means, it's the location that it was once sourced. We're not even stopping at this price tag, jewellery makers. We're going under £60 quite considerably. I love the shape of these, don't you? The fact that you've got that really gentle graduation. They're just crying out, I think, just to take a few of them and pop onto a sliding bracelet, which I think most of you should have after this weekend. They should, if they're not already in your stash, if you were shopping this weekend, then you'll have had loads of beautiful sterling silver components with Zena over the weekend. $34.95, not just Zena, and the entire lovely crew, because it was an absolutely massive show. I know that. Yeah, I was quite jealous. I was really jealous actually that I wasn't working this weekend. I was, because I went in to see our Caroline. Caroline buys a lot of our sterling silver. I was like, I want to do this. Yeah, it was, and they said, Elle, next weekend is going to be cracking, and it is, because we've got Christmas market, and today, yeah, I know, try not to act spoiled. Hiya Kathleen, morning Elle and JM crew, and welcome Elizabeth. Can argentium be used to bezel set cabochons and gems?
Yes, you can use argentium in exactly the same way that you can standard sterling silver. There are just a few additional things that make it unique and actually will make your bezel setting easier because you don't have to solder.
I'm hearing this word quite a lot. You know, you're saying easier.
It is easier if it's easier in two respects. One, if you've got some jewellery experience, but if you have no jewellery experience, one of the big taboos is learning how to solder neatly and having to clean up. With argentium, you don't have to learn how to clean up in the same way.
I like that.
It's an actually quicker method of being able to produce jewellery. So yes, it can be used for bezel setting. No problem.
Anything that, you know, doesn't make a whole lot of mess.
Yes.
Amazing, amazing. Moving on. Oh, fluorite, green fluorite. Now, I understand green is actually one of the most difficult of colours to source. A pure, you know, solid green fluorite gemstone. It is one of the most colourful minerals on this planet, and it comes in purples, pinks, blues, colour change varieties as well. But to get, you know, one individual stone, especially of this size, in a solid green colour, I believe it is one of the rarest of colours to actually find. And certainly, our founder told me, gosh, a good few years ago, when we actually had a launch once on the other channel about green fluorite, and he actually said it took him 10 years to buy that amount of quantity, and in the end tracked it down to Arizona, the Tucson Fair. $19.95 for 80 carats of this beautiful gemstone, all the way from Namibia, and it's totally natural. I mean, look at those. It's almost got like a appraiser-like green, hasn't it? It's a very comforting, delicate green, and I almost feel like it could go beautifully alongside your yellow diopside. Again, that's spring, isn't it? That's spring. Yeah. Got to start planning ahead, haven't you? Especially if you're a jewellery designer. Moving on. But definitely the colours right now are on this strand. It's kicking leaves weather, isn't it? I was out the front of my house sweeping all the leaves. Came out, yes, this was yesterday. Came out this morning, they're back again. So why does it bother? Yeah, exactly. Why did it bother? It's lovely though, isn't it? Beautiful. Tiger's eye. Oh, with high levels of chatoyancy. You know, this is a phenomena gemstone. So what do you want that phenomena to be at its most optimum? You know, you want to be able to appreciate that wonderful transition of light. You know, it almost migrates across the surface of the gemstone. Within this strand, you're actually getting a mixture of the colours. So you've got your blues, you've got your reds, you've got those wonderful chocolatey tones, and also your sort of classic tiger's eye in that golden colour. This is stunning. Again, I'm thinking Marlin necklaces. I think it'd be absolutely gorgeous. It's all the rage, big statement, sort of layered makes. And if you think over sort of your scarves and your woolly knits, you're going to want a gemstone which has actually got a significant size. So just shy of 300 carats, so 280 in total. Under £10. Hello, Michaela. Morning. I've been out, but will be taking you out with me for a cooked breakfast.
Oh, wow.
Jealous, Michaela. I'm jealous. Welcome, Elizabeth. Looking forward to seeing your lovely, jubbly makes. Yeah, I agree. Honestly, they really are beautiful as well. Truly beautiful makes. And you can do it too, which is the most exciting thing. We're even going to be telling you sort of how you can get further access to more learning as well. But I'll leave that to Elizabeth. On the verge of selling out. Well done. I've got the snuffles this morning again. I haven't got a cold. You know, just like a tickly nose that time of year, isn't it?
It is.
Time of year. These are lovely. Is this a mixture of all your jaspers? All your gemstones? So I can see, oh, of course, yeah, because I can see onyx. I can see K2 jasper. I can see calligraphy jasper. I can see what I think is chalcedony just there. Crazy lace, most definitely. Amethyst just here, moonstone, that possibly even is a tanzanite, sorry, tiger's eye. Oh my goodness, all of this, so a huge variety of your gemstones for under £15. Look at that. I mean, it's like the most perfect artist palette, isn't it? So you could literally just single these out. You could put them into specific gemstones. You could keep them in this wonderful, colourful collection, which is all the rage at the moment, colour contrasting. I think bubble style bracelets. What do you think? The graduation is already there, so technically the work is done for you. So again, you could knot these. You could just restrand them onto a beading thread and attach your clasp, and it is literally it's job done. $14.95 for 210 carats. Well done. I'm moving quite quickly because I want to squeeze in as many gemstones as I can before we go into the wonderful world of argentium. Now, how about one of my favourites? Bumblebee jasper from the shallow waters of Indonesia. This is natural. Look at this colour. Oh. Isn't it stunning? Look at that. That's natural golden yellows and warming oranges, which contrast just so beautifully alongside the silvers and greys. I love the cut. These are your tubes, which I think you could just have one, couldn't you, as like a focal bead. Cufflinks possibly. Nice for gents jewellery as well. Yeah, just one bit of a leather cord, which makes me think then. Let's have a little look at the drill holes. Yeah, sizable drill hole there, so you're going to get definitely some of your thicker gauges of your threading material through there, no problem. Leather cord, beading thread, wires even, they'll breeze through there, and certainly your nylons as well. $14.95, so you just get this wonderful, wonderful palette, and very current palette actually. A lot of interior designers in those colours. Moving on. Oh, from one of the most striking to one of the most feminine. I can't help but whenever I see this gemstone, I think about Jackie Kennedy, and I know there is history behind that, but it's her, isn't it? And I think she was the very definition of femininity, Jackie Kennedy. It's part of the spodumene family, and you actually get, it has an ability to retain light. So whilst you look at it, it's delicacy, it's femininity. Aren't they beautiful? And that's exactly what kunzite should be, like a peony pink. It will absorb energy and continue to glow under more subdued lighting conditions. Who wants it under £20? Wow. $16.95 only for genuine kunzite. I mean, kunzite has always been a considered gemstone, and that's because of its amazing rarity, particularly when it's natural. I mean, if you look at the bottom of the screen, there's no brackets, is there? So there's no heat treatment even for this. I'm tempted. I know I'm going to be buying today. I know that. Well, stop permitting, that is. Because I want to have a go at argentium as well. And to be able to get hold of kunzite at these kind of prices, it It is purely down to the fact that it is a breakfast club and these are last in stock. But kunzite, my expectation in my head is that it's a 70, 80 pound gemstone. And that's certainly what I've paid in the past for it. If you're looking in finished pieces of jewellery, then it's obviously considerably more than that. Well done to you, Sue. Multi-buying. Hello to you, Sussex. Congratulations to you, Bristol. Stay where you are. Lots of you still dialing through. Check out. Dorset's there as well. So, from the most beautiful of pinks to the most gentle of blues. Oh, I know it doesn't feel like it now, but when you look at this gemstone, it is like summer. It's that gorgeous azure blue. But sizable cushions. Oh my goodness, the price. I've just heard about it. This is aquamarine. One of the most recognised members of your Beryl family. And we're at £12.95. So I don't know about you, but I'm thinking straight away that this kind of shape might really lend itself towards the argentium, certainly alongside your gallery wire, which we also have today. And any wire work for that matter, you know, because you don't have to use the drill hole. Whilst there is one there, you could treat them almost like a cabochon, or you can use the drill hole as a sort of starting point. Well done. Stay where you are. Moving on. What did you say? Zoisite. So I think this is thulite then. If we're describing it as zoisite, this has got to be a thulite, right? It says zoisite. Is it thulite? So, zoisite, so tanzanite is a zoisite. Thulite is a zoisite. Pink zoisite is thulite. Yeah. So you get this really lovely, almost like a rhodochrosite pink. Amazing textures. And okay, so yeah, this might have been formed and actually unearthed from in and around the Tanzanite mine. Many a beautiful coloured gemstone comes from Tanzania at the moment. There's a huge investment into the mining over there, and you can see why. Exquisitely carved, and this has almost got a similar luster to that of your jadeite, I feel. Do you think? It's kind of got that lovely waxy luster. So if you've got jadeite within your stash, I think those two together will just be beautiful. Knotted, oh my goodness, divine. And also perfect for those of you that do wire work, because the actual shape of the actual flower, you can almost anchor on. You can straight away anchor onto those lovely petals. Moving on to lovely amazonite, one of the gemstones of the moment. Probably one of the most on-trend of gemstones. Lots of the big designers are working with amazonite at the moment, and I can kind of understand why. It's tropical, isn't it? The final 10 of these, and they are cut into these really lovely pencils. They're lovely, aren't they? If you do believe in your crystal healing and the benefits of gemstones, and I'm not saying that's scientifically proven, etc., if you believe in that, then a pendulum-like shape, a pendulum shape will channel the energy of the gemstone towards your heart. So, yeah, really lovely way of actually wearing your gemstone. So if those are your beliefs. If not, they're quite geometric, they're fun, they're a bit different, they're quirky. £24.95. I'd imagine they're quite challenging, given the fact that they have got such slender lines, if you like. 65 carats you're getting here of beautiful natural amazonite, which has got, and you get different tones. Russian amazonite tends to be much more green. Amazonite from India or Brazil, Peruvian you can get as well, is a little bit more of the sort of pastel, turquoisey light colour. £24.95. I'm going to count these quickly. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. So you've got 13 on there. Individual rings. You know, you've got Actually, you've got a double drill hole there. Can you see that? They're doubly drilled. So that means you've got sort of, well, double the strength. It will fit beautifully in amongst your seed beading as well. Beautifully alongside your seed beading. You can just create these little accent points, but you can also sort of secure it as well within the actual design itself. Well done. Oh, it's 20 minutes until the Argentium. Keep those questions coming through, everybody. If you have any questions for the very lovely Elizabeth, then we welcome them with open arms. How about some sargonetic quartz? Now, this is incredible because you've effectively got a colourless quartz, which has been coloured by the sargonetic inclusions. So little tiny inclusions, almost like little berries, I suppose, within the actual gemstone. Not actual berries, but the inclusions themselves. And that's what has transformed it to this lovely pink. Very like little blueberries. Okay, why did you say blueberries then? Marie just said blueberries and then said no because it's pink. I was like, well, why are you saying blueberries to me? Like little raspberries or strawberries. They're beautiful though, aren't they? And it's one of the rarest of colours to get, I'm right in saying, aren't I, with quartz? Yeah, strawberry quartz, sargonetic quartz, you know, those colours are very desirable because of its rarity. Under £10 though. Wayne's like, well, never mind that. Never mind that, we've only got 17 of them left, so an ideal opportunity for you to get hold of this. Single figure price tag in a classic rondelle strand. Look at that, glistening too. Even though, and this goes to show that we should never be actually sort of detracted or put off by gemstones with inclusions. The inclusions can be the overall beauty, and I think any gemologist will say that to you. Single figure price tag, everyone. Again, alongside maybe some of your additional strands that we have coming up towards the end of the show. How about alongside this multicoloured, micro-faceted strand of spinel? I'm also gonna, you know, just add this to the equation. Oh. That's some wonderful multicoloured zircon that you have just there. And that is just amazing as a combination, isn't it? Wow, wow, wow. They're coming up a little bit later on. A little bit later on within the show. Well done. Oh, snakeskin jasper. I thought we'd sold out of all of our snakeskin jasper. There's only, okay, there is very limited quantity. So it's Larimar meets jasper, in my opinion. It's that wonderful combination of Larimar blues teamed with wonderful earthy colours. $12.95 for snakeskin jasper. It's a gemstone that I think goes across both genders. It goes across all age groups as well, and all mediums too. I think it's very, very versatile. Under £10. You've done that a lot this morning, haven't you? Almost an under 10 showcase, to be truthful. And that's a natural, genuine gemstone. When we launched snakeskin jasper, honestly, it flew out the door. And I think it's because it was something quite different to what we've seen previously. Hiya, Leslie. Good morning, JM, and welcome, Elizabeth. Would it be okay to mix sterling silver with argentium in jewellery? Aha. Are you talking about the different hardnesses now, Leslie, possibly?
She might just be wondering whether or not you can. It is perfectly possible to do it.
Yeah.
My question, once I've shown you the demonstration this morning, might be, why would you want to?
Okay.
Because there are more benefits from argentium for what we're doing here than there are mixing the materials. But there is no reason that you couldn't mix the two. So the answer is
yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
But you might not want to following the demo.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Good questions, though. Amazing. Yeah, I've learned there's a lot of benefits to argentium, so I know you're going to love it. You're going to love it, love it, love it. Right, moving on. Emerald. Big emeralds. Sizable emeralds here. I'm really, really attracted to these sort of non-faceted rondelle shapes at the moment. I think with all of the gemstones that I've seen, they have the luster that it seems to be accentuated. And I don't know whether it's the trends or whatnot, but I'm very much, I think, leaning towards the non-faceted rondelles. It just works, doesn't it? In gents jewellery, ladies jewellery. I mean, this is a kind of thing that you could so easily put into macrame. I think would be a perfect gift for the men in your lives. But at the same time, I would wear it too. £8.95. Right, can we just say this to ourselves slowly? This is genuine, natural emerald. We're not talking about sort of an emerald coloured gemstone or a synthetic bead or something that has been man-made, that is absolutely fine. This is a genuine gemstone that has formed over thousands upon thousands of years. And we're at £8.95. Crazy, really, isn't it? It isn't. I hear Marie in the background going, yeah, isn't it? Yeah, isn't it, Wayne? But there we go. It's also the Breakfast Club, so that's the nature of Breakfast Club. You know, you get last in stock deals. Every day, the Breakfast Club is a little bit unfathomable, Marie. Let's just put it that way. Yes, I'm quite glad that she's not in there every day. Otherwise, she just keeps going. Every so often she chirps up. Lynn, Patricia, Regina, hello to you all around the world getting involved as well. Lovely to have your company over in the USA. Susan in beautiful Pembrokeshire, hello to you. Cheryl, Margaret, congratulations to you. London, West Midlands, check out those baskets and keep the messages coming through as well. Any questions? Any questions whatsoever? There is no silly question whatsoever. It's a brand new medium, so it's going to be new to many, many people. And don't be worried about doing that. So do text us. We are live, and Elizabeth can answer those. 60777. Start your text with JM Studio. That's really important because then it will actually come directly to us in the studio as well. Any questions whatsoever or comments? Full stop. Are you excited? You know, I think who isn't? Certainly the entire JM crew are today. On the verge of selling out. Well done. Ooh, what? Oh, that's beautiful. It's a big, big statement. I'm going to get the board for a second. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Flower agate, so you get these absolutely amazing journeys captured within totally. I mean, that personally, I think just literally a jump ring and it's done, or a lark's head knot even through the top and just sort of wrap it around the neck. You're at £6.95. Oh my goodness, we're taking it under £5. This is 43 millimeters in its length. 30 millimeters in its width. It's a big statement. 90 carats in one individual stone, which is, think back to the diamond auction when I actually said the larger the stone, the rarer it is. And that equates to diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, tanzanites and agates as well. £4.95 only. I love the colours. It's almost like a little Botswana. It's almost like Botswana sort of tones. I can't choose a favourite side. I love both of them. You know, sometimes it almost looks like, you know, like when you watch sort of Western films and they light the fires and you can see the sort of the smoke rising. It kind of reminds me a little bit of that. Gosh, they're beautiful. Under £5. How many do we have of these then, Wayne? We had 20. 12 have already gone there, they're being snapped up. And I think, you know, whether you're a really advanced jewellery maker or whether you're brand new to the channel and the hobby, this is going to appeal to you all because there's nothing wrong with, you know, making quick makes every so often. You can create this fabulous wire work if you wanted to, but what I'm saying is if you just literally do a lark's head knot through the drill hole, which is there, can you see the drill hole? And it's job done. Maybe a Solomon's bar at the top and it's literally job done. £4.95 only. I've got 3 of them left. Hello Patricia, hello to you Suffolk, hello to you Mary, hello to you Angela, hello to you Sue, Christine, Dorset, Melissa, Shirley, you're all there. Marilyn, check out those baskets. Moving on. One more and then Wall of Fame. Just seen the time. I best not dilly-dally then, had I? Oh, amazing red garnet. Look at that. 45 carats of natural Indian red garnet. The word I always think of when I look at red garnet, or the word I want to see, is passion. And I think it has it in its droves, don't you? $5.95 for that wonderful depth, that heat, that intensity of natural colour, high refraction because it's garnet. Garnet loves to show off internally, as well as having that beautiful colour. You've got to snap it up at that price tag. Gosh, my goodness, we're running out of time, everyone. We're running out of time. Do check out those baskets because we want to show off your wonderful creations. It's the Wall of Fame. I got off my chair, then I got back in the chair. We're letting Elizabeth chill because we're going to be bombarding her in the next hour or so, aren't we? So your Wall of Fame, everybody, right? I get 10. 7 minutes, 460 is coming from Sue. Hi all, this is my entry for the Wall of Fame. It's a mala bracelet and a ring. The ring is my first attempt and it's the one that Mark made last week. It's not very good, but I hope to get better. Yes, it is. You're too hard on yourself, Sue. It's very good. Good luck to all in the draw. That's amazing. Give yourself credit. Oh, beautiful wirework here. 461 is coming from Gemma. Hello, Gemma. Here is my entry to the Wall of Fame. I've been wire wrapping pendants for a little over a month. I made this one using a gorgeous purple labradorite from JewelleryMaker. I'm hoping I've done the stone justice. Well, you truly have, Gemma. That's amazing. Beautifully neat. If you've only been doing it for a month. Wow, amazing. 462, some more fabulous wirework here coming from Leona. I've been too busy with work to enter for a while, but the pre-night in this design has been calling to me. I've rosary linked them with rose quartz and used silver plated wire to make hearts, all for JewelleryMaker. Hope you like it. Oh, sorry, all from JewelleryMaker. Hope you like it. I've made it extra long with oversized polar neck jumpers so you can wear it over the top. Yeah, lovely. Thanks for the wonderful inspiration. That's Leona. Beautiful, Leona. I see another mala necklace here, and I think I know what those beads are. So 463 is coming from Kim Fox. Hiya, Kim. I always admire your jewellery, Kim. Couldn't wait to make this mala style necklace and bracelet with the jet I received on Friday. Yes, and some Murano glass beads from my stash. Also added rose gold plated silver pumpkin beads. I think this is my favourite of the mala necklaces I've made. I hope you like it and good luck to all. Kim, that's beautiful. Loving that. Some amazing seed beading. 464 is from Susan Mathias. Hello, Susan. Here's my entry for the Wall of Fame. I made this motif with pinch beads from one of Mark's DVDs. The colours are very rich and expensive looking. I really like these beads. Could we have more, please? I hope you were watching the other day because we had pinch beads then, I think, Susan. So wonderful. 464, we'll definitely get some more though, definitely. Oh, wow. 465, vintage. And it's from Melissa. I fell in love with these tulip earrings when I saw them on JM, but I can't remember which designer. Ooh, I think, was it Linda? I think they were Linda. I only saw them for a split second, so I hope I've done them justice. I used the brass tulip bead caps, white pearls and blue freshwater pearls and white gold foil Murano beads, which are divine. I don't usually wear yellow gold myself, but I've fallen in love with the design of this. Good luck, everybody. Melissa, they are absolutely beautiful. I love those. I think it was Linda. Some amazing seed beading here. 466 is from Valerie. Kicking off my mojo. I've been wanting to do a pearl cuff for ages. I have a huge stash of JM pearls going back years. The turquoise here is superb quality and I ordered another strand right away. No pattern, just selected ivory pearls of different sizes, and that's Valerie in Glasgow. That's beautiful, Valerie. Oh, I love that. Very classy. Suite of jewellery here. 467 is from Suzanne. Good morning, everybody. My entry this week I made with matte agate rounds and Swarovski connectors I bought the other day. It's a simple make, but catches the light beautifully. Good luck to all on Wednesday. And that's Suzanne. Suzanne, that's wonderful. Love that. 467. Can I do this? I can do this. I got loads of time. Loads of time. 468 is a beautiful, beautiful piece from Marion. I knotted 3 necklaces from 1 pack of silk thread using Jan's recent demo technique. Thank you, Jan, she says. An economical and easier way of knotting. Well, I tell you what, that's beautiful and perfect knotting as well. Well done, Marion, and good luck to you, 468. Last but by no means least, I have number 469 is from Lynn Timmings. Hiya, Lynn. Hi, gorgeous people. I discovered this long forgotten leather. Oh, I used to use it to make doll shoes when I was looking for something else. I thought that I must be able to make something with it. I cut it into pieces and used impress art stamps to give it some texture, sorry. Still playing with Gemma's swirly links and thought they would look just right in copper. I hope you like it. Good luck to all of us once again. Love, Lynn Timmings. Lynn, that's beautiful. Every single one of you, they're absolutely amazing creations. Congratulations and good luck for Wednesday's draw. Today is the day, Jewellery Makers. It's the launch of Argentium, so very, very, very exciting. I've got literally a minute and a half. Okay, so I'm going to be making my way to the lovely Elizabeth, who is a font of knowledge, and she's got oodles of inspiration. Her creations are absolutely fabulous, and I think the key message is, if you're thinking, I'm not a silversmith, I couldn't possibly do that, I think the key message here that I've picked up whilst talking to Elizabeth is that yes, you can. Anybody can actually work with Argentium silver.
Yes.
So,
we're going to demonstrate just that.
I literally, yes, I can't wait. Look at that, that's absolutely gorgeous. Is that the necklace you were wearing?
That was the one I was wearing.
I did, yeah, I did clock that one. So any questions, and do feel free to message. We will sell out, we know that for sure. And what we're going to actually do so we're going to talk about Argentium. What is it? What is Argentium silver? How does it differ from your sort of your 925 silver? Then we're going to bring you the kits. There's a mixture of your kits. Dial nice and early and make sure you check out nice and early, and then we're going to really focus on the demos, and I'll be bringing the tools throughout the course of that as well. But any questions, then please do message us. We are live here in the studio. It's going to be very, very exciting. So Elizabeth is brand new to the JM family, and I'm super excited as well. So what a wonderful morning. This is how we want to start our week, right? Definitely. We want to start our week with a whole new medium, everybody. So do not go anywhere. Make sure you check out nice and early. Argentium is up next.
At JewelleryMaker, we are always looking at ways to provide you with a fantastic shopping experience. With this in mind, we'd like to welcome you to our new pre-order option. Selected items throughout the day will be put on display and made available for pre-order. When the presenter informs you that the pre-order service is available on an item, this is your chance to pop it into your online basket, or speak to one of our brilliant call centre team members and be one of the first to secure your purchase.
Well, here at JewelleryMaker, we are so delighted to welcome to your screens the fabulously talented Elizabeth, who's launching something very exciting on Monday, aren't you, Elizabeth?
I am indeed. I'm launching a wonderful new silver alloy called Argentium. Argentium is unique with some of the properties. It allows you to fuse, you don't have to solder, which means you don't have any of the problems of cleaning up or learning how to solder, and you can do it on a space no bigger than that. The kits that we've put together will allow you to make rings, bracelets, earrings, and the world is your oyster. You can let rip after that.
Well, we just can't wait. And you know what? You can be right from a beginner level, right from the very early stages of your jewellery making. And within hardly any time, you'll be making gorgeous pieces of jewellery just like this.
In fact, absolute beginner. I would be able to teach you, or anybody else who had, I'm assuming you have got jewellery experience, but anybody who has no jewellery experience, I could teach how to do this.
We can't wait. Join Elle and Elizabeth on Monday morning here on JewelleryMaker.
Are you new to JewelleryMaker? Shop with us for the first time and you'll receive a free gift. The free gift includes 2 beautiful gemstone strands in an organza bag, plus a DVD ideal for jewellery making newbies, featuring tutorials essential for getting started and so much more. As long as you qualify as a new customer and haven't shopped with us before, then your free gift will automatically be added to your order when you make your first purchase with us. It's really that simple. Gemstone strands are selected at random, so gemstone size, shape and colour will vary for each new customer. Why stop there? Once you receive your new free gift, we'd love to see what you create. Share your designs with us via our Facebook page and join our creative community of jewellery makers. Start your jewellery making journey with us today. Create, wear, share.
Surprise! I'm back in the JewelleryMaker family. I'm very excited to be bringing you some fabulous new products. We have display stands with my funky ladies on my left-hand side and some really useful fold-away display stands on my right that can be used for all your jewellery. I'm sure that you have loads tucked away. I'm also bringing you polymer clay, of course, and some fabulous tools to go with the polymer clay that you haven't seen before, some new stencils, new designs. And my little friends on my left here, Rudolph and the Snowman and Santa and the Elf, will be visiting as well on the 17th. So please tune in to see some polymer clay, some display stands and also some acrylic jewellery that will tone with your gemstones beautifully. I cannot wait. See you on the 17th.
Did you know no matter how many times you purchase with JewelleryMaker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging? Select our standard delivery for just $3.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for $5.95. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Look how keen I am.
I've not got mine on yet.
Yeah, actually, do you know what? We're going to talk about it first, aren't we, for a while. So, welcome to the lovely Elizabeth, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. I hope I haven't terrified you.
No.
Good.
No, I'm calm as anything.
Brilliant. That's what we like to hear. Because this is a really exciting morning for us. For many, it'll be their first experience of ever even hearing about Argentium silver. Because I think most people will think, oh, silver, 925 sterling.
Yes, absolutely.
But actually there is a variation.
There is. And I guess you'd like me to tell you about it.
I would love you to tell. What is Argentium, firstly?
Okay. Argentium is... It is a silver. It can be hallmarked in the same way that sterling silver can be hallmarked. It is purer than sterling silver, though.
Okay.
Although it is a hallmarked 925 because of the British hallmarking legislation, it actually contains 93.5% silver rather than 92.5%, which is standard sterling. But it has a very special element within the alloy, which is germanium. Not geraniums, as I kept trying to say this morning, but it's a metalloid called germanium. And that's what gives Argentium a lot of the properties that we're going to demonstrate this morning. So it allows it to fuse, which you can't do with standard sterling silver. It makes it more tarnish resistant. And it also allows you to harden your silver much more easily than you can with sterling silver.
Okay.
You don't have to work harden it, you can heat harden it in your domestic oven at home.
See, this is amazing, because you told me this morning and I was like, okay, literally just putting the silver in your domestic oven.
Finish your Sunday roast. Whatever pieces that you've got...
Not together.
Not together. It's not recommended that you cook them together. But one of the reasons you might want to heat harden your pieces of work is if you have very slim earring wires that you've made, if you squeeze a normal sterling silver earring wire,
it's got give.
It's got give, but it can also kink quite easily.
Yes.
Argentium doesn't do that if you heat harden it. So... you put it into your oven at the maximum temperature, which is usually around about 230, 240 degrees on most ovens, and put it in cold, allow it to come up to temperature, and then leave it for an hour or so just to cool back down again. And you will find that you end up with a very springy silver. the advantage not only for ear wires is that for things like rings, or eventually when we in further shows we come on to make bangles, it gives you additional strength. So it means you can make thinner bangles which won't bend.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible.
But they will spring on and off.
Yes, you've got that flexibility, if you like. I mean, the history. When was Argentium silver, I beg your pardon. When was Argentium sort of first established?
Okay, well, Argentium was developed by Peter Johns at Middlesex University in the early 1990s, and he was invited to utilise two metals by a company who said, we have these two rarish materials that we would like to do more with. Would you like to try them? He chose to use germanium and started adding it to sterling silver, because one of the problems with sterling silver, particularly on large pieces if you're a silversmith, is that over time, as we all know, it can tarnish badly and it becomes a bit of a chore cleaning.
Well, I always say this as well, that once you start cleaning your silver,
You're stuck with it.
always have to clean,
Yes.
don't you? It is a never-ending battle.
It is. With Argentium, I can't guarantee it's never going to tarnish, but it's much slower. It's tarnish resistant as opposed to
Okay.
tarnish proof. Nothing except
completely
pure
proof.
silver is completely proof. However, it's very slow to tarnish. And what you will find is if your piece begins to discolour over time, it won't go that black colour that, you know, if you've left a piece of silver jewellery somewhere damp or it's been not worn for a long time,
Yeah.
you get that very strong black that
You
can
do.
be quite stubborn to wipe off. Argentium tarnishes a very pale yellow and wipes off very simply with the silver cloth.
So tell us a little bit more about you.
Okay.
So because this is the first time that we're actually meeting you properly.
I trained as a jeweller back in the 1980s, very early on in the 80s, came out of college and thought, I'm never going to make a living doing this. So I went to work in the ceramics industry for 10 years. And then I couldn't really quite give up making or being interested in jewellery.
The love
and I
was still there.
slowly drifted back into it. And I'm afraid I've worked for one of the rival TV companies. I headed up their design team in Thailand a long time ago. Came back to the UK and was introduced to Argentium silver. And if I'm honest, it's Argentium that made me start to want to make jewellery again myself.
Wow.
Because one of the reasons I didn't want to pursue a career in jewellery was, although I have a degree, I never felt I was good enough or proficient enough to make a viable living at it. So the work I've done is consultancy and design work, not making. Argentium has allowed me to get back into making almost from a no skills base, if you like,
So because it's built your confidence.
It has, and that's one of the great things that you'll find with anybody who tries it, that it's an easy material to learn to work with.
So I guess in thinking, I'm trying to sort of put myself into the position when I am very much in the position the same as you guys at home. I've never worked with Argentium before. Is this something that our viewers, as complete novices, could get involved in?
Absolutely.
And we have everything today.
And in fact, just to prove that, this morning,
Yes.
I'm going to use you as a guinea pig.
That's fine.
I'm going to show you that even though you've probably never picked up a torch, you've never fused previously,
never.
that you can do it.
Okay. And if I can do it, then literally anybody can.
And all the pieces that you're seeing finished here that are in the
beautiful.
kits, and some I would say are in a semi-finished state so that we can see,
Okay.
are using fusing techniques. So
Okay.
there is no soldering involved in any of the work here, and everything starts off life as a very simple set of jump rings.
Wow. They almost. This is both Maria and I both said this morning. They're very Monica Veneda. It's all about sort of lots of the big designers are working with these really lovely organic shapes at the moment. Is that sort of what our kit will offer you? Very organic.
And it's also, although these pieces are here, and your viewers will be able to make all of the things here, no viewer will make the same piece.
No,
because every single piece, as we go through it, you will see will take on its own shape and form,
So
just because of the
they'll be
nature.
completely unique.
Absolutely.
Now, if you have any questions whatsoever, again, like I've been saying throughout the course of the morning show already, text us. We are live here in the studio. We would love, love, love to hear from you. We have in total 4 kits. So what we're going to actually do is bring you the 4 kits so you can get those. Firstly, and then things like the tools, the charcoal block, the hammers, the torch, the flux, all things like that that we're actually going to be bringing you throughout the course of the demonstration. Okay, so and we do, we do want to really focus on so the demonstration side of things. So. Is there anything else that you feel like that we need to know prior to us starting?
I think really it's, although there are tools involved in this, some of the pieces you can make with the absolute minimal
So you don't
number
have
of
to
tools.
invest
You
hugely.
don't have to buy absolutely everything at once.
No.
There are certain elements you will need to start with.
Okay, what are those elements
Right,
then?
the key things, if you're going to fuse, are obviously the torch,
Torch.
the Argentium flux,
So we have both of these. So that's the Argentium flux, and this is the torch. So we have both of those. Okay.
the charcoal block, which for the
We have-
purposes of the demonstration I've got on a little turntable,
Oh,
but
little-
you can just use it on its own.
That might be something that we bring in the future. But yeah, so we've got the charcoal block.
Yes.
Yeah.
A paintbrush to put your flux onto where you're going to fuse.
We have brush. We have a paintbrush.
You have paintbrushes and
Pliers.
really pliers,
Yeah.
and that can start you off.
Okay, so most of our existing jewellery makers will actually have pliers of some form already. If you're not and you are watching for the very first time, then listen, we can bring them to you as well. So everything, we've got all the ingredients that you need. I'm so excited for this, Elizabeth. It's gonna be amazing. So let's start without further ado. Let me just show you the kits first. So you've got, well, it's 3 kits, and then you've also got a chain. So this one here is the bracelet and
Necklace.
a necklace. So you can make both bracelets and necklaces out of this. So as you can see, and this is all Argentium silver.
This is all Argentium silver, and the items that it makes are the bracelet that's on the cone,
Okay, I can bring that over.
okay, and the one on the smaller of the 2 busts.
Okay, but like you said, if you wanted to do a variation
Or
of these,
to make something different with the items, you could do.
you can do
Yes.
as well. So they're just beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely amazing. And big pieces of jewellery. I've just thought about the price that these kits are going to. Big pieces of jewellery for the price that they're going to.
You're getting a good look
Yeah.
from actually a minimal starting point.
Yeah. So this is the first kit. Let me just move those out the way. The second is a pendant and ring kit.
Okay,
So
so that,
whoops-a-daisy.
I will point out that the pendant is in a semi-finished state because I'm going to use it during the demo. So
Okay.
there's the one on there and the ring that's furthest away, which I'm not going to reach over you.
Okay, there you go. I love that ring. That ring's beautiful. Here we go. Look at that. So, just beautiful. I'm so excited for these. And then finally, you've got earrings, these earrings are absolutely incredible. Argentium silver, which let's be honest as well, that's where most people tend to get, if any, an irritation. Yeah?
Well, the great thing with Argentium, the material that I mentioned that sounds like geranium,
Yes.
but is actually germanium, is hypoallergenic and antibacterial. Now, on our own, you also get the ring, which is this one within it. It's hypoallergenic, antibacterial, and this is something that we have tested independently with the Birmingham Assay Office.
Yeah.
Germanium, the way it functions within the alloy is it builds an oxide layer, a germanium oxide layer,
Okay.
which is a protective barrier to the silver.
Okay.
So what most people react to in sterling silver is copper
Okay.
or some of the other alloying elements. Germanium is very inert. So when you finish making your piece of jewellery, the germanium will come to the surface, and it will continue to do that even if you wear it off when you're wearing it. It produces a layer which will protect your skin. So a lot of people who react to standard sterling and can't
Can wear
wear
this?
it can wear
That
it.
was going to literally be my next sort of question, if you like, is if you find that you've had a reaction to other silver, then give it a try, because you might be okay with this.
I have pierced ears, although I
Yeah.
haven't got anything in today. My left ear has always been a problem.
Yeah.
I can wear anything I like in the right one, but the left one is very temperamental.
Okay.
And if I put anything in, generally, it blisters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And very quickly.
Yes.
Argentium, I can wear them all day.
Wow.
We can't guarantee absolutely everybody.
No, of course not.
But a much larger proportion of people can wear Argentium
Then they can.
if they've got an intolerance than can wear sterling silver.
Right then, so I'm starting with this one. I have 199. It sounds a lot. It's not going to be. There's so much hype for today's show, Jewellery Makers. So like I said, just to repeat, we're going to bring you the kits. Then we're going to obviously do the demonstrations, which will take as long as it takes. Any questions that you have, and we're bringing the tools alongside that as well. Are you ready? So we'll do the countdown for the graphics, everyone. That makes it fair for everybody on the web and on the phone lines, just to give you a little bit of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I couldn't believe how affordable this is, to be truthful. The purest of your precious metals that we've ever brought to air. 60 seconds starts now. So this will make, as you said earlier on, the bracelet and that necklace, or variations of. There's nothing dictating you to do exactly that. You can be led by your own inspiration.
Once I've shown you the techniques, you can decide to make anything you want out of the bits in the kit, really.
I can't believe I'm going to be doing this today. I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. And they are stunning, and they're very, very on trend. I don't know how many times we actually sort of say this, and especially on the back of your sterling silver weekend. You know, gemstones, beautiful, Murano glass, Swarovski, amazing. You know, but sometimes the precious metal can be the sole focus, and it's beautiful.
But as you were saying when you were doing the gemstone sale earlier on, there's nothing to stop you as you learn to use this, mixing in materials.
Yeah, because that was a question, wasn't it, from one of our viewers? Yeah, there's nothing
and you can set it in exactly the same way you can sterling silver.
Wow. Okay, the clock is almost up, Jewellery Makers. We have just shy of 200, sorry, of these, and you get a lot of your Argentium silver in total. So. You get 6 of these sort of larger jump rings, which is the finest silver. So 6 of those. Then you get, what's that, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 actually of the smaller jump rings. A length of your chain, and in terms of the length, do you have that? Do you have that there? I can measure it if not, don't worry. I think it's a metre, isn't it?
I think it's a metre, but
I think
85 centimetres.
85 centimetres, so just shy of a metre. Wow, these are flying out the door. 70 went within the first couple of minutes, Jewellery Makers. And you also get your lobster claws as well.
Yes.
So are they Argentium too?
They are Argentium, yes.
So literally Argentium through and through.
Through and through, yes. All the pieces.
120 of these have gone already. Just to give you a little bit of a heads up, you will be getting multiple kits. I'm absolutely certain of that. And I can't believe the price tag. So this is purer than your 925 sterling silver. It's hypoallergenic, it's tarnish resistant, and it's the ideal opportunity, most importantly, I think, to introduce you to working with silver.
It is.
Wow. Let's bring that price onto your screen because it is on the verge of selling out already. If you haven't yet been answered, stay where you are on those phone lines. Stay where you are. It'll be allocated on. Do you see where I'm coming from? That's amazing. That's incredible.
You're itching to have a go, aren't you?
Is it that obvious?
It is.
Literally, yeah. And I know in speaking to Caroline on Thursday, we had a little bit of a meeting about today's show, and she was saying, I've made sure we're really competitive too in terms of pricing. We could just hearing what Wayne has said in my ear. If we had 500 of these, they'd have all sold out.
Well, but that's great.
Yeah. Well, this is something that we do hope will be more of, a regular. It's going to be a regular medium.
We've discussed what we're going to do for the next shows. There will be more decorative pieces coming up. There'll be bigger, bolder pieces. This is just the start. This is about learning the techniques.
Wow, I love that. How exciting, though. So I think get this home and have a go straight away, whilst you're feeling really excited about it. Because if you do kind of leave it, and I think I'm certainly guilty of doing this in the past, if you don't make the pieces straight away, then you almost build up a little bit of hang on a minute, I've forgotten how to do this, and this.
And I was talking to one of your colleagues earlier who said they'd been talking to one of your customers and they'd bought some Argentium wire and they'd
That's
been
right.
afraid to use it. Well, hopefully this morning we will dispel any reason to be afraid.
And that Argentium wire will work with these kits as well.
Absolutely.
There you
Yes.
go. Hi, Mandy. Hello, lovely ladies and fab crew. Can you change the shape when working it?
You can, but one of the things that makes Argentium different from standard sterling silver is you can't hot work it. So if it's got any glow of the red from the heat that you've used the torch on, you can't work it. The minute the redness has gone, you can use it in exactly the same way. So you can shape it, hit it, put it in a ring mandrel, use it in a doming block. Absolutely, you can change it however you choose.
Okay, so yes, you can, in answering that question there.
And you can resize rings as well.
Right.
So if you make your ring, and I've shown you the kits, well, as we come on to the demonstration, I'll show you how to size it, and it's come up a little bit too small. I can show you with the ring mandrel, you can size it up without any problems at all.
Wow, okay, so using your ring mandrel, again, we've got those in stock. Sheila's asking, hi ladies, is the chain Argentium?
It is. Everything in the kit.
Everything is Argentium.
Yes, so
Everything.
you have the benefit of, if you have a sensitive neck, it should be considerably safer and less reactive.
And that can change as well, can't it? I'm just thinking about my mum. She used to, you saying about your ears sort of flaring up, etc. But my mum found that around the neck, and it got to a point where she couldn't wear necklaces because she kept getting flare-ups. So now, if I made her something like this, you never know, she might be
well
okay.
be able to wear it. Yes.
Another question from Suze. Oh, I'm excited. Can I use my Argentium stash? So I'm talking about Argentium wire that she must already have.
Yes, she certainly can. These can be added to your Argentium stash, and you can use it to make all sorts of other new items too.
Exciting that you've got a stash already, Suze. Linda's saying, can you use a fire block instead of a charcoal block?
You can, but to be absolutely frank with you, you get a better reaction using the charcoal block, because what happens is the charcoal creates an atmosphere reduction. It removes oxygen while you're doing this.
Okay.
And you get a cleaner result.
That was going to be one of my questions. Why charcoal?
The other thing is a lot of the fire blocks tend to have little pierced holes in.
Yeah.
And what you will find, because when we fuse, we bring the Argentium up to the point that it's liquid almost, and you'll see this when I do the demonstration. If you have, that's on the surface and below, so if you've got it resting on a block that's got little holes on it and it's nearly liquid, it will take the shape of the little holes underneath.
Of course, yeah.
So the charcoal gives it a nice smooth finish.
Okay, that makes sense. And it is inexpensive as well, Linda. So.
And the other thing and I think I've touched on this, but I will mention, Argentium shouldn't be touched when it's red hot. And if we have time, I'll show you why. The minute the heat's gone, it's fine, but it does mean that you can't use tweezers to manipulate it while you're doing anything. So the advantage of the charcoal block is that in actual fact what you can do, as I have done here, if you're wondering why my charcoal block has got bits taken out of it, you might see I've cut some grooves in it and there are some little holes, is that I rest pieces of work down the grooves that I've cut. So I simply take a needle file, shape an area, and then I
make
can
your
sit.
own anvil.
Absolutely. Well, make my own support system, really.
I need to mention we have 100 of you with it in your baskets, and I have 10 left. And there is a small queue, so please, please, please do make sure that you check out nice and early. We have got further kits. I expect exactly the same to happen again. I expect them all to be on screen sellouts. So for those of you that have it in your baskets, check them out quickly. I don't know when the next Argentium show is going to be, but there is definitely going to be future shows. So it's definitely medium that we are throwing our weight behind, because we know you will too. Did somebody just mention a link on the chain? What link is it? It's a standard Belcher chain, if that makes sense.
It's a trace chain, sorry, correcting you. It's a very fine trace chain, but it's very strong. So
I was going to say, I wouldn't class that as fine. I think that's quite weighty. But all good. That's good. They're getting a lot of it.
It's a nice chain and it's strong.
Yeah, it is. So, okay, there we go. Trace, just literally where they link into one another. literally where they link into one another. So lovely strength, beautiful amounts of luster. And you mentioned this earlier on, you know, high brightness with
Absolutely.
Argentium.
It's a very white silver.
Ah, it's our guest designer Fleur. I love Argentium silver. I have made fused chainmail rings with it. Great product. Have a fabulous show, ladies, and that's from Fleur.
Thank you, Fleur.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised that, because Fleur does also, you know, silversmithing as well. So I'm not surprised that you're in love with this product. It is beautiful, isn't it? And Elizabeth is saying, I can do it, Fleur. Can you believe that? I know. Well, we'll see. We shall see.
And I don't tell lies, so you will be able to do it.
I don't doubt that. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. Right, on the verge of selling out. Congratulations, everybody. Massively over-allocated there. Okay. Let's bring the clock in for the next one, shall we? And the next one is the ring and also the pendant. So if I just move those in that direction and bring these ones here, and then I can actually show you the kit. So again, you're actually getting 3 different sizes of the Argentium rings. So you've got the large jump ring, for want of a better description, medium.
Yes.
And then 6 of the smaller. You get your lobster claw, and again, you get the length of your Argentium chain. So these are, they're big kits, aren't they?
I mean, every one of these kits you can make 2 pieces of jewellery from.
Wow. So, and you're saying variations of those as well. I mean, that
because
Argentium
if you
ring,
choose to do something else with the pieces here, you could make earrings out of these if you bought the other kits and you have the earring posts. You could make additional pendants. You could link a pendant. So although I'm going to show you in essence what to make with this, if you choose to make something entirely different, it's entirely up to you.
wow. Already loads of you darling immediately through. Check out. I'm causing Adam a nightmare right now. 40 of these have gone already. Annette, Marilyn, Cindy, County Durham, Debbie, Dawn, Julie, Angela, Dorset, Melissa, Tina. Look, we are jam-packed. You are desperate for these, and I don't blame you at all. I mean, that ring on its own, if I saw this, if I saw this in a jeweller's, you would never imagine it would be at the price the kit's coming
Absolutely
to.
not, no.
And that's that gorgeous. It's a gorgeous design, isn't it? And very on trend. 130 of these have gone. I've got the same quantity then, Wayne. Same quantity. The demos are coming up after the kit because we didn't want any distractions, basically. So what we'll do is we'll bring you all of your necessities, if you like. We'll bring you the kits, and then we'll bring you the flux and the torch. Yeah, and the torch and demo. Then literally, listen, we will stay with Elizabeth for as long as it takes, basically, for as long as it takes, you know, to learn and master this wonderful medium. £20.95. Were you aware of these prices?
I was. We worked very hard to get these to this price level.
Amazing.
And you know, you pay more than that just for the ring.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
And you're not wrong when you actually say the brightness that you get from this.
And to be perfectly honest, I think that's probably not the... I'm not sure whether you've got the most polished one on, but it is a beautiful colour.
It is. I love that. Absolutely love that. And that's literally made up of
It's two
a few of the components.
It's actually just 2 components. It's one of those and one of those.
That and that?
Yes. And that will make you that ring.
That's crazy to consider. And I could do that.
You will be doing that.
Will
You
I?
might not be doing the whole job, but you'll be doing some of it, yes.
Wow. Wow, I can't wait. If you can get this, then I would definitely be doing it because it's very exciting. There's a huge queue. A wonderful call centre are doing as much as they can to get you answered as quickly as possible. It'll be allocated on a first come, first served basis, jewellery makers, so please do bear with us. And if you can shop with us online or via the app, then that would be absolutely fabulous. If you leave things in baskets, then they're not going to be there. Come the end of even me discussing, they aren't going to be there. So Yorkshire, Catherine, Verena, Dumfries and Galloway, Alison, Joanne, Maureen, Lexi, Janet, Bridget, Jacqueline, Moray, Mary and Jerry, Sarah, you have to check them out because there's people also multi-buying. I still have got one more kit and I think at these kind of prices, were you expecting it to be more? Because I certainly was. I was actually expecting it to be far more of a considered purchase than actually these have been. So what about if I actually told you, remind me, can you top the 3 up, Wayne? How about if I told you that if you to buy all 3 kits today, just doing the maths. Bear with me. Oh. How about if I said you can get it all for under £70?
It's a brilliant deal, isn't it?
That's a lot of silver,
It's
isn't
a lot
it?
of silver. And just think, you could make 6 Christmas presents or 5 Christmas presents and 1 to keep.
Yeah, you've got to keep one for yourself, haven't you?
Absolutely.
£10 per Christmas present,
Yeah.
Adam's saying. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
It's a great way to start in Argentium.
And how important, you know, how much more to the recipient would that be, knowing that you had actually made it yourself? And how impressed are they going to be too? 170 in baskets for the final 4. 4, did you say? Oh, 40, I beg your pardon, sorry, 40. Julie, morning Al, loving the deals. Will there be an Argentium workshop? Good question.
Well, I would hope we might do one.
There we go. Quite a few people have asked that question,
Yes.
apparently. So, and DVDs. They're also asking for DVDs.
Right.
There you go, Elizabeth. We don't like to ease you into the
No,
JewelleryMaker
this is
family.
really
It's not
in
at all
at
right.
the deep end, isn't
I'll make
it?
sure she's booked. I'll make sure she's booked for a workshop, and I'll also make sure she.
But the workshop will be great because actually I teach a lot to the WI. So I have a lot of ladies that I teach this and other things to, and they love it. They love the sort of immediacy of it.
Yeah. I can. Well, my mum's member of the WI, and she was telling me about. It was actually a glass medium. They do that quite a lot, don't they? Have lots of glass mediums come along. And I did tell her about this actually. I said, "Oh, funny enough, Mum, you need to tune in on Monday because I think it'd be right up her street."
Well, the great thing with this is as well is that although you've got kits for finished pieces of jewellery here, you can also make. I know you do a lot of beading and you do a lot of knotted product. You can make your own toggle clasps, simple clasps. So if you can't find the clasp you want, you can learn to make one.
Make it. Yeah, tip of the iceberg, really it is. The web is saying sold out. We can still see 20 available, so persevere with it, I would, jewellery makers. So do keep persevering. We'll review it, if you like, come the top of the hour. So, okay. Have I lost a necklace?
We should have one more
Where's
kit
one
somewhere.
where's...
Yes.
I know. I'll just keep it here. Sorry, Emma. Sorry. Let's get the...
We've lost the bracelet that goes
We've
with that
lost the
necklace
bracelet
somewhere.
too. Don't worry, we'll get it back now. Right then, so this is all about... Emma's trying to tidy up and I'm trying to keep it all here, bless her.
In fact,
Keep it tidy. So there is the earrings for this kit.
and then the last one is the ring at the end.
There's those, and there is that ring. So this is amazing. I mean, that ring is just incredible, I think, and you can make earrings too. We've already established that if you have Argentium wire in your stash, as Sue's messaged in, then yes, they will work together too. How many do I have quantity? 199, so literally we've had just shy of 200. But just to give you a heads up, people will multi-buy on this kit. I can't believe this. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It will do once we start.
No, I meant the price on this kit.
We wanted something that was an introduction that wouldn't be prohibitive to people starting.
Well, that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
This is really a starter for 10. Learn the techniques and it can go anywhere from here.
50 of these have gone already. 80 gone. Bring the price onto your screen. They're going to literally fly. Yeah, Bristol, Annette.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I know you do chainmail work here and you're looking at that and thinking, well, surely it's going to turn into chainmail. And it's so completely different once it's reshaped and made.
Yeah, and I would never think to do something like this, but it's so beautiful. So beautiful, and that is that
so simple.
No. See, you're gonna have to. I'm not convinced yet that this is going to be simple and I've got the capabilities. 300 in baskets, jewellery makers, we will be getting more, I assure you. It's a very exciting, and that's literally, I said to Marie actually in the meeting on Thursday, I spoke to Marie and she said, we've got everything that we possibly can get. So that was it,
Yes.
that was what we could get. Oh. So we will be getting more. It was more sort of the limitations on stock quantities. We will be getting more on-screen sellout. It's going to be in a matter of moments. Thousands of these could have gone, and that's not an exaggeration. There we go. Because look, people are getting 4s and they're 2s and 7s even.
And this is without the demonstration.
Without the, oh yeah, wait until you see the demonstration. So how exciting! How exciting! Jennifer, Pauline, Penny, Liz, Gillian, Carol, Paula, Jacqueline, Olga, I can't keep up with you. Yorkshire's bought 5, Tina's bought 4, Lanarkshire's bought 10.
Gosh.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to go, well, because I think it's one of those mediums, and I can see this happening. It's one of those mediums, once you're set up, it's not going to take huge amounts to get set up. You're not going to want to stop.
It's also one of those things that, just imagine you're getting married and you want to do sort of a group activity with your girlfriends.
Oh.
You can all make a ring or a pendant to commemorate the special occasion.
Oh, lovely.
So it's a low entry point to be able to teach your friends to do things as well.
Can I texture Argentium
Yes,
silver?
you can. If you have a look at the central section of this one, you can texture it with mechanical processes, but if you look at the central section of this, you'll see that this little hammer has actually put a textured finish all over that.
Aha.
But if you have rolling mills at home, and some of your viewers may do, you can put, you know the net that oranges come in, for example. If you
Yes.
put that through a rolling mill with that on there, you'll end up with a little mesh pattern all over it.
Wow.
Or if you've got other tools, you can put whatever you like on it. It reacts exactly the same way as sterling. So yes.
So we've crushed the web. We've crashed it. So if you can, do the old-fashioned way. 500 of you have it in your baskets, and I've got 40 left. There is still quantity left. But I think the message is pick up the phone and speak to somebody because, yeah, we've literally broken the web. We'll fix it. Don't worry, we will fix it. So if you want to guarantee success, don't keep trying checking out. Pick up the phone and speak to our wonderful contact centre. 10 of these are left. We have still got, you know, your flux to bring you. We've got all of the tools. We've got your charcoal block. We've got the torch itself. We've got further chain, more Argentium
The
silver.
other thing that I haven't seen that's on the table, but I know I discussed with your production team this morning, is the one thing you will also need is some safety pickle, which will get rid of the flux. But I can't actually see that out.
We definitely have got it.
Actually, it's in that white tray over there, yes.
White.
So
Is that it?
That's it, yes. That's the other thing, which will just clean off the flux once we've finished.
Okay.
So we won't be doing that during this demonstration, but I'll tell people when they need to be doing it.
Okay, that is coming up. We have got it. Okay, let's do the torch then. Yeah, pass those to Emma. Lovely Emma. Thank you, Emma. I see Danny's in the studio. He's back. He's back all the way from Canada. Danny! For those of you that don't know, Danny was my producer before he left us. Right then, let's do the torch. Where is the torch? Oh, here we go. Here we go, here we go. Now, this is a microflame butane torch, ideal for, it says, soldering, jewellery crafting and repair, metal clay, metal sculpting, torch-fired enamelling, waxworking and other micro-torch applications.
And it is actually, when Caroline showed me this torch, I'll be absolutely truthful, I looked at it and thought, we're never going to be able to do anything with that because it's a tiny, very precise flame. In actual fact, I was completely wrong. The tiny, very precise flame works wonderfully.
Really?
Yes, and it refills with cigarette butane.
Yes.
It's a very simple torch to fill.
And it comes with a stand as well. So if I actually turn it around, you can see it actually says features on the reverse. So many of these features will just make it easier. I mean, obviously when you're talking with heat, make sure you follow all of the sort of the safety rules. Let's bring the graphics live. So precise flame nozzle, which is I think what you were referencing then, Elizabeth. Safe and easy operation, self-igniting, child-proof safety lock system, cordless, lightweight design. Safety, adjustable flame. So literally, I suppose you can intensify it.
You can intensify it, or you can sort of broaden it out a little bit.
Okay. Quick refill design, works at any angle. Maximum temperature. What's that? 2,450 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow, very hot. Very hot. 30 of these have gone already, and it is an absolute necessity to your Argentium silver, of course. Now, if you miss out on the torch, then is there other torches that I can actually use?
There are, but having gone from a larger torch down to this one, frankly, this is a great torch.
Okay, you recommend this one?
I do recommend this one,
well,
yes.
It is going to be a sellout. It is definitely going to be a sellout. There is a queue, again, 50 of these have gone. If you can pick up the phone, then please do that, or try the app. Try the app. $34.95. The precision. So I know what you mean, because I saw your demonstration on the pre-records, if you like, towards this. Does that affect the direction that the Argentium silver actually works?
If you have a broader flame, you're going to be applying heat to more of the area, more of the piece that you're working on.
Okay.
Which you don't always want to do. If you're, for example, putting the clasp onto the end of the chain, you want to have a very precise area where you're fusing the link. You don't want the heat to be everywhere, because you could end up fusing the lobster claw and the chain to the
that makes sense. So you want that precision.
So you do want that. When we get onto the demonstration, you'll see this is a very fine point on the torch, which is excellent.
So definitely highly recommended then, everybody. We have... Gosh, we're so busy, so busy. I mean, of course you can have a try with other torches, but this is the one that we actually recommend here. And the safety aspect of it, I mean, I think that's really important too.
And actually having the little stand, which I've somehow forgotten to bring with me, really is a great benefit, because it means that you can securely locate it while you decide what you're doing to the next stage.
Yeah.
And it's not going to fall over and burn the table.
No, well, again, that's really important, isn't it? So grab it whilst you can. There is a queue. Well done to you, Christine, Mariam. Hello to you, Marie, Adele, Linda, Marilyn, Margaret, Sheila, Susan, Claire, Sharon, Glamorgan, Farrell. Hello to you, Gillian, Sally, Tracy. New customers, welcome. I do hope that we have lots of new customers join us during sort of this morning's show, because I think most people, and certainly in my mind, well, we'll soon see, in my mind it was like, well, I can't do that. I'm not a silversmith. I didn't go to university and do silversmithing.
But although I did my degree in silversmithing, it was 30 years ago, and I hadn't picked up a tool in 25 years, 26 years. Okay. The beauty with this is, it didn't matter what I'd forgotten.
No, and you're saying it's something that a brand new jewellery maker can do.
In some respects, starting with a completely blank canvas, you have no preconceptions as to what you should or shouldn't be doing. You can throw out the rule book some of the time with Argentium, which is great.
Wow, very exciting. I can't wait to see all of your creations as well in the Wall of Fame. So the kits, which one, sorry? The earring and ring kit are sold out. The pendant and rings are sold out. Bracelet and necklaces, I've got 5 left. 5 left. I think that's when we actually melted the system then. So if you're on the phone lines and you needed to get those, or you want to get more, then you can. What we're going to do, literally, is bring you everything and then literally demo, because I don't want to be interrupting you with products. There's no rush. There's literally no rush. So what we'll do is we'll do all the products, make sure you're well stocked with everything as well. You've got it all, and then you're away. It can be all eyes on Elizabeth. So if everybody checks out... Oh, sorry. I shouldn't say that because it keeps scaring you.
I'm just leaving now.
No, don't go. Please don't go. I don't want to frighten you. No, and me, because I'm going to be having a go. I'm going to have a go. But don't focus on mine, because I'm not the pro.
But you will be. That's the point. That this is easy enough that even if you've never picked up a torch, you will be able to do what I show you.
Perfect. How exciting. So exciting. $34.95 only. I've got, how many? 10 of these left. 30 in baskets, and there is a queue as well. Pauline, you've just been answered, well done. You are being answered on the phone lines. Carol, Mary, Marion, Rosemary, I can see, Phyllis. Worcestershire, you've got yours. Deborah, you've got yours. Linda, Essex, Jennifer, Jill. I mean, like you said, I love the idea of actually doing this with friends and family, you know, actually making, they're all going to be completely unique.
Absolutely. No two pieces that I've ever made have turned out the same.
Well, no, and I guess it would be really hard to do that.
Almost impossible. If I'm honest, this is a little bit of a cheat, this necklace over here, because before I'd realised how easy this was, I actually made a master and cast these, but it made me a lot more work than doing what I'm going to show you this morning.
So you don't need to
You don't need to cast the individual sections here. I can show you how to make unique ones each and every time.
Wow. Right, let's do Let's do the charcoal block. How many do we have? Oh, 100. You'll have to be really quick.
And you're going to get very grubby hands, I'm afraid, handling that.
That's okay. That's okay. I kind of expected that. So it is pure charcoal, isn't it?
It's natural charcoal. That's the other thing. There are two options generally available. There's this natural charcoal or there's a composite. The natural charcoal is the one that you want.
Right.
Please don't wipe that with
No, so, there you go.
What a good job you have black trousers on.
Yes, it is, isn't it? And just again, for those people that have just tuned in, this is brand new to us. Yes, you could use the firing blocks, but you said earlier on, you know, you're heating argentium silver to a very high temperature, so it is going to be transferable, almost, the impressions.
Whatever, if you've got those little perforated firing blocks, because this, and you'll see in the demonstration, gets to the point that the surface of the metal is molten, you can imagine it will sink into the surface of the block.
Of course.
So you can use it, but be prepared you'll have a lot more clean-up afterwards. This is a much better option.
Well, again, we could have sold thousands of these. You are loving the argentium silver, let's just put it that way. 300 are in baskets. For the final, okay, it's hard to tell because we have still got a queue from the previous auction as well. Our call centre are earning their crust this morning. Let's just put it that way. And let's say thank you to our call centre. Yeah, we're going to bombard you for the foreseeable, and then you can have a little rest when we're demoing. When we're demoing, you can have a little rest then.
One little thing I will tell people about the charcoal block as well is that, and I have my old one down here, but not without making a mess. Over a period of time, the surface will start to degrade, as if you put charcoal on a barbecue.
It's quite a soft material, isn't it?
It's exactly the same type of material you use for a barbecue.
Yeah.
So what you can do is when your surface does start to go, and this is very messy, so I would recommend getting a pair of gloves when you do it, is you take your block and you sand it on a piece of relatively rough emery paper and you can resurface it. So don't worry if the surface over time degrades.
Don't just throw it away.
Don't just throw it away. And also, you may find it cracks with the heat at some point. Again, it doesn't matter. You can use the individual sections. So never throw out your charcoal because it's always quite useful, even if you buy another block, to be able to have something to prop it up against.
In smaller pieces. Okay, move. The pickle. The pickle. Right, I'm a bit confused.
Okay.
Safe pickling powder for removing oxide and flux residues from argentium silver and other materials, 100% non-toxic, food-grade material, non-corrosive and biodegradable. Okay, now and then it's got the instructions, but what do we use the pickle for?
Okay, you will see, and I can't spot anything immediately, but you will see when we put the torch onto the piece of argentium to fuse it, that we use the argentium flux. The argentium flux, when it's hot, turns a different colour.
Okay.
It will turn brown and it will be a little bit knobbly.
Okay.
Good practice, you should clean that off before you go to the next stage of your work.
Okay.
So this will remove the argentium flux.
Right.
I keep mine, you know the slow cookers that you can get for cooking food in?
Yes.
They do nifty little ones. I tend to keep, if I'm doing a lot of work, I tend to keep my safety pickle at sort of a warm temperature.
Okay.
If I'm just doing a one-off job, I will probably just mix it up and put it in the microwave and do enough for one job. So you can either keep it warm all the time if you're doing a lot of work, or just mix up a very small batch.
And it doesn't keep, is that right? So once you've mixed it...
It will keep, but you need it warm for it to operate well. And over a period of time, you don't use very much when you're mixing this up, but over a period of time it will degenerate, so you need to mix up another batch.
So, I mean, it's going to last you a long time because you only dissolve 1 tablespoon pickle per 200 millilitres of water. And if you think how small the actual piece of jewellery that you're going to be creating... I
mean, I have a bag that size that I've been using for the last year.
Oh, okay.
And I haven't really finished it.
Okay, £7.95. Do you know, you think Argentium silver, you actually, for me, I was expecting it to be much more of a sort of a considered hobby, I suppose, but actually it's really not.
No, and that's the beauty of it. It is a great way to start making jewellery.
Wow. Now, if you are missing out, listen, we will be getting more. It's not necessarily how many we chose to purchase. It's actually maybe as many as we could actually get. So we will get more for sure, I promise you. I promise you that. Stay where you are, everyone. Let's bring you the flux now, because these are the absolute necessities, aren't they?
Absolutely, yes.
Where is the flux?
Would you like my bottle?
Can I use yours?
Yes.
Here we go.
Okay, so
what is your flux?
Okay, the flux is used as if you want the thing that creates the binding process when you're applying the heat.
Okay.
It facilitates the fusing. So if you wanted a simple analogy, it's sort of like a trigger glue, but that's not really the right way of describing it. Fusing as opposed to... I'll explain the two differences between fusing and soldering. Soldering, you apply another material. So if you have a jump ring that has a gap in it and you solder it, you apply another material to fill the gap.
Yeah, you're adding another bit of metal.
Yes, which is a different alloy composition. When you fuse, what you're doing is you're exciting the molecules in the metal with heat and they all bind together. So if you then cut through it, it's a solid joint.
Right.
It's not... There isn't another material between two parts of Argentium.
And that's what the flux does?
That will allow that to happen,
So you cannot do Argentium...
You need the flux
without
to be able to do the fusing,
right,
yes.
okay, so this is a necessity.
But you can use it with solder and you can use Argentium flux on other material too.
Okay. Oh, right, really? So
Yes.
it will actually...
Yes.
You can use this alongside other precious metals?
Eventually, we will come on to... Later on, when we've done more of these kits, hopefully, you can fuse other metals to Argentium. So you can fuse gold to Argentium, you can fuse steel to Argentium, you can fuse copper. This will facilitate all of those things.
I'm sorry it's sold out. We will be getting more. I can't say that enough. We will get more, I promise you. Okay, any more that we need to do before the demo? Let's do everything before the demo, okay? Let's do, what is 5? Jump rings, I can't see those.
Oh,
here.
In one of the pots, I think.
I got them. Right. 3 pieces. So you get all of this. Is that right? 3, oh, the big rings. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Well, it's giving you extra time, isn't it? Here we are. So these are the big, large ones. Now, when we say jump rings, you know, they're pendants. Yeah, they're pendants, they're rings.
It's probably not what your viewers are used to saying jump rings, because they're so much larger. But
yeah,
in essence, they are just a big jump ring.
Wow. There's only 149 of these. And just a nice sort of bolt-on, if you like, towards towards your Argentium kits. We also have the chain to bring you. I've got Argentium lobster claws and also jump rings too. Have we got the safety goggles? If not, I think you can get those from I think, or you might even have them still in your stash. But we would suggest obviously following all the correct safety procedures. So you get 3, and they're quite weighty. You know, that's a weighty piece of silver.
What we've tried to do with any of this is to produce kits that don't feel flimsy and insubstantial.
Yeah, because if you're working with, you know, some of the purest of silvers, that's something to be proud of, isn't it?
And you want something that's got some weight and feels valuable.
Well, I think with all precious metals, that's you know, it's much nicer, isn't it?
It is definitely, feel it. Yes.
So we have less than 150 of these. It's a little extra, if you like, on that you can attach to your kit. 40 of these have gone already. I think the key is just have us on speed dial, or if you can.
And it may not look terribly exciting as 3 jump rings, but once I've shown you how to make the pendant on the far side, you'll see you can make 3 pendants from those.
Wow. One big Mobius ring, maybe. Do like a Mobius ring and solder those together. Wow. Not solder.
Fuse.
There we go. But if you can, go to the web if you can. If you're finding you're having a bit of an issue on our call centre, then go to the web or the app. It's super, super easy to use. Just literally tap the app and you're away. Just make sure you check out those baskets. $12.95, you know, the potential of what, and I think this is, so the shank of this ring
is made from those,
is made from that. Wow. Just beautiful. I mean, that I would expect it to be. If it was in any of those designer shops, you'd be paying quite a considered purchase. The glasses are coming your way as well, so we have got the safety goggles too. We've got the chain to bring you, little additional. We've got trigger clasp to bring you, and we've got the earring rings too. Gosh, it's so busy. I think this is one of the busiest shows I've actually seen in a very, very, very long time, but consistently after every single auction. So we're loving it, Elizabeth. We're loving it. And we will be demoing, I promise you. Before you're actually saying, Elle, will you shut up, stop talking, let's get
keep
demoing.
Talking, please, Elle.
I need to bring you the products, otherwise I'll have to interrupt her, because you need to get the products, and then it's going to be all eyes on well, no, I'm not.
Don't say that.
Don't say it, because it makes Elizabeth nervous. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So we haven't got any sort of set agenda, really, have we, today?
In fact, although this sounds slightly backwards, we're going to start with the most complicated piece on the demonstrations, just to prove actually complicated isn't as complicated as you might think it is, and that's the looped ring.
So you're getting me to do complicated?
I'm getting you to do one element of the complicated, so you don't need to worry.
Okay.
And you will see how easy it is.
I trust you. This is a two-way thing here, Elizabeth. I do trust you. On the verge of selling out? Yeah, I've got 20 of these left. Check out as soon as you possibly can. Listen, whenever it's as busy as this, modern technology even sometimes can't keep up with you. So just keep persevering, that's all I can say. Try every single avenue that you possibly can, be that the app, be that the web, be that the telephone. It will be a sellout. It happens whenever we have these big shows, we just tend to break things, basically. It's not a bad thing, really, because it means you're excited for the launch. Okay, which one next? What were you about to say?
I was going to say, just don't use the word meltdown, because I don't want a meltdown when we're doing
Nobody's having meltdowns today. So, 5 pieces. Do you mean the lobster claw? I don't have a... What number? Oh, here we go. Got it. So these are the smaller ones. That makes the decoration.
It does make the decoration. It also makes the loops on the pendant and this bracelet, or it makes the pendant on the bottom of that one.
So they literally change from, you know, that...
I mean, it's hard to believe that something like that turns into the very organic shape at the on the necklace.
Yeah.
And it's actually really fun when you do that bit.
I can't wait. I can't wait to have a go. So this has turned to this.
Yes.
Amazing. And then this.
Yes.
I really like that. When it's kind of, it almost looks liquid-like. That's my favourite.
It's very, very organic, isn't it?
Love it. Love it. How many do we have? 149 of these. Like I said, they're in addition to the kits as well. So if you want to stock up, make sure you got loads. And I do think it's one of those mediums that I can imagine you all, you know, getting it all home and like, okay, I want, you know, get making with it straight away. But right, that's it. Leave me to it. I'm going to have a little go with the Argentium, and you're going to be completely hooked.
Once you've done the first one, you will want to keep going.
I bet you can't stop either.
Yes.
I bet it's like, oh, I'm making another piece now.
Oh, it's not taking me long. I'll do another one.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can. Would I then? Because you mentioned about your conventional oven. So after I've made that ring, to harden it, do I need to put it in the oven?
With the ring, because it's quite substantial, you don't. None of the rings here I've hardened.
Okay.
However, you might want to, if you're quite tough on your hands, and I am probably one of the most clumsy people in the world, so if you bash things around a lot...
Or your job warrants
exactly,
maybe a little
if
bit.
You're doing something that involves a lot of manual work, you might want to harden it, just because not only will it stop it bending, it actually reduces the scratching a little bit.
Oh, okay, so it's almost worthwhile.
Once you've polished it up again, what you tend to do is pre-polish, harden it, and then finish the polishing.
Wow.
And once you've done that, you have a much more durable piece of jewellery than if you just made it and left it.
They're flying out the door, Elizabeth, literally flying. We're struggling to keep up with you, to be truthful. And if you do have any questions, then again, keep them coming in. We are live in the studio, so any questions, even if you're thinking, oh no, that's a silly question, I doubt it will be, because I would imagine lots of people will probably be thinking the same thing as you. This will be a new medium to the majority, really.
Yes, I'm guessing that a lot of your viewers won't necessarily have done any hot work or used. I don't know whether you've been using the torches on your silver work.
So. It's something we're going into a little bit more, but no, not massively so. But it's fab that we can do this in our own home now without actually having a studio.
If you look at this, really, that amount of space is all you really need to do this.
Wow.
A absolute minimum is the size of the charcoal block.
No, fabulous. Fabulous. $11.95, everybody. Pure Argentium silver in these sizes, which they might even be. You could make little child's rings out of those.
You could do, yes.
You can actually sort of shrink them down. Can I hammer this? Can I texture this? Can I stamp on this?
You can actually do almost anything you can think of to it.
I absolutely love it. I love the fact that you can, the versatility of it as well. Text in if you have any questions, everybody. They're massive queues, and we are aware of that. I apologise, we are doing our very, very, very best to keep up with the sheer volume. And it does show also how exciting the actual product is. So, yeah, we're going to be demoing, and if you're thinking, when's the demo happening? I'm bringing you the product so you can get it, and then literally we can be inspired then, can't we? I changed the word there. We can be inspired. Okay, 10 piece. So these are the ones that you used in the earrings. Oh my goodness me.
Actually, no, those are the ones that are used to link the chains and to link the trigger clasp, the lobster clasp.
So these parts.
And I'll show you, and this hasn't been polished, but I'll show you during the demonstration as well how to make a slightly more interesting end to where you put your trigger clasps.
Have I dropped it? Oh, I was pointing then.
This has not been pickled, which is why it's looking the colour it is, so don't worry about that. But it's a way of turning a big jump ring into a little bit more interesting infinity. Yes.
Out of one of these?
Yes.
So here it is. Here's what you're getting. Obviously they're linked together. So you just turn one of those jump rings into that infinity.
Yes, and it just gives it that little bit of finesse rather than one big jump ring.
Yeah, I love that. So you're going to be demoing. Here they are. And that's before the flux, did you say? No, pickling.
Before the pickling, yes.
Before the pickling. There we go. And that's what brightens it all up. I'm learning as we go. Very exciting. So these are already open jump rings, jewellery makers. You get in total, did you say 10? You get 10 of these. Graphics are live. Everything is going to sell out today. It definitely will. So I think perseverance is definitely the thing that I would have. 50 have gone literally within what? Seconds. Definitely one of the... It's definitely one of the busiest shows that I think I've done in a very, very, very long time. You're excited by this medium, as are we, definitely. Especially this side of Christmas as well. You know, if you're thinking, oh my goodness, I'm not organised at all, I don't think you need to. You just say have an afternoon, instead of spending it down the shops, you know, having to stick your elbows out and fight the good fight.
Yes.
What can I make that person? Perfect.
And it is so much more personal if you make something for somebody.
Definitely.
And it doesn't have to, you can start with the simple pieces. So you can start with the pendant at the end. It's really, really simple to do that.
This one here.
Yes.
But I really love the simplicity of it, and it's almost I don't know, I look at it and it kind of reminds me, it takes me back to Mother Nature, if you like, in the fact that you've got this really beautiful, fluid, precious metal.
There's a sort of an element of water, ripples, calm.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And purity, I think, to that shape as well, which ultimately I think is really apt for your Argentium. Flying out the door, they're less than £5. You've got over a gram of sterling silver. I've got 60 of these left. There are 155 still in baskets. So check out ASAP. Celeste, Sandy, West Midlands, Rebecca, Leslie, Agnes, Sue, and Susan. If you can, go to our website. That's that's what I need to mention. I know there is some people who are saying it's saying sold out. I know that it's because we're so busy. That's basically the case, but just keep persevering because people are checking out for sure. April, Cindy, Alison, Essex, well done to you. I can't keep up. I literally can't keep up. People are getting quantities of 10s as well, which I don't blame you at all, to be truthful. So does it work with gemstones? Sorry to repeat myself, but
Yes,
just
it does work
with those people that were in it.
It does work with gemstones. You can set with it in exactly the same way that you can with standard sterling silver. Excuse me, but the beauty is that if you're, for example, if you had that very large rectangular stone that you had earlier and you wanted to make a bezel around the outside and a back plate on it, ordinarily you would make your bezel, shape it, solder the bezel and then solder it to the back plate. You've then got cleanup. With this process, with the fusing, you haven't got to clean up your solder because you're fusing Argentium metal to Argentium metal, nothing at the gap where you've...
That's absolutely amazing, isn't it?
It makes things quicker and cleaner.
Wow, I'm all about that. If it's easier generally, has it sold out? Yeah, gone. And the fact that it's less mess.
Yes.
Right, let's do the chain. I've only got 149 of these. And again, we will get more. It's not necessarily a case that we decided to only buy 149 because actually the first thing I think Wayne and I said was, oh, okay, we'll sell out of everything today then. We knew that was going to be the case. It might well be in terms of the actual supply. So this is approximately 80 centimetres, did you say?
I think that's the metre. I think the other one's 85 and that...
Oh, let's have a look.
I think that might be a metre.
1 metre. 1 metre. So that's 2 chains and a bracelet.
Yes. Or several bracelets.
Yeah. What are you taking this to then? No way. And I've got the lobster claws, the Argentium lobster claws coming up. So, I mean, how simple is it to put this chain onto a lobster claw?
Very. Provided you have the jump rings.
If you have the jump rings, which are what, just $4.95.
Yes.
I mean, these are all sort of, it's basic silver crafting, if you like, in terms of what component to put with the other. But it's a revelation in the fact that you're actually, it's not soldering.
Well, and the great thing is there is that security because so often you can close jump rings and they're not soldered and then they'll gradually pull apart. This you can fuse the ends very quickly.
I made my friend a little bracelet and gave it to her. And you know, I'm useless. 100 of these have gone already. I'm useless at wrap loops. Useless at them. They're like my Achilles heel. I am, Emma, aren't I? Yeah. Come on, I am really bad at it. Yeah, she says, yeah. And she phoned me up a week later. She was like, yeah, it's broken. I was like, yeah, well, I was expecting that, to be truthful. But this is much, much stronger.
Gives you added security, yes.
Yeah, I was expecting it. I did say to her at the time, I was like, listen, I'm not a talented jewellery maker. So, but she was like, oh, will you repair it so I can wear it? I said, if it was Argentium, then I could fuse it, couldn't I? There we are. These are flown out the door. $11.95 only for the silver trace chain. And I know it's saying trace chain. For me, a trace chain is one of those chains that is, you know, relatively lightweight. That's why I referenced it as a belcher, because it's got some weight
got some
to
body
it.
to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
For I always think trace chain are the ones that kind of stick to you and don't really
It's also,
drape.
if
This
you-
has got
If you
gram weight.
feel it, it's actually quite tactile as well. Sometimes you feel chain and it feels slightly rough. This has been nicely
Oh,
polished.
it's beautifully smooth.
Yes.
You're so right, actually. When you actually feel the quality of the chain, beautiful and soft and just amazing fluidity.
Yes.
So, I mean, you need this for your Argentium. You wouldn't really want to mix the two, would you? I'm not saying you can't, but
You can't. You can if you want to, but I'm obviously biased.
yeah, well, that's fine.
I would prefer to use Argentium simply because I don't particularly like cleaning jewellery.
Yeah.
This reduces the amount of cleaning I've got to do. And I like the fact it doesn't need plating. Mm-hmm. If you were a proper full-time jewellery manufacturer, one of the things quite often you would do would be either rhodium plate or silver plate on top of jewellery to cover up the solder lines quite often. You haven't got that problem here.
Yeah, and rhodium is very expensive.
It is, and
Very
it's a much colder colour, I think.
Yes, yeah.
This has got a nice white warmth to it.
Love that. 100 in baskets for the final 10, and there is a queue. I think that should be just a general assumption, really. Any questions? Text in. $11.95 for that full metre long length. Do we have same day delivery? Sue is saying she can't wait. Oh, Sue, I wish. I'd drive it to you myself if I could. Yeah, I know what you mean though. I can't wait to have a go. Has this sold out? Yeah, Sue, I'm not surprised. Right, let's do the trigger clasps. Get the clock a-rocking. Here we go. It gives, reason why we're doing the clock every time, allows our call centre to just catch their breaths. Because, bless their hearts.
They're worked off their feet.
Yeah, right now they are. Let's just say our JewelleryMaker viewers are loving you.
Good.
Our call centre might not be loving us right now.
Might not be on their Christmas card list.
No, they're lovely, really. They are lovely. But yes, we're making them earn their crust. They're earning their crust. We have also got the Dremel in today's show, and this is at your request, isn't it? Sorry, you're at your request for the Dremel.
It is really, because although hopefully we'll get through the demos and I'll show you
we will.
Getting to an emerald finish, which is the pendant at the end. This hasn't been bright polished. A lot of times you want a full bright polish on your jewellery. Mm-hmm. The Dremel is perfect for being able to do that. Each of these pieces I've polished with my Dremel at home. We won't be demoing that today, simply from a time point of view, but it is the perfect kit to finish your product with.
To finish it off
Yes.
with, yeah. So we launched the Dremel this year, and that's our tailor made for JewelleryMaker.
Really?
Yeah. There's.
I noticed you've got a pendant, one to hang the drill down as well,
Yes,
which is really good.
Yeah, it's all tailor-made for jewellery making. I mean, you can use it alongside lots of other things. We'll talk some more about that in a second. But yeah, again, it's that continuity. If you're working with your Argentium finer silver, then I think it's lovely to know that it is 100% Argentium silver. Hiya, Mark. Oh, Mark is one of our guest designers. Hi, Elle. Welcome to JM Elizabeth. What an amazing product. I see a future Makes for Men show using Argentium. Boys and toys. Oh, Mark, I hope you got it. I hope you've managed to get hold of yours.
Just to let Mark know, in future shows, one of the things that hopefully we will be doing will be some cufflinks. We have some blanks that I can show you how to put some amazing patterns and decorations on, and Argentium cufflink fittings. So there, excuse me,
That's okay.
There will be product for men.
Oh, there we go. So you're not going to be excluded there. Hi, Teresa. Can everything be marked as sterling silver, or do we have to say it's Argentium? Thank you. That's a really good question.
You don't have to say it's Argentium silver, but in actual fact, if this is something that you intend selling on, you will benefit from saying it was
positive.
Argentium. Yes, because
It's a
Argentium
positive.
is a brand in its own right. There's lots of information about that on our websites, so I think you have that information too.
You have to, yeah.
If you look at argentiumsilver.com, or Argentium Guild, because we have a guild of members.
Yeah.
You can find information about how to use the logo, how to register to use it, which we do ask you to do. The assay offices will apply it once you have registered and got a registration number. And it is hallmarked to sterling silver. I have to stress that, even though it's 935, it's hallmarked to 925, simply because of British law and hallmarking.
Okay.
In the US, they can stamp it 935 because their regulations are different. But in this country, it has to be 925, sorry.
You were saying, I think it was Chloe who mentioned to me that actually many Argentium as a product is used probably a lot more than we're aware.
Yes,
there are some jewellers use it.
And there are some big brands that I can't mention.
No, I know,
who are using it for exactly the reasons that I've said. One is the fact that you can make it springy, so there are elements of their product, particularly their bangles.
Yeah.
One very well-known jeweller who uses it because it keeps its strength.
Yeah.
And the other is because they have to clean it less.
Well, that's
which is a great advantage if you're a retailer.
It's a quality product, isn't it? So yeah, how are we doing stock levels on these? 10 left. But I apologise for the scruffy piece of paper that I have here, but this is something that I took home the other day. But it's actually off your website,
It is off the website, yes.
And it'll tell you, so here we go. What is Argentium? It is a superior high-performance silver alloy with a number of unique properties. These properties are what differentiate it from standard sterling silver and make it perfect for both artisan and volume manufacturers, which is obviously what we've just said. Yeah, it's purer than sterling, so 935 or 960 offers increased tarnish resistance or a whiter in colour, antibacterial and hypoallergenic, and also a fire stain free.
Absolutely.
So amazing. Okay, I think that's sold out. Shall we do the care cloth? So it's tarnish resistant.
Yes.
It's like when I used to sell watches. There's a big difference between water resistance and
waterproof.
Big difference. And I used to get this all the time when people were in the jewellers, and I used to say, don't go swimming in this, because this is water resistant, meaning it's splash proof basically,
yes.
Or steam. But waterproof you can. So it's like that difference,
it's a similar
isn't it?
thing. Argentium is tarnish resistant, so it's much slower to tarnish than standard sterling silver, and it tarnishes in a completely different way, if you like. It goes a very pale yellow.
Okay.
It doesn't go that nasty dark black colour that you're used to seeing.
And then you end up getting it on your skin.
The Argentium cloth will work beautifully both on Argentium and on sterling silver, and it will bring the Argentium back up to that lovely white colour that you see on the pieces over here.
Wow. So it comes within a little pouch, there it is, inside.
And it also has the company logo, which I haven't mentioned, which is a little flying unicorn. That is the logo for Argentium silver.
Okay.
You'll see it on the outside of the packaging as well. And if your viewers get to the point that they would like to register to use the logo, there's no cost in that part. We just ask that they do register if they're going to start promoting their wares as Argentium product. They will then be allowed to use that.
Because there is a guild as well.
There is a guild,
I know
yes.
this is something you don't want to focus too much about this show.
We are in the throes of revamping the guild site, so there's lots of exciting information that will be coming online there. But the guild basically is there to support people who use Argentium with technical advice. There's a gallery for people to publish their work. They can submit it and we will show work of people who are using Argentium. There's marketing material that as and when they get to the point they can download it, and it's just there as a support basis.
Wow. I'm so excited, and the fact that this is all very, it's affordable too. We're working with very refined products at affordable prices. Question from Marie: can any jewellery safety pickle be used with Argentium?
Yes, it can. The one we use we particularly like because it is completely food safe. There's no toxic chemicals in it at all.
Okay.
But yes, you can use any other safety pickle with it.
Okay, there we go, if that answers your question. And any more of those, then do feel free to text in. Can I polish normal sterling silver with this cloth?
You can.
Aha.
And it will bring it up beautifully.
There we go. So probably, you know, this is not just exclusive to Argentium.
It's not, no.
There we go. So it's a high quality jewellery care cloth that is made from 100% cotton and has been especially prepared to help maintain the bright white lustrous finish that is exclusive to Argentium silver. Francis is saying, hi Elle and Elizabeth, can you use Argentium with silver clay please? See, that's a really good point because silver clay is one of the purest, I believe.
It is. You can, I believe, and I will double check my facts on this, you can use silver clay and fuse it to Argentium, or I believe solder it. I may be speaking slightly out of turn here, but there is some exciting news coming up about an Argentium clay in the near future. So you can use it with the existing precious metal clay, but watch this space.
Oh, how exciting! When we said tip of the iceberg, it really is.
Absolutely,
then.
yes.
Oh my goodness. Hiya to you, Annette. Can your safety pickle be used with other metals, i.e. copper?
Yes.
There you go.
Nice simple answer.
Never thought to ask questions like this, so it's so wonderful that you're interacting. We're over allocated. Let's move on. Certificate of authenticity. Ooh.
Yes.
So if you make your pieces of jewellery, you can put these in there.
You can, indeed.
Genius. So literally, and I've got the boxes, haven't I?
Somewhere there's some very nice
So
packaging
in fact,
boxes.
let me just show you. 1 second. Hang on. There's one. Oh, who put that in there? I can't get that now. Hang on. Here you go. It's literally the perfect box that will fit into... Right, look. So you put these in the Argentium box. There is one more, I know.
And I'm going to be very rude and reach across you because they have a very nice purple and grey inside.
Ooh. So you get 5 of these within a pack. The boxes are coming up. Right now it's for the... And how many do you get? 5 of them? Yeah. So you get 5 of these. It tells you how to care for your Argentium silver on the inside. Please do not dip polishes with Argentium silver. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. And it gives you that actual certificate that it is that precious, that beautiful precious metal. So you get 5 of those for £2.95. There's one more box that I'm going to need help getting out. I can't get that. I can't get my fingers in there. But the boxes are coming up. They are actually coming your way. I have as many as we possibly could, and truly on Thursday when we had a meeting with Caroline, I was like, we're going to sell out of these. Please can you tell me we're going to get more? And she said that's literally all they could actually offer us. Yeah, it's stuck, isn't it?
Try that down the side.
Well and truly stuck in there, that box is. It's the perfect proportions for our boxes. Moving on, well done. I can do this one? Yeah? If you tell me the shape. Do this one first. Okay, so I just have to move those over.
Sorry.
That's all right, my darling. It's okay.
I'll shuffle over a bit.
They're very limited, I'm sorry. Now, this is described as pendant, but I personally would use these for a bracelet as well. Oh, you've gone to the bracelet, there we go, sorry. But you could use it for both, is my point. Yeah. You've actually got, that's obviously to present silica gel to prevent any moisture. Yes. But then pop your little certificate of authenticity in there. Can you see it's elasticated? So you've got the area that you can actually sort of, you know, keep your bracelet sort of presented down. In fact, let me just borrow this one for a second. If you're gifting jewellery, actually presenting it beautifully in the box itself, I think makes all the difference, don't you? So if you can, now this literally we bought as many as we could. I know you need more. I know that's literally one of the things that I mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Now, Am I going to be talking out of turn if I just say a little bit about hallmarking on
please
this?
do.
Because, and I, off the top of my head, can't remember the weights of these kits. But if you're going to manufacture these with a view to selling them, which some people may wish to do, you do need to be aware that if the item is over 7 grams, it needs to be hallmarked if
Yes.
you're going to sell it as sterling silver in this country.
Yes.
So just as a heads up, if you're giving this as a friend and you're not going to hallmark it, there is no issue. But if you're going to sell it, you do need to make sure that you hallmark it. Most of these are actually lighter than that, so you shouldn't have an issue. The legal registration is 7.7 grams.
7's quite heavy.
It is quite heavy.
Yeah.
So at this stage, it's probably not an issue, but it was just as a sort of heads up.
Okay, lovely. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. £6.95 for this box. Yeah, I mean, you would pay that for a quality box, if even from those, your card shops, really, wouldn't you?
And they do, I'm fairly sure they come with an outer sleeve over them, so they've got some protection to stop the surface of the box being scratched.
Do you know what I like? Listen to this. You can almost hear a quality box.
There's a nice clunk, isn't there?
There is. It's got a satisfying close. I know. I might be a little bit weird, but those are the kind of things. I get pleasure out of that. Right, moving on. Let's do the pendant one, which is this. Again, comes with the silica. So this pulls out. You put your chain. In fact, shall I put one on? Put the certificate of authenticity too. Here we go. So you have those little grooves that you position the chain in. It just means so much more, I think, when you've actually got it presented and finished beautifully like this. So there's a certificate of authenticity. I mean, look at that. That is the stuff of jewellers.
If you've made that and you give it to somebody at Christmas, they are going to be absolutely thrilled, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. You have the Argentium logo on the top there. On the top that actually says, well, the same as here, your Argentium finest, the finest silver. Then your certificate of authenticity, pop that inside. It's a beautifully presented box. They are flying out the door. Okay, some people are actually asking this question, and by all means, if you're saying I don't know, then please do. Because some of our designers don't actually sell on. If you were to sell this in the box and the necklace, do you have a figure that you would charge in your mind? If you don't want to answer, that's fine.
I think that's probably one of those. Pricing is always a difficult one, isn't it?
It is.
If you went into a certain retailer that sold in turquoise-coloured boxes, for example,
Yes.
what you would pay for something not dissimilar, actually, to some of these items is considerably more than if you go to a craft market. So I think really it's entirely up to the individual what they feel the piece is worth. I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but...
No, I agree.
It also depends how long it's taken you to make it, what you feel it's worth.
You've got to factor that too,
Yes.
haven't you? I mean, this is craftsmanship, hand craftsmanship.
And the tendency some of the time is that when you produce something, you're worried it's something that you've made. Oh, I hadn't better charge too much because it's only me. Don't think like that. This is a beautiful piece of jewellery at the end of the day.
You're a professional.
Exactly. And putting it in this packaging and with the certificate of authenticity, if only I could say it, makes it look exactly what it is, which is a piece of finished fine jewellery.
Yeah.
So don't undervalue it.
Wow. I totally agree with you there wholeheartedly. On the verge of selling out, jewellery makers. Let's do the earrings next. So we've got the earrings and we've got the ring ones to bring you. We are demoing, for those of you that are wondering. Don't panic. The reason why we're literally going on through, and we kind of said this to Elizabeth before, we're like, let's bring all the products and then we can really focus on sort of learning this amazing craft. Okay, so the earrings next. Again, comes with your... I should put that one back, shouldn't I? Comes with the silica bag. So the earrings, this is earrings, but you can actually put a pendant in there as well.
You could, yes, absolutely.
Or if you drop earrings, so if you had shepherd hooks.
Yes.
So you actually have the slots and you have the dots.
Yes.
There you go. Slots and dots. So you can do studs and danglies as well. Half the stock has gone already.
Don't start giggling.
No. Try not to, sorry. £4.95 only. Should we it's a good box,
you could
isn't it?
also, and you may have said this, so I apologise. You could also put, if you didn't want to use the larger pendant box, if you'd made a small pendant, because there are the slots in the top. Not only can you put the dangly earrings in, you could put a small,
you don't want it to get lost, do
If you were
you?
making a child's pendant, for example, it would be nice in the small box.
That's a really good idea. And we do have the ring box as well coming your way. Pretty much sold out. Well done. Let's do the ring box next. Here we go. And I'm going to have to borrow this ring. This ring, I love it. I absolutely love. I think it's my favourite. Mind you, that necklace. I know, it's hard to choose, really, isn't it? Am I going to make
that
one of
looks
these?
real, doesn't it?
Well, it is, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, that I would expect to be a considered price.
Yes.
That is a special piece of jewellery. And it is special.
And it's special because the thing that I like best about it is the fact that everyone is going to be unique.
Yeah, nobody's going to have the same.
Because when I show you how to make the organic shape, you'll see no two will ever turn out the same.
I love it. I literally love this. I can't wait to have a go. And so many people are saying, Wayne's like, we're almost there, El. So many of you are saying that too. So many of you are saying, do you know what, also, to have a cup of tea? So have a sip of my tea. Just have a little... Amelia's made me coffee. Thanks, Amelia. You thought I needed coffee?
I was sleeping or you were sleeping?
No, I was sleeping. I wasn't sleeping. But yeah, no, I'm a coffee. £4.95 only. Look at that. It's so beautiful. And again, look, that fits beautifully in there. So you could pop it in the top of the box, close it down, present it like so. Love that. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, which one are we doing now? Hammers. Hammers. They are, yes. Here we go. So, you mentioned about texturing.
Yes. You have two hammers.
Yes, that do different things, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the centre of the 3-ring necklace over here, that's had a light textured hammer finish put on it, which you would use that end.
Okay.
This end here.
Okay.
That puts those tiny little hammered marks all over it.
Okay. And then you've obviously got the curved, which is more...
Sorry, correcting you, but the little hammer marks I've made with the rounded end of my hammer.
Okay.
The flat end you can use to flatten. You can put different textures on with that.
Okay, perfect. And then obviously just the reason for the different sizes?
Just as a little bit more weight, so if you want to wallop it a bit harder, you can with the bigger one.
I like it. It's not technical. It's not scientific. If you want to give it a good wallop.
If you want to wallop it, you can use the bigger one.
Absolutely. So you get the two of them. They are nicely weighted as well. So, and this will work with your wire, your silver wire, your Argentine wire, if you've got that in your stash. So it's not just right here, right now.
No. And if you as you progress with your Argentine wire and you want to shape it or do other things, use the hammers.
Love that. £6.95. It's not breaking the bank, is it?
No. Is that for both of them?
That's for both of them.
That's a really good price.
Yeah, see, I like it when we even surprise our guest designers.
I may be adding my order on there.
I don't blame you. I'm shopping as well. Stop permitting, that is. I mean, to be honest, is everything sold out, Wayne? Oh, okay. Everything's pretty much selling out. So maybe you might be all right with these. All the kits have sold out. The charcoal blocks sold out. Flux is sold out. If you are watching on the repeats, however, then it is worthwhile having a go, making the phone call. Because you never know, one might fall out of a basket or not get checked out, for example. So, it's worthwhile having a little go. You never know. It's happened to me before. When something's completely sold out, I've phoned up on the off chance, and lo and behold, there was one left in stock. So it's worthwhile. £6.95. For your wire, for silver, for your Argentium. Hence why we're bringing it to you. They're two different weights, obviously. 1 ounce, 2 ounce. And my husband before he went into the sort of field that he works in now, did a little bit of carpentry, and he used to get really precious about hammers. Is it the same for jewellers?
It is really, and actually mine are not a prime example at the moment, but the thing really is to keep the faces of the hammers clean and shiny, because whatever is on the face of the hammer is what you will end up putting onto
good practices.
Good practice is keep them clean with a scouring pad.
Okay.
One of the nylon scouring pads which I have to hand.
Not a metal one.
Not a metal one. Or alternatively, if they do get a bit battered, sand them off with some emery paper, finer and finer emery paper, and then give them a quick polish using your Dremel.
With your Dremel. Okay, moving on. Let's bring the ring mandrel on. Now the Dremel is on pre-order, so if you want to get your Dremel, it is custom made to us here at JewelleryMaker. Myself and a couple of the other crew, like Zena, Carol, lots of your guest designers went along, Fleur, Claire McDonald, Gemma, Jan, Hayley, all went down, and they went to give their input into what they should, what components you should put into the Dremel to make it absolutely perfect for you as jewellers, jewellery makers, if you like. And jewellers, well, with Argentium, you're definitely jewellers. Here we go. So you need your ring mandrel. This is an absolute necessity. I should say these are in the British sizes, because the UK do the alphabet and the USA do the numbers.
Correct.
There you go. But they're easily transferable, easily.
And there's lots of conversion charts on the web as well, if you decide you need to.
Do you know, after a while it sticks in your head. From when I used to work on the US channel, I used to be able to literally convert them in my head.
Far better than I can then.
I can't do it now, but I used to be able to, yeah. So why do we need a ring mandrel?
There's a blank pause there, sorry.
Sorry,
yeah, several things. One is that obviously you need to be able to size to fit.
Yes.
So if you're making a ring for a friend, you will generally ask them what size ring they are and make it accordingly. Also, I tend to use my ring mandrel for shaping things, and you can do exactly the same with yours. So when we get on to the looped ring, you will see... Oops. It was you and not me. It starts life off. Well, after the jump ring stage, it starts off as a long strip. Okay. So you just use it to gently bend the strip around to shape it. So
like your wire work, really, your mandrel is your former, I suppose.
It's the core, yes.
Yeah. But you can actually do it to the sizes as well. $6.95. Now, we have brought this to you for many, many, many years. It's not just your Argentium silver, for your for silver wire, for your copper wires, for your aluminium wires. But this is also what a jeweler will actually use. If ever you go and get your jewellery resized, if it's only going up, I think I'm right. I'm going off memory now because I'm going back over 20 years when I worked in the jewellers, but. When they used to take a ring up or down by just a couple of sizes, they wouldn't take any of the precious metal out. They just compact it or stretch it, don't they? Using usually a raw hide.
Yes, as a raw hide mallet, or I have a nylon one which is lurking down here somewhere. You can use either.
They just stretch, don't they? And it's on this.
Yes.
That's it, there we go. So, or they shouldn't be cutting it anyway.
If you're doing it on a plain silver band, if you're doing it with something that's got stones in, it's slightly more fiddly.
Challenging.
Yes, but for what we're looking at here, which is sizing up straightforward silver, absolutely.
There you go. So if you want to just graduate, just gently coax it up the mandrel or down the mandrel, whichever it is. There is a queue. Thank you so much for your patience. It is busy today. Somebody's asking, can you enamel onto Argentium?
You can use both torch enamel. So I think from what you read on the packaging, you can use that torch.
Yes, it did say that actually.
And also a small kiln, which I believe, from talking to Marie last week, you're in the throes of looking at bringing in kilns at a later date.
Yes, we are.
So yes, you can enamel it, and you can use cold cure enamel on it.
Yeah.
So it's a perfectly great material to enamel on.
You can, yes, it says torch fire
enamel. I think you read it earlier, yes.
Yeah, you can do that. Okay, let's do the paintbrush. Now, this might seem like the weirdest of additions, but you need to explain to us, why do we need a paintbrush?
To put your flux on.
Okay, so it's not something you just pour on?
No, you don't pour it on. You can, if you can't find your paintbrush at any point in time, drop it on with the end of a pair of tweezers, but it's not very accurate.
Yes.
So I prefer to paint my flux on with a paintbrush.
So, I mean, if you've, it's more accurate, more professional,
yes.
I think, as
and
well.
And actually less wasteful and easier to use.
Well,
so.
I'm all about that, definitely. Less waste. So it's basically for your flux, which is a necessity. You know, I can imagine you can probably pick paintbrushes up from lots of places, but you want it all at the same time, don't you? So add it to your order. We're bringing it to you. Add it to your order kind of price tag as well. Do you know, actually, it's a quality brush from somebody that does like to paint and draw. You can tell that is actually a nice quality brush. You know, you don't. It's not one of those ones where you're not going to get the sort
bits
of hair
coming out,
and the fragments coming out on, which obviously would be an absolute nuisance.
It would be a real pain. I mean, you burn it off eventually, but you don't really want it there.
No, not really, because it might. Would it mark possibly?
It wouldn't
if you
mark,
had
but
any
one of the
hair?
things that you do want to do, and your brush is fine for that. For what I'm doing today, I've also got a thinner one, but I've got one that I use like this. Is that you want, particularly when you're joining several components that you're linking several components, but you don't necessarily want them fused all together, is that you want to be able to put a very minimal amount of flux onto the place that you're fusing, so that you can just put it on a corner. Yes.
Yeah. And I think that's, how do I word this? It's a firm brush, if that makes sense. So the actual bristles itself, 95p.
You can't go wrong, can you?
Not really. It's not even worth the trip, is it? So yeah, down to the shops at that price tag. Lots of you are asking for DVDs.
Okay. There's a blank pause there.
Lots of you are asking for a workshop. And lots of you are asking for more Argentium, and yeah, we're already on that. You are. You're already in the process of planning future shows.
Just so that you are aware, there are some of Argentium Argentium videos available. Don't think we've talked to them about them.
No,
but
not
they've
yet.
been done by our American demonstrator.
And that's on your website?
They are on the website. But if you are interested in specific UK-based ones, we can look at it quite definitely.
Okay, so have a little look on their website, on the Argentium website. You will find tutorials and things on there as well.
And there are also lots of clips on YouTube already as well.
There you go.
So if people if you've got specific questions, have a look on YouTube.
I don't have 17. Where's that gone? Oh, the masks. No, genuinely they've gone. Hang on. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. These are the safety masks. So basically, if you want, you get all of these. I tell you what, these are useful in all aspects as well. But they're mouldable, so they're safety masks.
In fact, I could put those and the glasses on, and I wouldn't feel nearly so self-conscious.
You're doing brilliantly. There's no need. And they're elasticated as well. So
and they are very good with the metal at the top, aren't they?
To pinch around your nose. Yeah. So I mean, safety is always a really important thing, isn't it? Obviously.
And it's the same with anything when you're doing things that involve small parts or bits that might come off. It's always a good idea not to have something flying up in the face or going up your nostrils. It's a great way of stopping it.
Oh, definitely. And when, for example, as we've mentioned Dremel, and as it is available to pre-order, when we went down to Dremel in January this year, you know you're getting old when you say this, where's this year gone? But when we ordered glass etching with our Dremel, and they were and we were provided with these, because obviously you don't want to inhale any sort of glass particles, and likewise really with all particles.
Well, you could get charcoal, you could get any bits and pieces. If you're polishing with the Dremel, you might get bits coming off.
Yeah.
Safety is always a better thing to err on the side of, isn't it?
Absolutely, and for the sake of £1.95,
yes,
you know it's worthwhile. You do get a pack of 5 of these as well. So the Be Safe Comfort face masks, like you said, they're mouldable, so you can kind of squeeze them or extend them around the nostrils itself, and then they are actually elasticated as well. £1.95 for those. It is, I mean, like I said, safety. On the verge of selling out. Well done. I'm going to need someone to pass me that box. because it's quite far away. Is it that box? Yes. Pliers. Round nose pliers, there we go. Oh, we had to tip it up, didn't we, to get the box out, that's why. So these are your round nose pliers. Now, you said about pliers, I think most jewellery makers will know that you need pliers.
And I would guess that a lot of your jewellery makers already have a good selection of pliers.
Absolutely. However, these are a premium brand, Beadalon, so yeah, great to work with Argentium silver. Would you agree with this as well? Because it's something that I learnt, especially during sort of your silver clay, through silver clay guest designers rather. Would you agree that you would have tools specific to your Argentium silver through, especially if you sell your pieces, because you don't want to have any traces of other metals?
That is actually quite valid, yes, because if you're using tools that you then haven't cleaned, and you might not see it,
no,
but that you've been
particles.
that you've been using on sterling, and they then deposit on your Argentium, the place that the sterling has deposited will react like sterling silver does. So you may find that bit tarnishes a little, and that's particularly true if you're using little polishing mops. You want to have a separate mop for Argentium and a separate mop for sterling.
So
really.
it is worthwhile actually maybe having pliers specific for your Argentium.
You know, and maybe it's just put a little piece of nail polish enamel on so you know which ones are which.
Which one's which. And again, it's under £10. So yes, we appreciate that many of our jewellery maker customers will probably have already the round nose pliers, but you know, particularly if you do things like, okay, well, I'll use the same pliers with my copper as I will do with the Argentium or the silver, you probably will find that traces will actually transfer, and if you send them off to the assay office, they simply will not hallmark them,
You might find that you get away with it because they take a general, but it's not really worth the risk.
No,
I mean, what I
absolutely.
do tend to do sometimes is if I'm using my straight nose pliers, I will put some masking tape around them for two reasons. One is to keep them separate, but secondly is also whatever you've got on the surface of your pliers transfers to the surface of your work. So the masking tape is just a way of softening if you're gripping something quite hard and
you
twisting.
don't want the metal.
You don't
It's a
want the
cushion.
teeth. You don't want the plier teeth eating into the surface of the metal. So.
Heidi, hello to you, darling. She says, hi, lovelies. Elizabeth, you would never guess that you were nervous. You're
Thank
very
you.
clever and informative, loving the show. Loads of people are messaging us
But I haven't started the demos yet.
Well, this is true, but listen, I think perhaps we need to... What we're going to do, so you know exactly, right, we're going to bring you a couple of other products, your deal of the day, and obviously we will be doing a silence at 11 o'clock today, Jewellery Makers, which I'm sure you will join us with. And then after that, we will come back and we will be bringing you the deal of the day and the demos. So it's all about the demos for as long.
We'll be doing it.
Oh yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll do it. Gosh, this could run. No, all right. I have faith. I have faith because you're saying
You will be
anybody can.
fine.
I have faith in you. So as long as Elizabeth takes, basically. Okay, up to 1 o'clock because that's when they kick us out.
Okay, fine.
Okay, right. What's number 15? Snips. Oh no, I just got charcoal. Here we go. So. Yeah, I've literally got charcoal everywhere, yeah. So why would we use snips?
Well, when we come to make this ring, and anybody that this ring, anybody that is a proper jeweller will cringe when I show them the shortcut. We are going to take this large ring and cut it to size to fit. I use my snips for doing that. It's not. You could use a piercing saw and do it very professionally. This is a quick way. It's a shortcut.
I don't think we mind.
No.
I don't think any of us mind shortcuts. So you can also use these with your metal sheets as well.
And you can use them for snipping the chain, for the other jump rings.
Yeah.
They're just quite useful.
It's a metal snip, basically, and you get this cushion handle, a nice glittery cushion handle. A great purchase as well. Do you notice how they're not little handles? And that's because you get more purchase actually on the snip itself. So yeah, you use them for the actual Argentium, you'll use them for the chain, but they'll also, you can transition, as we've covered already, into different metalwork. Now, everything that we have been bringing to air has been selling out. £4.95.
That's a brilliant price.
I love looking at your reaction and your eyes widen. That's...
I know, I was looking and thinking that can't be right.
And do you know, we only paid the one postage and packaging all day. So if I bought everything,
It's the same fee.
It's £3.95.
That's brilliant.
Everything £3.95. Happy days. Happy days. Yeah, I can hear in the background they're talking about the need for more of your Argentium, because we're all super excited about it. Yeah, I am too. So well done. Check out Donna, Derbyshire, Jennifer, Anglesey, Leslie, Cheryl. Congratulations. Let's do the steel block now. And then it's the Dremel. And then we shall be making our way towards, obviously, a minute silence. 2 minute silence, sorry, and then your deal of the day and demo. So why a steel block?
Okay, well, as you will have noticed, we go from round, wherever the camera's gone, round jump rings,
okay,
to organic shaped items.
Yes.
That happens with the application of a hammer on a steel block.
There we go.
And again, if you're texturing and when you're texturing something, as we discussed earlier with the ends of the hammer, you need it to be on a firm surface when you're doing it.
Okay.
So it just gives that support to the work when you're doing it.
Again, it's a flat surface. It's really weighty. Jewellery makers. I don't think you find many silver workers or metal workers, certainly not Argentium.
No.
Without a steel block, it's an absolute must. That really is heavy, and it's protecting your surface as well. You wouldn't want to just do it on your dining room table. £9.95 limited though. Miss Dawn, Tina, Mary, Pamela, Julie, Vicky, congratulations. Check out those baskets. It does come in a little box. There you go. It does come in a little box as well. Now, at your request, I have to be quick now, and we have to put a clock onto the screen because we're so busy today. I've only got 51. I'm going to have to stand up and reach across. Hang on. So this is just back in stock. Landed Friday. Almost didn't make it, Maria's saying to me. But it's here, thank goodness. Now this is at your request. But I don't know if you knew, if you know this, Elizabeth, but this is actually sort of tailor-made. Emma, can you pass me those as well? Sorry. This is actually tailor-made to us, because what we did, we went down in January and we said, okay, we want Dremel, we want to collaborate, if you like, alongside Dremel, which is a premium hand tool. Well, it's a multi-tool, basically, isn't it?
And it's a really nice quality. You can get other ones, but to be perfectly honest, they're so substantial and they have such a great range of tools, I wouldn't look at using anything else.
Did you know as well, they've actually got, you can actually call them. If ever you have any issue, you can call them directly and they will actually give you advice.
Oh, that's brilliant.
If you own a Dremel, you can call them directly. But if you look before us, can you see all of these lovely attachments? Now, these are the attachments that our guest designers, sorry, I'm just going to pop those that way just not to confuse anybody.
Creeping up on your space.
That's okay. But these are the attachments that our guest designers were, right, we need that. So they've made sure that you get the components that are most appropriate for jewellery making. Now, this is not just your Argentium. You can use this in your silver work, your sheet work, your wire work, your woodwork. You can use it with your pearl drilling. You can use it
silver
with
clay, I'm guessing.
Silver clay. I bought a Dremel. Now, lo and behold, I couldn't get hold of one of our Jewellery Maker ones, so I had to buy it from the retailer, and I paid a much higher price tag, let's just put it that way. And I've used it for my banisters. You know, you can sharpen your lawnmower blades with these. It just does everything. I'll go through the attachments in a few moments, but let's get that clock rocking. So we have 50, did you say, back in stock? And it will work. Did you say polishing?
It's great for polishing. It's great if, again, you can get texturing. I think you've got some texturing brushes on the end. You can use the coarser brushes to texture. The same with these brass brushes. You can avoid hand filing a lot of things by using the green ones that end. So it gives you a faster way of being able to finish your work.
Yeah. Am I right in saying these are the drill bits here? We meant to have those in there. Okay, so you've... Is that what? No. You get a huge list of things. Yeah, well, if you see here, hang on, because don't forget the... Is there a picture? Okay. And then you also get the actual shaft, the flexi shaft they call this. So it's the stand,
Which is brilliant.
yeah, and it creates, you know, it's a lot less stress and weight. You know, just by the pictures, honestly, you can actually see just how versatile this the whole kit actually is. So from woodwork to metalwork to jewellery making, it's colour coded. So if you look on the centre here, on the top of the box, there we go. So if ever you're buying tools, can you notice how they're all colour coded? So blue is for carving, green is for grinding, yellow is for polishing, red is for cutting, purple is for sanding, and then miscellaneous is obviously your silver. Inside, if I turn it round, this is what you actually get in their box. So if you were to buy this from a retailer's, this is what you actually get. Yeah? So all of that is included in the box.
Wow.
Then you get your flexi shaft with this purchase, which is just amazing. And it gives you more manoeuvrability, I suppose. But this is the part that we've actually tailor-made to go alongside it as well. So for all of your, perfect for your Argentium. So this is footage of us actually here in Dremel, where we went and had sort of a little go, there's Jan, there we go. I think we did things like glass etching. We were sketching on metal and woodwork and all sorts. There we go. These are flying out. They're back in stock by very popular demand. And yes, it is. Dremel is. It's quite a. You want one? Willow wants to buy you one for Christmas. Maria's saying. I've got a Dremel. Yeah, mind you, mine hasn't got all this. So yeah, I'd get it now. I don't know if Willow's pocket money would stretch that far. I mean, she loves you, but Marie wants one of these desperately. They always sell out, don't they? Always. And if you go to Dremel, if you look at the Dremels that you might find in your sort of DIY shops, they can be hundreds of pounds. And I do mean the high hundreds. You know, there's one. I think there was one I saw like 400,
Yes,
400, 500
absolutely.
pounds.
I'm just waiting to see what the price is.
Well, however, this will last you a lifetime, won't it? It's a tool that they're built to last.
Mine is probably 10 years old now, and it's still as good as when I bought it.
Yeah, going strong.
Yes.
Do you need a new one? Maria's saying. She might
I like the idea of the
flex shaft.
Yes, definitely.
So it does come with the actual stand as well. Hello to you, Hilia, saying, what accessories would Elizabeth use to polish, please? Right, okay. Good call.
I would use this range down here to sort of rough. Can I just reach across and take that a second? Yes, those are light grinders. So those will take away some of the roughness which you will see when we start to do some of the things. And then I would work up with some polishing compound on some of these softer pieces. Or if I wanted a textured finish, a light brush finish all over, I think, sorry, just pulling these off. Yes, the brass brush puts on a very nice satin finish. So, and then finally, with rouge and polishing compound, I would use something like that, which is the little calico mop.
Wow.
So really, actually most of the ones that are on there, and I think the ones this one here is for putting on a textured finish, because that's a sort of rough, I don't actually know what it's made of, but it will put on...
It's like a wire brush,
it is,
isn't
yes,
it?
It'll put on a different type of texture. So actually, I would probably use almost everything that's on there. Apart from the thing in your hand, which I don't know what it is.
Do you know, this is for, if you look at the picture very closely, it's for changing all of these attachments.
Oh, right.
There you go. So it's like a little additional... Can you see that there?
So it's like a key,
multi-chuck. There you go. So you've got a great memory, Marie. £179.95 for all of this.
That's a really good deal.
It is. It's for everything. Like I said, I've bought a Dremel separately, and I can tell you, and the bag. Yeah, don't forget you get the bag as well. And I can tell you that really is awesome, because once you start buying all the little bits that are extra,
it adds up enormously.
It really does
Yes.
mount up. I think the one component that I heard across all of our designers that you saw just there that they were desperate to get hold of was definitely the flex shaft holder.
Absolutely, because it allows you to, as it says in the name, to be much more flexible, because you're not holding on to the body of the thing.
No, and it clips literally to any table or work
which
surface.
is brilliant, and it allows you to be able to get at places that if you're just holding the hand part, it's a lot more difficult.
Well, this is it, you know, with the polishing and things like that. When you're working with such premium products like Argentium, you know, the finishing is really important as well. And if you have got sort of organic curves, if you like, you're going to want to make sure...
You want them to flow, really.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. You want to make sure that you're getting into every single detail, especially if you start sort of oxidising.
Yes, I mean, you can... That's a wonderful purchase. You can still do it with files and emery paper, but this will make your life so much easier.
Wow, yeah. And yeah, your husband can borrow it. Yeah, my husband's already had a go. Do you know what? I'm actually using this either tonight or tomorrow, depending on time. I need to cut down some blinds, so I'm going to get my Dremel out. Yeah. Hiya, Sue. Morning. When the Dremel was launched, I compared process piece by piece. Had to stop halfway through. JM Prices was by far the best value. And truly, when yeah, Marie says thank you for that. Truly, Andy, we brought him up and I think we scared him half to death here in the studio. I don't know, he hasn't been up since, let's just put it that way. But he did say, wow, you know, he was really impressed with how competitive the deals actually were. But also, please don't forget that you can always ring them. They've got, their guarantee is amazing, isn't it? Amazing customer service from Dremel. Nicolette, congratulations, saying, hi, can you tumble polish Argentium silver in the same way as sterling silver?
Yes, you can.
Okay. What's tumble polish?
It's in a barrel polisher, basically.
Okay.
So you have a range of different mediums, polishing mediums. So it could be shot, it could be little ceramic beads.
Okay.
And it's just a way of mechanically polishing. And they come in anything from that size right up.
Now, thank you so much. We will be demoing, and your deal of the day is coming up immediately after a very important moment, so where we will be all taking part in a 2-minute silence for those that have fallen. I hope that you can actually join us in that. Stay with us, because big launches and lots of demos after this, but right now for those that fell.
Buying a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates through items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from JewelleryMaker. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Our brand new Get Started with JewelleryMaker page has been created to provide help and guidance for jewellery making newbies. If you need design suggestions, hints and tips, or help with perfecting your jewellery designs, we're here to help. Head over to facebook.com/getstartedwithjm, where our talented in-house designers are happy to answer your jewellery making questions, offer inspiration, and get you started in your jewellery making journey. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Surprise! I'm back in the JewelleryMaker family. I'm very excited to be bringing you some fabulous new products. We have display stands with my funky ladies on my left hand side and some really useful fold away display stands on my right that can be used for all your jewellery. I'm sure that you have loads tucked away. I'm also bringing you polymer clay, of course, and some fabulous tools to go with the polymer clay that you haven't seen before, some new stencils, new designs. And my little friends on my left here, Rudolph and the Snowman and Santa and the Elf, will be visiting as well on the 17th. So please tune in to see some polymer clay, some display stands, and also some acrylic jewellery that will tone with your gemstones beautifully. I cannot wait. See you on the 17th.
It's easy to stay in touch with JewelleryMaker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 65,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with JewelleryMaker. The JewelleryMaker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to JewelleryMaker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Are you new to JewelleryMaker? Shop with us for the first time and you'll receive a free gift. The free gift includes 2 beautiful gemstone strands in an organza bag, plus a DVD ideal for jewellery making newbies, featuring tutorials essential for getting started and so much more. As long as you qualify as a new customer and haven't shopped with us before, then your free gift will automatically be added to your order when you make your first purchase with us. It's really that simple. Gemstone strands are selected at random, so gemstone size, shape and colour will vary for each new customer. Why stop there? Once you receive your new free gift, we'd love to see what you create. Share your designs with us via our Facebook page and join our creative community of jewellery makers. Start your jewellery making journey with us today. Create, wear, share.
Love JewelleryMaker but don't have an account? You can now purchase items on the JewelleryMaker website through our guest checkout. To do so, select the products you wish to purchase and head over to the shopping basket. Simply enter your email address and select Continue as Guest below. After this, the checkout process is simple. Select your quantity and delivery option and then check out securely. Enter your billing details and either a credit card or PayPal account and proceed to payment. From here, you still have the option to create an account if you wish, making shopping online easier for you. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Did you know that when you book a JewelleryMaker workshop, you're given exclusive access to our JewelleryMaker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to book towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Welcome back, jewellery makers. I'm loving this morning. Absolutely lovely. It's a joy to have your company, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Truly
And I'm enjoying
it
being
is.
here.
Oh, good. I haven't scared you.
Not yet.
Good. That's right then. You're going to be scaring me. In the next part, it's me.
No, there isn't anything to be scared about.
There we go. No, not really. Now, here is the biggest auction of the day, jewellery makers. That is your deal of the day. Now, these are specifically bought for. So a member of our team will actually track down what warrants a deal of the day. Really beautiful gemstones or a really exceptional deal, maybe a really exciting cut. Well, it's all of those. It's all of those. It's a beautiful gemstone, it's an exciting cut, and it's a ridiculously good deal. So you're getting not just the one, you're actually getting three. And when I spoke to Marie and Caroline on Wayne and Adam on Thursday, we all were like, yes. And I tried to actually get hold of a bundle so that I could actually sort of start maybe making with over the course of the weekend, but our in-house designers have done exactly that for you. This is all about variety and one of the most lustrous of all your gemstones. So on the back of the brightness and the luxury of your argentium, which we're demoing literally after your deal of the day, okay? You want a very high, reflective, beautiful liquid-like luster from a gemstone itself. Now these are brand spanking new, as I said, being launched today and were purchased specifically for your deal of the day. And it's all about embracing the highly skilled lapidaries work here. I mean, look at every single one of these pieces of jewellery that have been created, whether you choose to alternate them with silver or with seed beads or your argentium silver. I think it'll be beautiful. I have only 107. Oh no. I want to buy this.
They're really pretty,
aren't they lovely?
Yeah.
And the amount that you can actually make from this, from your deal of the day as well. It's so busy today, and this is actually one of the few gemstone opportunities that I've actually brought you all day. So we're going to put the clock onto your screen and we'll count you down. Because it's so busy, then I would definitely recommend maybe actually sort of shopping if you can via the web or via the app. But 60 seconds starts now. Now these have got lovely, I was just checking actually, the drill holes are more than sizable enough to take all of your beading threads, even some of your wires, if you've got argentium or silver wire or some of your copper wires, we've got all that coming up as well. But on maybe even some of your finer gauges of elastics, I mean, this is all the trend at the moment. If you've noticed, if you do keep your sort of ear to the ground and you watch a lot of the trends, be that sort of your very high designers like your Chanels and your Boodles and your Cartiers and your Van Cleefs, to sort of more of your fashion designers, the ones that I kind of mention quite regularly, like your Astley Clark and your, I don't want to say fashion designers because they also bring you some very high collections, but Astley Clark and Monica Vinader and those kind of places, and Thomas Sabo. It's all about beautifully cut gemstones, but with a simplistic shape. I mentioned her again. I mean, do you know what? If I'd have got my hands on this over the weekend, all I returned these into was probably little bracelets like this. Dead simple, but just beautiful, aren't they? So beautiful. Yeah, pop it with your spacers that I know you had over the weekend. You had some spacer beads, didn't you, over the weekend? What didn't you have over the weekend, to be truthful? Oh, my goodness. Look at that. The luster just bouncing from facet to facet. But because it is spinel, and spinel is a genuine gemstone that has the same crystal structure as a diamond, it's right up there on the Mohs scale. It's 9 on the Mohs scale. So a diamond is 10. Oh, no, sorry, I beg your pardon, it's 8. 8 on the Mohs scale. A diamond is 10, a sapphire is 9. But the reason why I'm telling you this is because you get amazing precision. So if you can imagine polishing with your Dremel, that precision, that luster that you get from using those quality tools, it's the precision that you get from every single one of those angles. When you've got a hard, durable gemstone like this, it almost becomes mirror-like. 20 of these have gone already. Let me just talk you through the strands that you're getting here, and obviously show you the pieces that our in-house designers have created. So you're getting 60 carats on the faceted squares. They're 4 to 5 centimetre squares, which I just love that. That's this one just here. 60 carats on your coins, which for me, that's that one there. So that one there, so a bit more circular, and also 75 carats in your hexagons. They are 4 to 7 and 4 to 8 millimeters. Each of these are 30 centimeter strands, so you're just shy of a meter across this wonderful quality. Look at that. You can see what I mean when I say liquid-like luster. There's a real distinct difference between the likes of spinel, black diamonds and onyx, if you like, because it's probably the most lustrous of all your precious metals. Another designer that uses this a lot and very much is the designer of all the Hollywood celebs would be Lorraine Schwartz, and it's all about faceted beads. £44.85 for a total carat weight of 100. Trying to work this out. Is there about 200? 195. 195 carats in total, which is just amazing. And I'm not even stopping there. Genuine gemstones.
Well, they're really pretty, aren't they?
Aren't they? And a birthstone as well. So if you are an August baby, then you need spinel. It's been put perfectly within your birth month, and I think it's its sibling gemstone in that month would also be is peridot, which just look lovely together. £44.85. Christine's there, Marilyn's there, Katarina's there, Heidi's there, Mary's there, Sheila. Hello to you, Ingrid, Jan, London, Brian. Hello to you, Dorset, Tracy, Sue. This is not your deal of the day price tag. I am definitely getting these right up my street, and something that literally you could put on and never take off because of the durability of the gemstone, but the sheer beauty. It's timeless, isn't it? It's a kind of thing that I can imagine literally wearing to the office, to work, but also out on your Christmas party.
And it's great the way it's catching the light, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just that flash of subtle flash, but just enough to be really pretty.
And let me explain for a second what the difference is between, because I say a lot of words like luster, brilliance, fire, dispersion. So brilliance, dispersion and fire, we're talking more about what's going on internally in the gemstone. Now, because black spinel is opaque, spinel does come in other colours as well, like these, which are obviously transparent. Now, I'll talk about dispersion and brilliance in these, but with your black spinel, we talk about the exterior, which is luster. So how the light hits the surface of the gemstone and reflects. That's why cutting and polishing is absolutely crucial. You've got exceptional quality. There's tons of you putting it in your baskets right now. I wish I had the quantity, to be truthful, for all 3 strands. Oh, Wayne is saying this is lower than what he should have taken it to. And that is a little thank you. A little thank you for how amazing this morning's show has actually been. 26, I'd expect to pay that for the 1 strand, to be truthful. And if these were in finished pieces of jewellery, you know, this one here.
That looks so sophisticated, doesn't it?
It is. And would you expect a £26.95 price tag?
No, not at all.
Not considering it's a genuine gemstone and there's precious metals. Would you use it with the argentium?
I think it would be lovely with the argentium. I think that contrast of light and dark would be fantastic.
It's almost definite monochrome, isn't it? Because the brightness that you get from the argentium silver.
No, that would be really pretty. And I was just looking at them. If you wanted to make really delicate drop earrings, just think how many pairs of drop earrings you've got there.
Well, I tell you what, she's a girl off her own heart, isn't she? She's a girl after our own heart. Literally, that's the kind of things that we would be thinking, gosh, the potential of what I can make out of this one deal of the day. A big thank you to you, Wayne. Ah, he says you're welcome. Anytime. Anytime. Everybody does love Wayne. Hang on a minute, do the maths. £9 per black spinel strand. £9. Do you know what? I'm thinking Christmas presents all day long. Just literally making, you could take 3 and put them onto a sterling silver slider chain, or maybe, I know you had some really nice chain bracelets over this course of the weekend just gone. Loads of you will have some very exciting orders, I think, over the past few days here at JewelleryMaker. Can I just take one moment and just say, our buying team have done an amazing job, I think, over the past few weeks in particular. So yeah, truly, truly, truly amazing. So and we're working with real luxury now, aren't we? Very, very, very high quality components. Robert, Alison, Alicia, Mary and Jerry, Jan, Essex. I've got 20 left. So for those of you that have it sat in your basket, like Maureen, Julia, Elaine, Chris, Michelle, new customer, you have to check out. You still only pay the 1 postage and packaging all day. Okay, finally, it's demo time! Woohoo! I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this.
Good.
And you want me to have a go, don't you?
I do definitely want you to have a go.
Okay.
So we're going to start with, as I think I said earlier, the basics on how to make this ring.
No, that looks too complicated for me.
There is nothing complicated. The principle for this ring is exactly the same for all the items that we're going to demo today.
Okay.
So this is going to be one of those mornings where my glasses are going to be on and off. The safety glasses are going to be on and off.
Yeah.
But I'm getting to that age where everything's getting a bit out of focus.
So
well,
mine have got,
just have to put up with it.
Mine will be firmly on.
Okay. So we are looking at kit 1, which is the looped ring and earrings.
Okay.
And within that kit, when you receive it, you will have 12 of the jump rings that are this size. Earring posts and butterflies. And you'll look at it and you'll think, this looks really simple, but now what do I do with it? So the basis for everything on this is about fusing. So the first,
sorry to interrupt. What's the difference between fusing and soldering?
The difference between fusing and soldering is that at the moment that's an open jump ring. There's a big gap. I've closed these up so that there's a much smaller gap in these. If you were going to solder, you would have to apply another material to it. I'm not sure where the camera is.
Yeah.
So you would have to apply another material to bridge the gap, which is here. With fusing, what you're doing is you're exciting the molecules that are within the Argentium wire so much that they're doing this and they actually want to, it's really technical this is, that they want to attach to each other.
Okay.
So you bridge the gap that's in the material.
Okay.
So there is nothing applied to it. You're not adding anything. And what that means is that you don't have anything that you've added to clean up, which you do with solder.
Okay.
Because I'll confess, I'm not brilliant at soldering. This is my lazy way of being able to make things without having to spend the next hour trying to clean up the mess that I've made with the solder.
Amazing.
So,
okay.
I'm going to get straight on to doing the first of the demos.
Are we in the right place there, Adam?
Can you?
Yeah,
Can
perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Because I've moved you about a little bit.
You have, and I've moved myself about a bit. So I'm going to start by explaining how I work out what size of ring we're going to make. Now you could say you've got your ring sizing stick, you know what size it is, but that's not necessarily going to tell you how long you need to make the circumference of the ring.
We do sometimes actually sell the ring shapes, but again, it doesn't tell you the length, does it?
I'm going to show you a very high-tech knot way of
used
working
to do this
out.
in the jewellers.
This is a great way.
Yeah.
This is just, and this doesn't come in your kits, but this was an old shoelace.
Love it.
So decide which ring it is you want to, or which ring finger you want to wear it on, and I'm going to make it on my index finger at the moment. So you take a piece of shoelace in this instance, and take it round your finger and hold with your fingernails, which way are we going? That way.
There you go.
Hold with your fingernails where you want the ends of the ring to be. Take that, this is really, really high tech here, lay it along a ruler and you will see that it's just under 8 millimetres.
Centimetres.
Centimetres, yes. Thank you for correcting me
That's
on that
okay.
one. So what I'm going to do, and this is going to look very strange, I'm going to draw a shorter than 8 centimetres, but very slightly shorter, line on a piece of paper. And this is Jewellery 101 here, really. So we'll go to 7.8. So I know that for this finger, I need that amount.
Why have you gone slightly shorter?
Because there's some working that goes on. We reshape the jump rings as we're working, and ultimately what I'd like to do is when it's on the ring mandrel at the end, stretch it so that it fits perfectly.
Okay.
And because of this process, there could be a little bit of variance in the way that we assemble, so it just gives me that flexibility that I can size it up a little bit. It's easier to size up than it is to try and remove material.
Okay.
So that's what I know I'm aiming for when I'm making my length of joined up jump rings.
Okay.
So if I take the, however many jump rings it is in the kit, she says, trying to remember. So there are 12. I think I'll need probably around about 7 to make the ring. And all I do, just to double check at this stage, is lay out the jump rings that I have, unshaped and unfinished, along the line until I get to the end. It may actually be 8, not 7. And of course, when you leave them in the bag, they do have this habit of attaching themselves to each other, which is really irritating. You put them in loose and you come back to them and they're all joined up. So it's very random at this stage. So I'm actually going to stop shy of the end on this, because you'll notice from the finished ring, which has disappeared somewhere here, that some of them are long shapes, some of them are more upright. So I know that when I fuse these together and we get to the resizing and the reshaping stage, some of them will flatten out a little bit. So I'm going to work on that number to start with. So the first job now is to take some of the open jump rings, and actually find one that is open, and close up the ends. And the important thing with this is to make sure, wherever possible, that the two ends, which way am I going? That way?
That's it.
Okay. Yeah. That the two ends actually do touch.
Okay.
So you just need to wiggle them around enough. It's not very technical, is it? Wiggle them around enough.
But we all know what you mean.
Yes. So that you can actually feel the two ends touching each other. And we're about there. So I have, in the tradition of Blue Peter, prepared some earlier.
I don't blame you.
So I am going to take the ones that I've already closed the ends up.
Do you want me to shimmy that way a little bit? Is that easier, Adam? There you go.
There
we are. There we go.
And the great thing with doing this is that what you can actually do is that you can fuse quite a lot. I'm just about to take those pliers back from you, sorry. You can fuse quite a lot all at the same time. You don't have to fuse and spend a lot of time doing them one at a time. So we will close up. And I'm sorry doing it slowly, but it's one of those things. It's actually much harder doing it sat down at this level than it would normally be at a bench. So, right, that's not closed up very well. And it's remember to get them touching as much as possible. If at this stage you're worried that the ends aren't touching completely, what you can do is you can, and we didn't talk about this earlier, is that you can run a piercing saw, if you have a piercing saw, through the piece of jewellery just to clean it up so that they close more neatly.
Okay.
Don't worry at this stage again about plier marks that are on there. We're going to do things that'll cover up the plier marks.
Okay.
Because I'm doing this at relative speed. I would normally take a lot more care and not be flicking them around so much, and you wouldn't end up with quite as many lines.
Okay. Now, what is flux? I know we know we've established what it does, but do I need to wear gloves or anything like that?
No, this is non-toxic as well.
Oh, okay.
But please don't ask me what's in it because I don't know.
No, I wouldn't do that.
So,
I wouldn't do that. But it's like you can actually, it's okay if you.
I wouldn't drink. I wouldn't recommend drinking it.
No,
but if you
but
get
if it
it on your
touches the
hand, you can wash it off. That's no problem. And you will get a safety data sheet with the flux, which tells you all the information that you're going to need about it.
Okay.
Now, I will normally just drop a few drops into the lid, just so that I don't keep dipping the paintbrush in. So you take the flux on the end of the paintbrush and you put it where you want the fusing to take place. So it's across the joint, like so. Okay, and I'm going to pour that back in there because I can just tell that I'm likely to throw it all over the desk.
Okay.
I just have that feeling that I'm likely to do this, and I'm now going to put my safety goggles on and be good. And just in case anybody so far doesn't know how to use the torch, because we haven't demonstrated on how to do that.
Not yet, no.
There is a little button at the back of the torch that you pull down, and this is where this is going to go horribly wrong, isn't it? I am going to do this with the glasses off just for a minute. It's live TV and it's not firing up.
It's always the way.
It's always the way, isn't it?
It's always the way.
Do you know, and this was working fine.
Do we have another torch?
Do we have another torch, please?
No problem. No, it's always the way.
Now, I am just going to check that I've got the gas in there.
Hang on a minute.
This is not what you want to happen. This is not what you want to happen,
This is good because it shows you how easy it is to fill as well.
Yes.
And that's just literally your lighter.
And I don't think that's the problem. This was working perfectly well yesterday afternoon.
Don't worry, we've got others if that's the case.
It's not going to light. No, it's not the butane, it's the torch.
Let's get another torch then. We can get another torch, that's okay, don't worry.
Oh, no, I've fixed it. Ooh. Right. We're good to go.
Good to go.
Right.
Glasses on.
As we were. Right, so now there is the reason it wasn't working, just so that anybody else who has the same problem I've just had, I'd forgotten there is a manual adjust here. So what you want to do is you want to have the open circle at the top over the round hole in the torch, which I hadn't done. So you pull down the just so that you can see, you pull the trigger down at the back of the torch, push the button at the back, and then when you've got it lit, you push this side thing which keeps the torch on. So you're good to go now.
Okay.
If you can, I'm just trying to get that so that's in view. I don't know whether you can see, but there's a blue flame.
Yeah, we can see.
The tip of the blue flame is the hottest part of the torch.
Yeah.
So all you're going to do is you're going to take the torch in, and you're really only interested in the area that you want to fuse. So we're taking the tip of the torch in, and can you see the surface of the metal is starting to wet? That has now fused. And I'll just flip round the other side and do it from this side just to be sure. So that's now fused, and I can move on to the next one and repeat it. This one may not fuse quite so well because I haven't closed the ends up quite as well as I had, but argentium is a very forgiving metal. That's now fused as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can see it almost turn to liquid, can't you?
And we'll do that again.
You see it.
And we're taking it in, and it's turning to liquid now. That has fused.
That's so
And you can
cool.
see I haven't perfectly matched up these ends. So this is where I say it's not vital that you have a high level of skill. The better you match the ends, the better your finish will be. But for this particular ring, it doesn't actually matter. So this is a good way to start practicing. So we're going to start, it's just about to fuse now. And what I tend to do now is as I mentioned when we were talking earlier, you must let the colour go out of the argentium. You saw that they were red when I had the torches on them. You need to let them to cool enough that the colour has gone.
I was going to say, how quickly does it cool?
We should be fine now. It's that quickly, yes. It's not. We're not waiting for ages. Now, you had a pair of tweezers. I might borrow them. Just to be sure that these have fused correctly, I'm going to flip them over. And this would be much better if my hands weren't shaking, but...
You're doing brilliantly.
Okay, so we've flipped them over. Oh no, I'll flip that one back again. Obviously, don't touch them because they will still be hot.
Yeah.
So tweezers and I'm going to take these off just a minute to have a look. Now, if you look at those, you can't now see... You can see where the seam was on that one, but these are complete.
No,
so the reason I flipped them over is just sort of a belt and braces job to make sure they're fused all the way through. And I will repeat the exercise. So the problem you do have if you've fused really well is finding where you actually have the joint. Now this one I know where the joint is because I can still see it slightly. So bring the torch in and you're just waiting. The metal's going white and that's now fused quite definitely all the way
bubbles,
through.
Doesn't it?
Yes. If you go too far, which is what I'll show you a little later, something very different happens. Okay. But you can go in, you can go out. You don't, if you're a bit nervous, and there it's gone again, you can do this slowly. So this is the one that I don't think has fused all the way through. Again, you don't need to worry about it, you can fix it. So you're going in, watching the metal surface has gone wet, that's now fused. And just to be sure, we'll do it on the last one. Just about to go now, and it's gone.
It almost goes quite shiny
It's liquid. It is literally liquid. The surface of the metal is molten. Okay. So again, we do the same thing, let them cool down. Yeah. And this is going to be where we start to get into that. Here I have one I prepared earlier because this does need a little bit of time to put everything together.
They're still hot, etc.
They are still hot. So I'm going to move these down onto the sheet I have down here, just because they'll cool down a little bit faster. And as I think we said we were going to do 8 fuse together. Yeah. So here I have some I prepared earlier. Lovely. Or in fact, what I'm going to do before I do that is I'll show you. And all I'm doing here is quenching them in water just to make sure the heat has gone out of them.
So nothing fancy in there, just a bit of water.
Tap water, yes. And it avoids me getting singed fingers. So what I haven't got is a tissue anywhere. Don't think it really matters. I'm going to end up wiping them on my trousers otherwise. Which, whilst I might do it at home, is not great practice here.
There you go. We have some blue.
Thank you.
Blue paper.
So we just dry those off. Now, at this stage, ordinarily, when I'd fused all 8 together, I would pickle these. And I would pickle them because if you look at the surface, they've picked up a little bit of the charcoal and some of the flux.
So you would pickle before you do
the thing with any of this is keep... Excuse me, is to keep the metal as clean as possible at all stages of working. Okay. Because anything that you have on the surface of the metal, depending on what we're going to do to it, can end up sinking into the surface of the metal. So better cleanliness is next to godliness in this particular instance. So I would be, if I was at home doing this, I would be putting them into my pickle probably for about 10 or 15 minutes and they'll be nice and clean and bright and shiny. Okay. So what I would then do, and I'm going to use them as though I had pickled them, so please excuse me that they aren't. If I just move this forward a little bit, what I'm going to show you is just how easy it is to reshape them at this stage. And this is why I said it's not crucial that it's exactly the length of the line on the paper.
Let me just move this torch.
Do I need to move something?
That's okay. Just move the torch so Emma can see as well.
Okay, so if we move over there. This is really not very high tech. So all I'm doing is just giving them a little bit of a different shape. I'm distorting, if you can see, I'm distorting the shape of the jump ring. Yeah. And then I will lay that just as a checking measure on here and start to build up. And this is why I say it's not definite whether it's 7 or 8, and you can tweak, as you shape these, you can tweak them so that they fit along your line. So we just carry on like that.
So you're going back to the actual length that you measured.
Exactly, and I will build up along this line, not very high tech at all here, till I've got to nearly the end.
Okay.
And you can reshape them quite a lot because the fused joint is now, this is now like it was one piece of metal.
Yeah, it's a complete piece.
Yes. If by any remote chance you haven't completely fused it all the way through and you find that you have got a split, and this does happen occasionally, you simply put it back on the charcoal block, put a little bit more flux on and repeat the exercise and refuses.
It really is foolproof
almost. It is, and I'm going to let you fuse one in a minute. So we build up along the line. So would you like to have a go at fusing one of the jump rings?
Yes.
Okay, so if I give you a closed up one.
Okay.
And I'll make sure we've got one that's nicely closed up rather than a big gap.
Do you need me to put the flux on?
You can put the flux on, yes.
Okay.
And all you're doing is you're putting the flux into the gap.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe a paintbrush.
It is actually okay on your hands because I just spilled that on you.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
And I'll turn that round so that you can see. So you're painting it onto the joint.
Ooh.
And this is one of those instances, a little bit more is not a bad thing. So if you put a little bit, it's great if you see it plop down onto the charcoal block actually, and then you know it's there. That's gone all the way through the joint. Did you see it sort of seeped through?
Okay.
So now you're ready to fuse.
Okay. Put that away.
Now you're looking worried.
I can't remember how you turn this on.
So you pull the there's a. Do you want me to turn it on for you? So you pull the trigger at the back down, point it away from you, so I'm not going to set fire to you. Press this one, and then push this permanent button at the side on.
Okay, so that's what
holds it on, so that you're not holding everything together.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So now let me put my safety glasses on.
Yes, probably a good idea. There you go. And I'm looking for the end, right?
You're looking. Get the end of the torch towards where you're fusing, and watch the surface of the metal because it's gone. You've done it. And that was simple, wasn't it?
Wow.
And then
really
to turn it off, yes, just push the button at the back. It is that simple.
Wow.
So that's the first stage.
Okay.
So we'll move that one out of the way. And sometimes they do manage to stick themselves to the charcoal block. And I'm now going to bring in that here I made one earlier.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
So, or am I? No, let me think. What I will do is I will fuse a few of these together and then we'll move on to the next stage. It's probably the easiest thing. Bear in mind, I would have pickled these by now, so they won't look quite as messy as they do here. And probably you'd be better off not putting them on the charcoal.
Why is it called pickled?
You promised me you weren't going to ask me any questions that I didn't know the answer
Sorry.
to.
It's just one of those things you're like, oh, okay.
No,
I guess you're putting something in.
What I like to do at this stage is that I like to take my metal ruler and just line them up a little bit because it makes it a little bit easier.
I didn't hear what you said then, Adam. What did you say?
It was probably something...
He said, is it what, pickling salts?
Well, it probably is, yes.
Yeah, probably.
I should know the answer to the question, shouldn't I?
No, you can't know everything. You can't know absolutely everything.
I'm supposed to.
And I guess the process is similar to pickling, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to repeat the same process that we did with the individual jump rings.
Okay.
But what we're going to do is put the flux where we want a seam to be. So we're going to put flux between the joints.
So this flux really is crucial then?
It is, yes. This wouldn't work without the flux.
Okay.
So hopefully this will work with the flux. Safety glasses back on. And I'm only doing 3 for a quick demonstration. you would do, you'd
As
have
long as the
you'd have
ring.
made up your jump rings all the length that you wanted, and you can do the whole lot all at once, but this is just a matter of keeping the timing going. So same principle, we go in, take the point of the torch into where we want the joint to appear, and you can see it's just starting to melt now. And what you will see, if you look closely, is that the two jump rings will have merged towards each other. It's probably easier to see it on the next one. Just about to go now. And you can see where the flux was, that the material is sucking towards itself on both the two jump rings. And you just keep working it until you think you've got enough that's going to produce a good solid seam.
Wow.
So this is where you really do need them butted up against each other.
Yeah, you don't want to...
You don't want a big gap. The
No.
material will melt, but it'll be a weaker joint.
I was going to say, and you want that strength, don't
You want
'Cause
as
this
much
is
strength as
potentially
possible, yes.
So
That's how you then build up the line, if you like. And again, I would normally, at this stage, once I've got it off the block, I'd just flip it over and repeat the process this side just to make sure that everything had fused all the way through.
Now, I might be jumping forward. If so, just tell me to hold your horses. But after you've come to do this and you're actually making that full 360, so obviously the part after you've curved it, putting the flux on and the heating, do you do that on the mandrel?
No, you don't. You do it on the charcoal block.
Okay, and hold it with a tweezer?
No, don't need to hold it with anything.
But when you curl it?
No, because the metal will, when you curl it round, you sort of over curl it a little bit, and it'll spring back enough just so that the two ends will touch.
Yeah.
Then you put your flux down the same gap.
But what I mean is you can't hold the ring like so.
You don't actually need to, because once you've got it in that shape, you can position it here with the bit that you want to fuse. And unlike soldering, this is where there's a really big difference, because if I had soldered each of these jump rings together with, for example, hard solder or easy solder, whichever one I chose, every time I reheat it, that solder joint remelts. Yeah. Which means construction is quite difficult sometimes using solder. But what we're doing here is fusing something. So I fuse that. That is now one piece of metal. It's not three individual pieces. And the joint won't remelt because it's all one piece of metal. So even though I end up heating here, this won't unmelt. Which it would do if you'd soldered it with easy solder, for example.
I was thinking actually sort of in terms of holding it, but actually the design itself doesn't need holding, does it? That's what I was actually thinking. Okay.
Right. I'm just trying to remember where I've got to now.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. So we'll assume that we've made a nice long strip.
Yeah.
And then that goes off to be pickled. And that pops in the pickle, 10-15 minutes, it should be nice and clean. So what I would, in fact, let me see if that's cooled down. I'll start it off with this one. What I would normally do at this stage is I would take some emery paper, because what you want to be able to do is reduce the amount of finishing work at the end. The inside of the ring is always the hardest part to finish. Even if you've got a Dremel, it's still the bit that you need to be careful with. Okay. So I would normally take a very rough piece of emery paper, and am I in camera? Yeah. And if you see, although these are curved jump rings, this has got a flat surface on it. This has got a flat surface because...
So you would do this before the shaping?
I do this before the shaping. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to do it all the way because we'll be here forever, but you can see it starts to flatten out the surface of the metal. And it would be very clean had I pickled it, but I haven't pickled it because we're doing this for time. So here we have one I made earlier. This is a slightly longer piece that I've done. That you can probably see I've taken the surface flatter on the one side. And this, I'm now thinking, actually, I do need to go all the way up to 8 jump rings, which I will do on this. So I'm not going to finish this perfectly. This is to show you how to do the assembly.
Absolutely, we know that. Okay.
But under normal circumstances, you would spend as much time as possible at each of the cleaning up stages, because the more you clean up in the production stage and the making stage, the less work you're going to have to do in the finishing stage at the end. And the inside is really the key, because if you get that right, even if you're polishing with a Dremel, it's much easier the more you've taken off at this stage.
Okay.
So I'm going to actually now, and this is a bit Irish, and this will probably be too long, but I'm going to fuse these two bits and then we'll finish off this end, because then we've got something that we can actually make up into a full ring.
Yeah.
So we're going to repeat the same process.
It could be a gent's ring.
Could be a gent's ring, or for my fat sausage fingers.
It's great that you can kind of like you know, you're customising, and it's literally made by your own fair hands from start to finish.
Now, let's get those as lined up as I possibly can. So this is a bit of a cheat using the ruler, but it does mean at least one edge is sort of relatively level. And I just want to be absolutely sure I've got enough flux on there. Keep remembering to put my safety glasses on. Light the torch, push the side, and then back in.
So quick, this process.
Well, in theory it is, and now I'm looking at this and thinking it's not going very quickly. What you sometimes find with this torch is that although it sounds like there's a lot of gas in there, and I'm beginning to think this might be the case.
Okay. If this happens, you might need more gas.
If this happens, don't panic about it. It may just be that there's not enough gas in the torch at the time, because although it's coming out, there might not be enough force of pressure. So I am just going to top it up. And don't worry if it does pop out at the sides a little bit, it is prone to do that. And I think from the amount that that's taking, it was quite empty. So that's the only disadvantage. You can't tell how much is in here. So because I've never found a torch that you can tell. So it's
so easy.
Just a case of listening. And if you're finding it's not starting to fuse easily, the chances are that the torch isn't full enough of gas. So we'll repeat that. It sounds exactly the same, so you can't even really tell that way. It's just what's happening when you're fusing. So if we try again, go back in.
Could it be that you haven't got enough flux on there?
No, it's more likely that I didn't have enough pressure behind the thing. She says. And I'm sorry, leaning over.
You're all right. We can see from the different
Now,
angles.
it's just starting to go now. You can see it's gone to the liquid state. And we'll just do it a little bit more to be sure, because this is quite a thin joint I've got here. Possibly a little thin. So we'll let it cool down, and then I will flip it over and do it on the other side.
See, that's a beautiful pendant as well, or a connector. Well, you know, it's not just rings. These could be.
We were talking earlier about the larger jump rings.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can do the same thing with those. Exactly the same process. Join them together. Yes, those.
I'm thinking Mobius.
You could do all sorts of things with them.
Yeah.
And when we get onto, or when I get onto demonstrating the more organic shape, you'll see exactly what you can do with them.
Oh, lovely. These are fun.
So
this is really good fun, isn't it?
I'll just get it unstuck from the charcoal block and flip it over. And this is where middle-aged women syndrome setting in, because I can't remember which one it was I just fused.
Third from the end,
yes,
Adam
it's
says.
this end. They're the ones I haven't sanded off. So don't do what I'm doing here, because it's a little hot, but it'll do the job.
Okay.
I hadn't let it cool down sufficiently, but this again is a matter of time. And somebody's going to be shouting, "Put your glasses on," aren't they? I just knew that was coming. Okay, so third from the end. So we're on that one. And the only reason I'm doing this one particularly, although it's fused all the way through, is that it's not a very wide joint here, and I'd just like a bit more substance to it. So we're doing the same thing again. The metal is getting up to temperature now, and it will go any moment now. You can just see it starting to get wet. And that's fused. It's very strange taking them on and off.
Yeah, worthwhile though when
It
you've got flames.
So, the heat, she says, hopefully has gone out of that sufficiently. I'm actually going to quench this now, which is slightly tricky because this is longer than the bowl. Obviously, you can use a bigger bowl when you're doing this at home. So we will take that and we will quench it.
Oh,
Okay,
just right.
So, must have known, mustn't I? Now, where's the piece of blue paper gone?
Piece of blue paper is here. There you go.
Okay. So, pickle at this stage with what you normally do, but we're not going to be doing it this time. And I am going to rub just a little bit of this off so that it's cleaner. So the fact that it looks brown and nasty at this stage, don't worry about it. Once it comes out of the pickle, it wouldn't look like this.
Mind you, that buffs it up quite a lot.
Well, it does take all I'm doing is a shortcut, really. I'm just, I'm reshaping it, but B, I'm taking off the surface gunk, which was the flux in this instance. So, as you can see, it's coming up cleaner. I would normally work this until it was, as you could see on these, it's flatter and you haven't necessarily got the indentation between.
Towards Emma.
So
you
can see I've actually taken the surface right down here so that you can see it is fused. It's completely one piece of metal. There's no solder seam because there was no solder. And it's just nice and clean and finished. But again, because we're doing this as a demo, we're not going to do it that way. Okay. And this is where we will really put to the test whether or not this has fused properly all the way through. And I will add, I didn't burn, I didn't burn the table. That was already there.
We know that wasn't you. Yes, but if it's not and you do find it separates, then you just do it again.
You just fuse it again. Okay. So at this stage, you would normally have it as clean as you possibly could have. You won't have all these indents and nasty black bits, and you do that on both sides.
Okay.
Unless you want to end up with a ring that has shaped outside this way, in which case you don't have to file it off.
Just make sure you pickle it.
My preference really was to have a flatter surface on there. Okay. So we'll make the assumption that it's nice and clean and bright and shiny on both sides.
Yes.
So this is where I'm praying desperately that nothing horrible goes wrong. What I will do is take this and I will bend it around my ring
mandrel.
Thank you. And it's easier if you start on the larger area, sort of a larger area. And then what I would do, which I've carefully left, I'm going to have to grovel in under the table because I need my nylon hammer.
Yes.
Or your rawhide hammer.
Yes.
Because you don't really want to be using the metal hammer at this stage.
No,
because if you do, it'll put dents in.
Okay, no problem.
So I should have had this out, so I do apologise.
That's all right, don't worry. We're all good, aren't we?
You would take
showing everybody this.
You would take your soft hammer.
There you go.
Okay. And you would tap the ends so that you get to a point. And it's not crucial at this stage whether if I just take it off, it may not be sitting perfectly flat. Don't worry about it at this stage. And I'm getting to the point that what I want to do is for the two ends to be very near meeting, and I will then squeeze them, praying that nothing horrible happens, and it won't. That's just me being paranoid. So I will get them to the point that the two ends that I want to meet are touching each other.
Okay.
And the best way to do that is to actually push them past each other.
Yes.
Because then tension will make them spring back.
Yes.
So pretty good, but I'll just hammer those down a bit flatter so there's more of a surface area. And so that's where we're going to have the joint. So what I will then do, there are two ways of doing this. I can either do this upright, so this way round. Don't worry that it's not perfectly round at this stage. So I'll either do it completely upright, or I can do it that it's that way. And depending on how it is, I think it's probably going to be easier upright. Depending on which one of the ones you joined, sometimes it's easier if you sit them that way, sometimes it's easier if you do it upright. So I'm going to just make sure they are touching. Again, take the flux. And paint it down the joint. Remove all the extra rubbish. Put my safety glasses on. Do you want me to move?
No, it's all fine. Fine.
Okay. Torch. And we're just going to repeat what we've done previously.
If you have just tuned in, take a little look back on the website, see if any of these are remaining. It's the Argentium Silver launch, which is just fab. And we are bringing you little individual products throughout the course of the demonstration as well.
And I'm just doing both sides again to make sure that it's fused all the way through. And there we have it joined.
So obviously don't touch it
Don't
now.
touch it at this stage, no. So we just need to let that cool down a little bit before we quench it. I will demonstrate a little bit later on what happens if you quench it when it's too hot, because what will happen is it will shatter. And although you can put it back together again, it's a bit of a pain. So it's easier just, if you're really nervous, go away, make a cup of tea. But once the colour has gone and there is no red in the metal, you're okay to pick it up.
I guess the same happens with gemstones, doesn't it? I mean, you can take a quartz, and if you heat it up to a very high degree and then you quench it in cool water, that's where you get that crackled effect. So yes, I guess it's the same with your precious metals.
So we're now at a point that I can quench it, and at this stage it is going to look slightly cruddy.
It's because you haven't pickled.
It's A, because I haven't pickled, but B, I've just melted it again. Okay. So again, I would pickle it at this stage, which would bring it back to a nice white metal. And you wouldn't have some of them curved, some of them wouldn't not curved, because we would have done all the stages along the way. And then just so that I can make it up to the, so that it is round, I will put it back on my ring mandrel and I'll tap it so that we actually do end up with a round ring rather than a completely distorted one. And then what you can do, if you decide that T, which is what the leading edge on this, is not big enough, you can actually gently tap it down and it will stretch, but I'm not going to overstretch it at this stage. So we now have the completed, very messy, unpolished.
But I like that. I like the fact that you can actually see, you know, what it will be.
Yes. And you can see, I mean, we've been demonstrating, what, 35 minutes maybe?
Yeah,
and
about 40 minutes,
yes.
Yeah.
You have, in essence, nearly completed your silver ring. I know we've cut out stages and you'll spend longer doing this and you'll spend a lot more time on the finishing.
Yeah.
But it is really that simple.
Wow. And then so from here, pickle it and then you polish.
What I would normally do is I would start off with a sort of medium grade emery paper just to take the surface off and get rid of any sort of real nicks and marks on it.
Yes.
And then I would probably, if you got one, use my Dremel, or I could carry on going down the emery paper and leave it with a satin finish.
Yeah, I mean, I can't recommend Dremels enough. I really can't. I think they'd be amazing alongside the Argentium as well, just because you can actually get, like you said, you can get really into the sort of the details and the curves actually of the silver itself. Just beautiful. I mean, I think it's endless, the opportunities. Can I just quickly show that lovely acorn necklace? Because
yes,
leave it there. But Emma can. There we go. Just Emma. There we
go.
Now
that's been made from an Argentium casting, and if you're thinking the chain's very white and the acorn is not so, it's because I wanted a dull finish on it.
Yeah.
It was originally a very bright finish, and I wanted it toned down to set off the pearl. But Argentium will cast. You can do all the things that you can with standard sterling silver. And you can go from a bright finish as the chain is to a sort of dull finish, a semi-matte finish.
I love it. And then going across to that necklace that I was wearing at the beginning of the show.
That I'm going to show you. I'm going to make the earrings that go with this ring because they're very quick, and then I will show you how to make the organic shapes that are in this necklace, because it's a really nifty trick.
Okay.
You will love doing this.
Wonderful. Okay.
Okay, so we're not going to take this any further at this stage.
No, because I think...
Because you've got the principles of how the assembly is, and it's a matter of you have to make sure along the way that you're finishing it, pickling it regularly, and you can put whatever finish you choose on it. You could, at this stage, once it's been cleaned up, pickled and semi-polished, you could take your small hammer, and this is where you could use your ring mandrel, and if you wanted a textured hammered finish on it, you don't hit it so hard that it misshapes.
No.
But you can gently start to put hammer marks all over it so that you end up with that planished hammered finish look on it.
Lovely.
So if you haven't got a Dremel, there are other things that you can do. Yes. So
lovely.
Unfinished, unpolished, but away we go. So the next thing is to make the earrings that go with this.
Okay.
And as I've said to you, you don't touch Argentium silver when it's red hot. The question has to be, well, how do I put my earring posts on?
I did wonder.
Yes, so we're going to, throw them around the studio. We're going to make one of these.
So if I show you these, and then you can imagine yourself making them then.
Okay.
Very cool. Oops.
So you remember how we joined the jump rings together, or fused the ends of the jump rings together? These start from exactly the same principle, and on the Blue Peter basis, I'm afraid I've skipped a few steps here.
That's okay.
So we close the ends of the jump rings up, fuse them, pickle, and then we distort using the hammer on the steel block. This I've polished just because it made it look a little bit nicer. What I'm then going to do with this one, and this will be slightly loud, so I do apologise to the team on the sound.
That's okay.
I'm going to take a slightly bigger hammer, if I knew where I'd put it. Oh, it's there. And I'm going to flatten it out a little bit. And I'm sorry about the noise.
That's okay.
This just means we're not wasting quite so metal. I'm sorry.
I like it. When you said earlier on about giving it a good wallop, that's what you mean?
This is a medium wallop.
A medium wallop,
yes.
Right, okay.
Okay, so there, we've walloped it. I would probably normally at this stage also just take the emery paper to it a little bit, but for ease and speed, I'm not going to on this occasion.
Okay.
So, the big question is, how do we not touch it and join the posts together?
Okay.
Because it clearly needs, that is not going to stand up on there on its own. So there's a trick to this. You drill a very small hole, or you can take a compass or something that's a needle will do it, and you put a hole in your charcoal block, which is just marginally short of the length of your earring post. And I'm going to find which one it is. So you just end up with the earring post sticking proud of the charcoal block.
There it is.
And we take the magic flux again.
I'm just going to move you.
Okay.
Did you say move? Yeah. Other way, other way, other way. That way. There we go. There
Okay.
it is, just there.
Right. So we take the flux and we pop it onto the end of the earring post, and we do the same on this side of the earring. And this is where you're going to find out just how much my hands are shaking. So let me put the lid back on there before I throw it over the table. And pop the flux back on. And this is where I am going to shake. But so this may not be the perfect job on this occasion because I am shaking a little bit.
Oh, bless you.
But
You're doing a grand
you can
job.
just see that it's balanced on the earring post. What you don't want to be seeing is either edge of the earring post sticking out over the side of the ring. So it's not at the moment.
No.
Okay.
Lovely. There's lots of people messaging in saying how amazing you're doing. So really, don't be nervous.
They can't see me
specs on.
shaking.
Specs on. Miss Dawn saying great demos. You're amazing, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, Dawn.
Just one of the many there. Lynn in Hampshire saying hello to everybody. I'm so enjoying this demonstration. It's so clear to follow. Well done. There
Good.
we go.
Thank you.
There we go.
So
One more. You're doing great. These are fab demos.
good.
I agree.
So we're just going to do exactly the same as we did when we fused the ends, and we're going to take the heat in to the top of the easiest way to do this, because if you apply it down here, there's a good chance that you will melt the earring post. So we work from the top of the piece, and when the top of the Argentium earring is at the liquid state, that's when we know that the fusing will have taken place underneath. So again, take the torch in, very quick, and it should, famous last words, have fused. Again, let the heat go out. And this is going to be when the first one I do doesn't work. No, we have the post attached. Sorry, I'm not picking it up because it is hot at this stage. The post is attached, it's at a slight angle, don't worry about it. The heat's gone out of it. You can quench it. And at this stage you would normally pickle it, not throw it around the bench. And the pickle will get rid of all the nasty muck that's on the outside of here. And I'm just thinking, have I fused this all the way through before I do this? Obviously that's not quite as you would want it. You would want it straight. And if I haven't fused it at this stage, you will find that when I do what I'm about to do, it'll fall off, but we can repeat the exercise.
It's a test.
So I would normally take the post and I would straighten it out a little bit so that you end up with a tidier pair of earrings. And you can do that. You'd obviously do both pairs at the same time, but it was a quick demonstration.
Yeah.
Same principle, clean it up or pickle it and then clean it up. Now, the posts at this stage, because they've had heat applied to them, are quite soft.
Yeah.
If you remember when we were talking earlier, one of the things I told you that Argentium was great for was being able to harden it and add strength to it. So when I finished my first clean up, polish and finish, what I would normally do is I would take these and I'd put them into a baking tray, just a regular baking tray or a baking sheet, and I would put them into the cold oven, my cold domestic oven, the one I cook my food in, and I would turn it up to 230. 240 is the maximum on my oven at home. So I would turn them up to 240, let it come up to temperature, leave it there for about an hour, and then turn the oven off and let it go down. And what that will do is harden this immensely.
Yep.
So that you won't end up with an earring post that when you put the butterfly on bends or distorts. And that's the same whether you're doing ear wires.
It's very frustrating when that happens, isn't it?
I mean, I've got loads of pairs of earrings at home that are sterling that I've bent the post here, there and everywhere.
Once you've done that, it's hard.
It's very difficult to get it back to the right state. So this is a way of avoiding having to do that. So again, it's not looking beautiful at this stage because it's not being pickled, but that's because it's not really viable to keep the pickle hot in the studio.
Right.
So you would then polish and finish however you wanted. So again, if you wanted to put a hammered finish on the front of that, you could. You could put a high polish, or anything in between.
Okay.
So that's how you make the earrings that go with the ring that we put on.
Lovely.
These earrings.
I was just to say, the posts come with it,
The
don't
post
they?
comes with the kit, yes. The kit,
And also the butterfly back, so
you
they're
ha-
all part of the kit.
you have enough to make 2 pairs of earrings. Possibly, if you've got very small fingers, you might get away with making 2 pairs of earrings, and you could make an extra pendant.
Oh, okay.
But there's enough that you can do 2 pairs of earrings and a ring.
Okay.
So those are the things that I think are the most complicated that we've got in these kits.
Look how beautiful those earrings are. They remind me of a designer brand that starts with G. They do earrings like that.
You don't mean Georgette, that other supermarket?
No,
You don't mean that one, do you?
I definitely mean a designer brand.
Okay, so you've seen the principles of how we work with Argentium. It's very simple, and everything that we do is in stages. We're rushing today, but this is about, the more time you put in at the assembly stage, the better the pieces will be.
Okay.
So the next thing I'm going to show you is how to make I'm just trying to think which one I'm going to do next. We said kit 2, didn't we? So kit 2, 3. Kit 2 is the organic bracelet and necklace.
So is that this one?
Yes.
Okay. Now that's beautiful.
And it's a little like we did with the ring. It's exactly the same thing. You start off with a jump ring and a pair of pliers. And actually, the bigger you get with these jump rings, the easier it is to fuse them.
So would you say possibly start with the larger ones first?
If you're slightly nervous about this, I'd say that the bracelet and the necklace,
This necklace?
yes, are possibly the easiest things to make first of all. Or the single pendant on the chain and whatever that came with, which is this ring.
Yes.
In actual fact, truthfully,
They're all much the
they're
same.
all much of a muchness.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How did you get this to distort in its shape?
Well, before we go on to that then, okay, because I know you're itching to see this, I will show you how to do that. So we take one of this size jump rings, which are the medium size,
Okay.
join up the ends,
Bit of a wiggle.
bit of a wiggle. What you're really listening for, I don't know whether the microphone's picking this up, is
Click.
that sort of clicking noise,
Yes.
because then you know that the ends are mostly attached or touching each other. Having said that, I'm looking at that and they're not. It's funny how doing things on live TV, nothing quite goes the way you think it's going to, is it?
Oh yeah, it's like what do they say? Live television.
I could do this in my sleep.
Animals and kids.
Could do this in my sleep normally, and now I'm struggling to close the end of a jump ring. Right, so we pop that on there. Safety
They
glasses.
say that, don't they? They do say that.
Animals and children,
Don't work
yes.
with animals or children. And live TV.
All the live torches and silver on TV.
Yeah.
But hopefully we're disproving that.
Oh, definitely.
So-
I'm so desperate to get hold of this.
So again, flux on the joint and
Blob it through.
blob it through. And that you will see that the charcoal sucks it through. And the great thing with that is it's actually sucking it onto the surfaces
Yes.
of the jump ring. So we repeat the same process. And I have my glasses on this time. So we're going to do the same thing. It will take slightly longer because it's a bigger jump ring. So we are getting up to temperature. It's getting very near the point. You'll see it goes white before it starts to melt, you will see. And now we're getting to the point it's just starting to melt.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we have the jump ring fused. Nice and easy.
Adam says it's like Terminator. Terminator 2, that guy that kind of dissolves and then...
Now this is where the fun part takes place.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this.
Okay, so you can pickle it at this stage, but again, we haven't got any pickle, so we're not doing that.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to carry on heating this jump ring. Now the end, in fact, I'm now just going to contradict myself, and I'm not going to pick it up while it's still hot. You nearly caught me out then. I am just going to flip it over onto the other side to make sure it's gone all the way through. I'm just checking myself there. Now you can just see there's a line where the flux was. I'm going to be absolutely certain and just fuse that because it is important for the next stage. So can we just bring that up to the point that it's at the fusing temperature? It's gone white, just about to go.
Turn to liquid.
And it's just going now, okay? So I'm happy that's fused all the way through.
Yep.
Pickle it.
Pickle it.
Or do what I'm just about to do, which is carry on heating the jump ring. And you'll see that the whole surface of the metal starts to look liquid.
Oh, look at this.
Now you have to watch this very carefully.
I'm watching.
What you will see is that as it gets liquid, it starts to move. It's got a willingness to join up into a big globule.
Ooh.
And what you keep doing is you shape it by applying the heat of the torch. So wherever you're putting the torch, the metal will move.
This is like the coolest stuff ever.
And when you've got to a shape you think you like, you literally just stop. That's it, and let it cool down. And this is where you could be very tempted to pick it up at this stage and quench it. This, because it's become much chunkier and much thicker, will hold the heat a little bit longer.
Don't touch it.
Let it cool. This is where I would say go away and have a cup of tea. Because the temptation is to drop it into the water to quench it, and you'll go, and it'll be all over the place.
And it will shatter.
It will.
So you were saying about that, if you quench it too quickly...
While that's cooling down...
Yeah, don't quench that one.
No,
that was really
I will
cool.
do you what will happen if you don't.
Okay.
Just to... and probably this won't shatter, and then I'll look really stupid.
But you're saying it can. That's the thing. So if you quenched it from high temperature to cool temperature too quickly, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
What we might do is just do it on the actual jump ring before, rather than the fused shape.
I want to make one of these.
Okay, so this is not the neatest job in the world because I'm doing this for speed. So flux on the joint. All the other tools out the way. In fact, perhaps I will do it on the melted one, it might be easier. So you see the metal's going white. We are getting to the point it's just getting to a liquid state. It's fused. And I will distort it a little bit because it'll keep the heat in a bit better and it might demonstrate better what I'm saying don't do. We're just doing it.
This is just...
It's really cool, isn't it? I love doing this.
You see the shape changing. Ooh.
Right, so I'm going to pick it up very quickly while it's still hot. And it's not going to have done it.
But it can.
This is what is in the trade mode.
So what happens when...
Now, there is a slight crack in it. So
Weakening.
you can just see there's a crack here. It will weaken.
Show that.
But it's not done what I'd hoped it was going to do, which was shatter, because that's what can happen when it's too hot.
Can you see just there? Yeah.
It's because I wasn't fast enough getting it into the water. But again, if you have got a crack, if it's just a crack, you can go back and you can fuse it back together again.
That's still hot. I can feel the temperature there.
But that should be fine. And you will notice, you remember I said to you earlier that one of the viewers asked the question about could they use the little perforated blocks. This is the underside that was attached or that was on the charcoal block. You'll see that the surface of that is picking up the texture of that. So if you've got lots of little holes, you'll end up with sort of little nobules all over it, which just means a little bit more to clean off.
Okay. Unless you want nobules.
If you want nobules, you can do it that way, but the other issue is that the charcoal reduces the oxygen around the piece when you're doing it, and you actually end up with a nicer, cleaner finish. So we now have two of these, even though that one does definitely have a crack in it, but I could fuse that back together.
Okay. I mean, just all the rage, these lovely organic shapes at the moment. I think, and if we look across again at that wonderful necklace that I was wearing at the very beginning of the show, that's so
Now you can see how it's made, can't you?
It's so beautiful, and and the ring that I'm wearing, gosh, I want to get this kit. It's a lot of sterling silver as well. Well, not sterling, argentium.
Yeah, but it does feel nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's beautifully. I mean, I love this. I love this medium. I'm hooked already.
Good.
It's very cool. Yeah, very positive vibes from everybody here in the studio and also text messages.
So we're slightly out of sync, but as you've got that one in your hand, I'll show you how to make this one.
Okay.
Now, again, the same way that I did with the drilling the holes to put the earring pins in, there's a little bit of a cheat on the charcoal block for the assembly of this ring, because clearly when you've made your organic shape, and that's a little hot, fortunately not too hot, when you've made your organic shape that you're going to use for your ring, whichever one you decide you're going to use, you've then got to get it onto the piece that's the ring shank.
I suppose actually sort of keep it positioning it so you
now,
can.
if you think about it, if you try and line up that and this piece, it's how are you going to do it? So all I do is take, and I can't see my needle files, but I take one of the parallel needle file, but you can actually do this with a Stanley knife or any other cutting knife. And I make a little groove in my charcoal block. And what I should add that most of the time when I'm using the charcoal block, I will use one surface for clean work, and then the other surface for sort of the things that I've hacked away at. So we're going to skip a few stages. We're not going to skip a few stages, I'm correcting myself here. So in the kit that's with, you will get one very large jump ring and the size jump ring that we've just made the organic component from. So clearly, unless you have a world heavyweight champion wrestler in your family, that's going to be a little bit large for most people.
It's quite a big ring, yeah.
Yes. So the way to size it is that you take that component. I mean, this is really, really basic, simple jewellery making, and I'm sure there are sort of professional, high-class jewellers who will be looking at this thinking, oh dear.
I can tell you this for certain. This is the truth. I used to work in an expensive jeweller's once upon a time. They used to do ring sizes.
Yes.
If we did have those ring mandrel things,
Yes.
you know, the ones where you have all the different ABCs. But they used to use the lace, and for resizing watches, strips of paper.
It's whatever works at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And all this is doing is trying to show ways of being able to produce product quickly that actually, if you clean it up along the way, will produce you nice product. So I'll do it on a finger that there's a bit more to chop off, not the finger. So what I will do is I will decide where I would like, which way am I going? Where I would like to position the section that I'm going to put in, and I'll place it at the end of the jump ring, and I will take a pen, I mean this really is slightly Heath Robinson-ish, and I will mark on the shank where that will be. And this
so you're only making the one cut?
Yes.
Less waste?
Less waste. And never throw, well, if you want to you can, but don't throw out your bits of argentium, because you can do all sorts of things with them afterwards.
Absolutely. Same as with your sterling silver.
Yes. Now, this is where a little bit of ingenuity comes in. You're trying to reduce the amount of filing, sanding, all the things that you really want to avoid as much as possible. But what you've got to do is remember that when you're putting these two things together, what you want is as flat a surface that you can apply this bit to as possible. So you need to cut it, ideally, at an angle, like so. And this is where it might fly off around the studio, so I am putting my hand over the top of it. And you can see that I've got an angle here. And I will do the same this side. And I'm going to cover it for exactly the same reason, because I don't want to blind anybody in the studio. And you can see that's relatively flat, that's relatively flat. What I will then do is take the block that I have here and do the same thing again as we did earlier, just to make sure that, am I in shot? That we end up with a flat surface to apply the top decoration to.
Yeah.
And again, I'll check the fit. And this is, I probably haven't cut off enough on this, but it's showing the principle.
Yeah.
So I will then just check that what I'm going to put on covers the two areas here. And I am going to backtrack on this one a little bit and cut just a tiny bit more off, because this is
You're kind of going at a 45-degree
yes,
angle, aren't you?
Yeah. And I'm sorry covering it up, but I don't really want to to fire anywhere. And I'll do the same thing again. So you end up with a flattish surface here, so that you've actually got something to present it to. And I have got one I made earlier. Now, what I've also done on this one, which is my organic shape, I would normally at this stage, if you look at the ones that we've done here, they flow nicely. So this one was done at speed. I would normally clean up better around here with a needle file to get nice flowing curves like this. But this is for time and essence.
Yeah.
So front face, do as much as you want, and then the back face, what I normally do is take it completely flat, because the same thing applies, and I don't think this one has got it, but the back of the ring is always the harder part to clear up once the shank's on. So do as much work to the back of this as possible. Get it as flat as possible. And then what you're going to do is you're going to drop it into the slot that you've cut in your thing. And if I could remember which one of these it was, I think it was that one. And I'm just going to line these up so that, and this is not perfect, as in I haven't spent a lot of time doing this. You can spend as much or as little time as you want on this. I'm trying to remember which way I did this. And what you want to do, she says not to doing it very well, is make sure that when these are in position, you're not seeing from this side any of the ring shank, which at the moment you are. So that's me not doing this particularly well. But you're butting up the two edges. So I'm just doing it while I get in and then I'll get back. So you're making sure that the front decoration is butted up to the ring.
Yeah.
And you'll see it's not perfect at this stage, but remembering you're going to fuse.
So you'll find one another.
Yes. So, and you would, if you were doing this at home, you'd obviously be spending a lot more time making sure everything fitted properly and missing.
It doesn't matter if you do though, does it? Doesn't matter if you miss.
No, not with the flux at this. There is a stage on a couple of things later on that it does matter where the flux goes. But on this, no, it's not an issue. So, and this may not be the most perfect job in the world. Okay, get the rubbish out of the way.
Oh. There you go.
So we're going to repeat the same process. Take the torch in, heat the flux up. Now on this, there may well be enough flux that what you will see is the flux goes brown before it gets to the point that it's actually going to fuse. But we're looking for the same process, that the metal goes white and then begins to look wet. And it's just about to start going on this side now. It is just about to start going on this side.
That's all right. It's very satisfying to watch this.
Right, it's just going now. It's starting to get wet. And then we'll move over and do the same on this side. And what you can also find sometimes, if this hasn't worked perfectly at this angle, because in fact what you've done in actual fact is tack it at this stage.
Yeah.
So if it isn't absolutely perfectly fused, once it's cooled down, you can turn it, because then the two pieces are now joined and they're not going to move when you reapply the heat, is that when this is cooled, you can turn it so that that face is flat on here. And
yeah.
we can
You do the other side.
we can do it the other way round.
Yeah.
Because I haven't fused and melted the ends of this terribly well. Again, slightly under pressure, but
You're doing brill.
it's one of those things you can do it and you can clean up and you can spend a lot more time than I've been doing on it. And we are just waiting for this to cool down because there's quite a lot of heat in this.
They're so beautiful, and I tell you what, this can't you see, Jewellery Makers, just how bright the Argentium silver is? We have also bringing you additions throughout the course of the demonstrations as well. So if you've just tuned in, oh my goodness, you've missed an absolutely mega morning. You really have. Have a little look back on the website. I don't know if there is any of the kits still available. Every kit is sold out. Oh no, I wanted to buy some. I really fancy having a go at this. It's fun, and like you said, I believe you. It's foolproof.
Yes.
If you do make a mistake, you can trace your steps almost.
I mean, at this stage now, actually, I haven't fused that side at all, so that's my mistake. But it's a case
Not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world, because what we do is we line it up again, and now because that side is fused.
Can we show that?
Yes.
So here we go.
At this stage, it's looking fairly untidy.
So can you see it's fused on this side that I'm holding, but then this side is not quite fused together.
But that's enough location now that it means that we can do it this way on.
Okay.
So we can take it and we can put it this way, which means it's actually a lot easier to get at everything.
It's not going to fall.
It's not going to fall.
That's what you meant by tacking.
Yes.
And is gravity, during the fusing, will gravity help you
It
this
does help,
way?
yes. So make sure we get plenty of flux on just to shore up the joint. Where have I put my specs?
Specs on.
And the only thing that viewers looking at this at the moment may look at it and think it looks really messy. That's because we haven't pickled it at the various stages, and I'm doing it in a rush.
But also all metalwork looks messy initially.
It does, you know, and this is a case that the longer you spend on it, the better the piece will be. So we're just getting up to the temperature now, she says. Am I leaning too far forward? And it should be fusing about now. And then what you can do...
Here we go.
Just starting, just going now. As I say, it looks really quite rough and ready at this stage, but it comes down to how much time you put into the finishing. And I think part of the problem here, we had this earlier on, although it sounds like I've got enough gas in here.
So you do use quite a lot of gas.
You do.
Right.
But, well, relatively speaking, I mean, I've been using that for about a month.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's still quite full.
Yes, I have no idea how big the chamber is in here, but the fact that it's taking it and not spitting out the top makes me think it is empty. So if it doesn't fuse first time, don't panic. It isn't necessarily anything you're doing. It may be that you haven't got enough gas in there.
Okay.
And we'll soon find out. This has got more heat coming off it.
You can tell that straight away, can't you?
And you can't even hear the difference. This is the funny thing. You'd think if the pressure was less, that it would sound less, but it doesn't. It still sounds like it's, and we're just going now.
Yeah. Ooh.
There. The trick is not to over melt it, clearly.
What would happen if you over melted
You'll
it?
end up with a big silver blob.
Okay, well that could be pretty too.
But actually it isn't the end of the world, because if you think about it, that's actually what you started. If I'd carried on, and in fact I'll show you in a minute what would happen with this.
Can I make a silver blob?
You can make a silver blob. So we have fused the basics of that into place, because I know we've got to keep moving on.
Yeah.
Then it's a case of filing, tidying up, and, well, pickle first of all, get rid of all the flux.
Don't forget your pickle.
No, don't forget to keep pickling along the way. Is to file and tidy up and end up with a nice, smooth, comfortable...
No, go on, carry on.
Nice, smooth, comfortable fitting on the inside, and then you can put whatever finish you choose on the outside. So at this stage, this is not going to be looking a particularly attractive ring, but you can see the principles of everything there.
Absolutely.
I didn't do... This was a do as I say, not as I do. I didn't get that side completely fitting very well onto here, but that's a case of just spending a little bit more time at this stage and getting the fit right. Yeah. So you wanted to know what would happen with the big silver blob.
Yes. We've got, I can't
out of time?
No, please. We've got about 20 minutes left, so we're all right. We can do a blob.
You want to see a blob?
Yeah.
Right, you do the blob.
Okay.
So
your specs on.
I'll put the specs on and light the torch for you.
I'll shimmy it a little bit if I can.
Yes.
Is that all right, Adam? Yeah. There we go.
Now,
so do I need flux?
You don't need anything on this if you're going to make a silver blob.
Okay.
So just carry on heating it.
The same area or all the way around?
All the way around.
I'm going to be very proud of this blob.
And what I will show with the next kits that we do, now you'll see it sucks into itself and it will make a perfect ball. Woohoo! If you just keep heating now, and now stop.
Okay, Terminator. That really is Terminator. If you don't know what, do you know what?
No.
You need to watch Terminator 2 because that happens.
Right. So this, in principle, is a little bit of what we'll see on the next kits, but you do it on a very small scale. You make lots of these little tiny blobs, and then you fuse them as added decoration to the pieces. So you end up with a really interesting effect.
That will be really hot.
Don't touch it.
I won't touch it. I can see there's lots of red still in it.
Now, we are going to give it just a little bit longer before we drop it in. And it'll go... and then there's a sort of after. So...
Do you know?
I mean, I know it's sort of pointless exercise, this.
No, but I quite like this.
But you see, you could, if you really wanted, actually use that on a ring.
Can I borrow the block? I really like that idea. Hang on.
Yeah. So, and you could put a hammered finish on it. You could do anything you liked.
It's cool. I like that.
And
hang on.
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping you putting that together.
You can fuse that with that, yes. Or you know, when you've any of these little bits that you've got left over, if I took this, I know we're sort of digressing slightly from the demo, but if I take a very small piece, you'll see the same principle. And watch this.
You're going to make a mini blob?
I'm going to make a mini blob. You don't need to put any flux on this, and this will be very quick. There, one mini blob.
Message coming through from Lauren Gwen, absolutely amazing, magical to watch. Thank you, Elizabeth, for such a fabulous morning of instruction. Elle, you're like a kid at Christmas. I know. I'm desperate to have a go at this. Hello to you, Celia. Great demos, Elizabeth. But kudos to the camera people. We can literally see everything. Awesome work, guys. No, absolutely. Take a bow, Emma and Adam.
Thank you.
There you go. Lovely, Adam.
Right.
Go on.
So, what are we going to do next? We've done the 2 rings, we've done the earrings, which are the most complicated. Yes, but I'll drop it in there before you do anything with it. And there's your small blob.
I like the blobs.
And the blobs are great.
Lynn loves the blob idea.
They're what you would use for a process called granulation. So you can make flat patterns, all sorts of things. And just actually, as I have now digressed, I'll show you something else you can do with them. You get a clean bit of here.
Eat it.
And there's going to be another big bang.
Oh!
I did tell you there was going to be a big bang. So what you can now do, that you can see you can start to make up flat areas that again you can use for applied decoration. So you could fuse that onto a ring, or you could fuse lots of them on.
Flux them all together.
Yes.
So you're creating textures as well.
Yeah, exactly. But that's for the next set of kits, aren't it?
Oh, I can't wait. I literally cannot wait. Yeah, what date is it that you're back?
I'm actually not back till next year. Right, so we've done earrings, rings. I've shown you in essence how to make the pendant that's on here. But what I will show, because this is all the techniques that we've shown this morning will make up the other two items. But what I will show is how to put the ends on the chain, because that is something where
that's a good point.
something you do need to take just a little bit of care with.
Okay, so literally finishing. If I turn this round, hang on, I'll literally do it that way if I can. So we're talking about this, actually attaching your jump rings effectively.
The jump rings and the, now I can't think what they're called, trigger clasps to the chain. And I'm not going to do it with a full length piece of chain. I will chop off a little bit just so that it's easier for the demonstration, but the principle is the same. And what we do, and you're going to look at this and think that's an awfully big jump ring for a very small piece of chain. And I will show you why as we do the demonstration that is the case. This is where my middle-aged eyesight is definitely coming into play, or not coming into play, because I now can't get the, there we are.
There you go.
So, get the jump ring through and the, what I can't remember the name of the trigger, lobster claw, trigger clasp, whichever you're going to call it. And same principle, we close up the jump ring. And with these fine ones, it is very important that they are touching, because if they don't touch, and hopefully, I do it. So it's very important that the ends touch, because if they don't, they have a habit of pulling apart. And you end up with two sort of blobby ends, which is not great, and it's not what you're aiming for. So you make sure that they are butted up against each other firmly. And the thing to remember when you're doing this is that you want to keep the chain and the lobster claw as far away as possible from the piece that you are fusing.
And this is where your precision brush...
This is where the pointy end brush or the end of yours come into play. So
let me just push you this way a little bit. Is that okay?
That's fine. So
a bit more. There we go.
We put the flux. Now, this is where you really do have to be careful where you put the flux. So you only want it just on the seam, because if it goes round and hits the chain, because of the nature of the flux, it will fuse the chain to the jump ring, which you don't want, because then you won't be able to have it. You won't have any play.
No, you still want that fluidity.
Yes. So, and I tend to like to work in this direction.
This spinny thing. Can we get one of those?
I think we will get to the stage that you will get these, yes, because they are quite useful.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to be shouted at. I haven't got glasses on. At least I remembered.
You did.
I'll move that bottle out of the way. So, I haven't lined them up perfectly, but they were touching. So, and this is a very quick job. I try to keep
it's only a small amount.
Try to keep the flame pointing away from the bits that I don't want to fuse. So I'll take the end in, and this will be very quick when it happens, and we will hope that it doesn't ball up on the end of the way I've just described it to you. So I'm going in and out very quickly, because I don't want to end up with a big blobby mess. Of course, it's now not going to fuse at all, is it? So it's just starting to go now. That's it. That should have fused. There, it definitely has now. And when that's cooled down, all being well, we'll see that the trigger clasp and the chain
For
and
that
not
alone,
attached.
I think is honestly...
But then I'm going to show you another trick.
Because that, right away, straight away, I mean, how many of us have made pieces of jewellery and then literally you've opened and closed a jump ring before and it's just not quite sat, it's come off again.
Yes.
So that, being able to sort of fuse, not solder.
Yes.
And doing
Tweezers.
it in your own home. What, you're looking for tweezers?
Tweezers.
Here we go.
No.
Here you go.
And obviously you do this on both ends.
Quench it.
Quench it. Pickle it normally. So you won't end up with
Would
something
you pickle
that looks...
then quench or
No,
or
I'd quench then pickle. You won't end up with something that looks nasty like this. This is purely because I've not pickled it. Now, you will notice that on the piece of chain sample that I now can't see,
there.
which is here somewhere, here we are. And again, this was not pickled. This has got what looks like a different end on it. Now, in actual fact, it's the very large jump ring that I'm just going to show you something you can do with it.
Okay.
So
you're going to twist it.
I'm going to twist it. You hold both sides and fold it over on itself. And you end up with a much neater, and this will obviously polish up and be nice and bright, but you end
the infinity clasp.
you end up with a clasp that looks a little bit neater than a great big jump ring.
I like
And
that
you can
idea.
do that on any of these very large, thin jump rings.
And you literally use your fingers to do
Yes,
that, didn't you?
but what I would also do, and I haven't got my round pliers, so I can't do it, is just if I wanted to even them up a little bit, I would put my... First of all, I'd flatten it down a little bit, and then I will put my round pliers through.
We
just
did
to
have them on earlier.
but just to neaten up that infinity fitting so that they were a bit more equal.
Yeah.
But it is, because it's soft, it's been annealed and it's thin wire, you can just twist them round.
I can
Yeah.
show you here.
And it just looks a little bit neater and nicer than a simple round jump ring on the end of it.
I like that. Great idea. Amazing. Elizabeth, you are amazing. And I think you've done absolutely brilliantly. We've had loads of messages coming through.
Although we've not covered every single item, I think it's really evident how you can make and assemble the pieces now.
Absolutely, and I think tip of the iceberg, really.
Absolutely.
Hillia, well done to you. Can you use sterling silver chain with Argentium jump rings, please?
Yes, if you wanted to put Argentium silver jump rings on the end of your sterling silver chain. The only thing is that the temperature of Argentium melts slightly lower than sterling. So if you're fusing the ends of your... If you've bought silver chain and you want to put Argentium jump rings on the end because it's easy, just remember that the Argentium will fuse.
Is that because there's more parts to 1,000?
Yes, it's because it's purer silver and the germanium also affects the melting temperature.
Hello to you, Sarah. Said Elizabeth, you are ace. Don't let her out the building, team. We can't wait till next year. I agree. I don't think I can wait till next year either. No, that just won't do. Alison in Somerset, how do you join the bits on the long necklace, please?
This one.
I do love that necklace.
That's
from Alison.
So if you have made, this is fortunate where we do have some we made earlier. If you've made a number of different organic ones of these, the way I've joined those is I've made jump rings that I fused top and bottom with the chain. I'm not explaining this very well.
I'd pass it over to me. I can kind of talk you through. You can talk us through it.
Okay, so you'll see that there is...
Hang on 1 sec. Come from this angle.
Okay, there's
There
the
you go.
organic shape, and then at the ends, I've added on smaller jump rings.
You've turned them into connectors.
Yes.
That's genius.
But you can also, if you've got people who like beading, they can use these to make spaces between their beads. So they make their organic shape, they put the jump rings on the end, and then they can bead onto either end of them.
Yeah,
so you don't have chain. You don't have to have chain there. You could have pearls. You could have gemstones.
Do you know, Adam's just said a really good point. Made a really good point. He's just said, why would anybody solder? Why would anybody?
Exactly.
You don't need to, do you? With this, another message from Anne, who's our in-house designer upstairs. OMG, I'm completely hooked on this. Thank you, Elizabeth. I can't wait to get going. Oh.
And just sort of as an added point, you know, we were talking earlier about making clasps for the end of beads or pearls. If you've done a necklace that you've made up, I made the clasp on the end of that one because it was just simpler. But if you've made a necklace that you've got these as connectors in, you can make another one. If you then take I haven't got anything that I can show you, but you can make a bar so that you can make a T-bar.
Oh, make a toggle.
Yes.
Make a toggle clasp.
Do exactly the same thing.
I don't. They are literally going to have to kick us out because we're running out of time, unfortunately. Loads of messages though, so absolutely mesmerising. Thank you so much for bringing this fantastic craft to JM. Thanks, Els and Elizabeth. Do you know what? Can I just say, unsung heroes. Thank you to Caroline in our buying team who has done an absolutely awesome job with this.
And who has persisted.
She has, yeah, she has really done. And she's made sure they're very competitive as well. So she's done she's put a lot of work into this, hasn't she?
Yes, she has done.
Caroline, so thank you to her. Hello, is it possible to make ball head pins for shepherd hooks?
Yes. Do you want me to show you one? If I've got a piece of
time?
If we've got a piece of
Go on.
wire, I
Yes,
can do
we
it
can do
very
it, we can do
quickly.
it.
I'm going to unbend a jump
I'll
ring.
read messages whilst you're doing it.
So this is going to be a little bit crude, unless we've got another piece anywhere.
Do you want some more? What do you want?
No, it's all right, I'll do it with this. This clearly is not the way you would normally do it. And
Deborah's saying, will I need a special pickle for Argentium or can I use the pickle I use for soldering? We did bring the actual Argentium pickle, Deborah, so if you look back on the website, has it gone? Oh, it's gone. But you did answer this question, didn't you? You did actually say yes, you can use it. But the reason why you've got Argentium have got their own is because it is
it's completely organic
natural
and food safe.
There we go.
Now clearly, if you were making a pair of earrings, you would not be using wire this thick, but it works just the same on thick wire. So I'm going to put my goggles back on. Oh, and yes, you would have a straight piece of wire. Argentium doesn't conduct heat quite the same way that standard sterling does, so it does mean that you can actually hold quite short pieces without worrying about getting too hot. So if I put this on...
Obviously this is going to be a gigantic head pin.
You would not be doing this with a regular piece. So now, would you do me a favour? Could you open the flux bottle?
I can.
Because this works better if you flux the end first, and I forgot.
Would you like me to flux the end?
No, I'm just going to dip it in.
Oh.
Okay, so all I've done is dip that in the Argentium flux. And you put the heat onto the end of the wire, but you will obviously be doing this on a very thin piece of wire, not on a great piece like this. And what you will find, if I can actually see what I'm doing, is that it should...
It's gonna, don't worry.
That's
a big bit.
It is a big bit. This would have happened by now on a very thin piece of wire.
Like I said, that's going to be an almighty head pin.
And my hand is definitely shaking, but you can see it's just starting to go, hopefully.
Probably doesn't help that I was literally resting my head on your shoulder.
It's bent because this was a very big, thick jump ring, but you can see the end has balled up. If you'd done this on a very thin piece of wire, it would have balled up beautifully.
Yeah.
And you can then straighten it out and make your own head pins. So yes, you can.
Elizabeth, you're amazing. I think you're brilliant. I think you're fab. She had nothing to be worried about at all, did she, Jewellery Makers? You have absolutely loved her. You really, really have. As have I. It's been an absolute joy to have your company.
Well, thank you for having me.
Do you know what? There is one downside.
What? It's going to cost you lots because you're going to keep buying it.
I can't buy it. That's the downside because it's all sold out. But for those of you that did miss out, like myself, we will be bringing it to you again. It was already in discussion. Yeah, I can't tell you how excited the entire team have been about this launch as well. Yes, you can use things like your Argentium wire that you had maybe from years ago. I think we brought it to you years ago, but never did I know that this was possible.
And all from nice, simple components. We're not looking at anything very complicated.
I love that. Mandy, Elizabeth, welcome to the JM family.
Thank you.
Isn't it lovely to have her, Mandy? Hello to you, Margot. JM, as usual, never ceases to amaze. Thanks, Margot. That's Margot in Fife. There are literally reels of messages. Suzanne and Kent, So much to do. Lol, watched Elizabeth. It's so mesmerising. I agree. We're not going to be able to read all of your messages. We'll try and get through as many as we can. What's that? We're going to scroll, and we're not just going to do the ones that have just been sent in now. We're going to scroll down a little bit further. Lynn in North Yorkshire, can I make a bezel by dropping a gem into the middle whilst it's molten? Depends on the gemstone.
I think that would probably be the problem with the gemstone,
yeah,
not the
because that'll
argentium.
heat the gem. So,
I would make the bezel, fit it,
yeah.
and then do what you would normally do to set it.
Certain gemstones, yes, because heat treatment isn't necessarily
I've never tried
negative.
it, is the honest answer.
Yeah, it depends on the gem, I would say, because you wouldn't want to put a pearl in molten hot.
You don't want something that's going to have a thermal shock problem with it.
We're running out of time, jewellery makers. I'm so sorry. It's been a wonderful pleasure. Don't go anywhere though, because I know that the mid-show has got an awesome lineup as well with a gorgeous, gorgeous Hannah. We'll see you next year. That just won't do. It just won't do.
Thank you very much.
No, I'm not happy about that. Oh, you got the lovely Nadia. I'll be back with you bright and early in the morning, jewellery makers as well. Well done to all of you on Argentium, and thank you again,
You're
Elizabeth.
welcome.
You've
Thank
been
you.
an absolute joy. We'll see you soon.
Surprise! I'm back in the JewelleryMaker family. I'm very excited to be bringing you some fabulous new products. We have display stands with my funky ladies on my left-hand side, and some really useful fold-away display stands on my right that can be used for all your jewellery. I'm sure that you have loads tucked away. I'm also bringing you polymer clay, of course, and some fabulous tools to go with the polymer clay that you haven't seen before. Some new stencils, new designs. And my little friends on my left here, Rudolph and the Snowman and Santa and the Elf, will be visiting as well on the 17th. So please tune in to see some polymer clay, some display stands, and also some acrylic jewellery that will tone with your gemstones beautifully. I cannot wait. See you on the 17th.
JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates through items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from JewelleryMaker. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Our JewelleryMaker community is a fantastic platform to share, learn, chat and make new friends. So why not like our Facebook page and join over 64,000 like-minded people. Love JewelleryMaker but don't have an account? You can now purchase items on the JewelleryMaker website through our guest checkout. To do so, select the products you wish to purchase and head over to the shopping basket. Simply enter your email address and select Continue as Guest below. After this, the checkout process is simple. Select your quantity and delivery option and then check out securely. Enter your billing details and either a credit card or PayPal account and proceed to payment. From here, you still have the option to create an account if you wish, making shopping online easier for you. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Did you know that when you book a JewelleryMaker workshop, you're given exclusive access to our JewelleryMaker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Did you know no matter how many times you purchase with JewelleryMaker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging? Select our standard delivery for just $3.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for $5.95. JewelleryMaker,